Benkai, do you have any score predictions for Haven?
Haven, I'll give it like a 13 to 7.
7?
For GenG.
Okay.
Yeah.
7
probably a
for
jacket.
That's what. I mean, if you need it.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you need it for?
No reason.
You don't have the orange?
Are you Cole or is there
Yeah.
There we go.
is there something you're trying to conceal?
I hope you can get
I don't
out
know
of
what
the
you're talking
building
about.
now.
Look, I'll meet you later in the hallway, Ben. I'll be needing a laptop, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
And
got
that
you.
Dongjin guy, he's got to go.
All right. Well, as we get ready to send it down to the stage, RRQ said they have what it takes, but what we're gonna have to find out is who has more resilience, is GenG or RRQ in this grand finals. Let's send it down to the stage.
그때 경기가 끝나고 주변이 보래지면서 웰컴 투 마스터즈 젠지 딱 뜨는 순간 지금까지 노력해왔던 시간들이 정말 머릿속에 많이 스쳐 지나가면서 해냈구나 라는 생각에 감정이 복받쳐 오르더라고요. 처음 데뷔했을 땐 진짜 자신 있었어요. 그런데 실제로 제가 뛰어본 무대는 좀 많이 다르더라고요. 그때 솔직히 많이 웃고 있었는데 속으로는 좀 많이 끙끙 앓고 있었던 것 같아요. DRX에서 나오고 선수 생활을 계속 이어갈 수 있을까라는 의문을 품었을 때 이제 그때 형들이 저를 불러줘서 젠지에 합류하게 됐는데 작년엔 젠지가 엄청난 성과를 이뤄낸 팀이잖아요. 잘해야 된다는 감각이 너무 많이 생기더라고요. 그러다 보니 잘 못해서 결국 결승전에도 못 가고 그땐 정말 나 때문에 못 가는 건가? 라는 생각에 사로잡혔던 것 같아요.
My dream was always to become the best player in Pacific. I still remember my Pacific debut against GenG. Maybe I was nervous, but I couldn't really show my full potential, and we lost the game. After that, I made the promise to myself. The next time, I would show my true self. And I did pretty well. I thought that as long as my individual performance is gonna be fine, it will be satisfying. But it didn't. That's when I realized what matters more than my own performance is team victory. No matter how good your stats are, if the team loses, none of it matters.
스테이지 1 개막전 선발 명단에서 제외됐을 때 그때가 돼서야 정신이 번쩍 들더라고요. 이제 그리고 그때 생각했어요. 이제 눈치 보지 말고 내가 하고 싶은 걸 해보자고.
This stage 1, the team has gone through a huge change. The team's become a lot more stable with Crazy Guy coming in, and we're also able to aim for higher goals than before.
이제는 나 때문에 우승을 못했다라는 그런 자책하는 게 아닌 내가 우승을 만들어냈다고 스스로를 칭찬해주고 싶고 형들도 그렇게 생각하게 만들고 싶어요.
Making it to Masters, playing in the finals, everything is a first for us, and we're climbing higher together.
결승전까지 온 이상 이제 후회 없이 저의 모든 거를 보여드리겠습니다.
Today, on the Grand Final stage, we write our names in the Pacific history. We're here to claim
우승 트로피는 저희 겁니다.
rightfully ours.
finals. GenG.
It's the moment
RRQ.
you've been waiting for, live in Seoul, South Korea. It's the grand finals of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. And for the first time ever, we're seeing a completely new contender on the finalist board. It's RRQ's chance to secure the Stage 1 trophy. But look who's back! It's the Tiger Nation, GenG. They are one of our most decorated Pacific teams, holding a Master Shanghai trophy. And they're the winners from last year's kickoff and Stage 2. And RRQ are their opponents, a new face on the stage who come default with a crown. It's the King of Kings, RRQ. And of course,
Yo, guys, yo. Hello, hello, hello.
Their first best of 5.
Yeah, just seeing Texture and Monyak come out there. These are two players that know each other so well. They actually lived together in the same apartment in 2023, so you can't get any closer than that. But fantastic to see them both here in the final.
Yo, what's up, guys?
He is the Russian Terminator for me.
Dinig ba? Mic test, guys. Mic test.
Those picks, able to have that fraggy impact in the
Mic test,
zone.
mic test,
One
mic
of the
test.
best
Rinig ka,
forwards
boss.
inside of VCT.
Ayun.
But
Nice,
also
nice,
being a
nice.
Phenomenal up-and-comer. He's going to get a fist bump that he deserves. His ceiling has been phenomenal on this init role coming in from GenG Academy.
That's right. If GenG end up winning today, Ash is going to be
Guys, kamusta kayo?
as the rookie winning a grand finals. And of course, these are very familiar faces.
Share nyo yung live natin, guys.
And Crazy Guy. Now, Ewok has commended Crazy Guy as a steady.
Any prediction, mga bro? Any prediction?
Yeah, since his addition in Stage 1,
Any
like,
prediction?
he's gone from strength to strength, but both of these IGLs
Hindi,
incredibly
mad.
well respected by their teams.
Pre, batiin nyo yung nanay nyo, pre.
Of this chair, really steering that ship forward for both the teams.
Bakit ako binabati mo niyan?
He is so loud on that stage. You can hear him all the way up from a separate floor that we get to watch on.
Dainan lang natin.
Pushy, another fantastic addition and rookie, really making a name.
Ayun, kasama ko nga pala si si Wild Oreo Magkasama kami.
Into GenG has been in
Dale.
phenomenal form.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, he's been going crazy since he rejoined. Oh, nice little cheer from him there. He's pumped up today, but he's been fantastic to watch, taking over on this Sentinel role. But Cushy, a real shot for rookie.
Yes, Dinig, wag ka maingay, Sunshine. Dinig naman pala eh. Umuo ka na lang.
Speaking of rookies, Karen, our favorite rookie from last year.
Valorant, yeah. Oh, Valorant, pre.
One of the key
Valorant.
figures in helping GenG secure
Grand
all of
finals
the
na.
trophies last year. And of course, X-Sparrow. He is actually the original David. We call Divide David, but X-Sparrow.
Uy, face bomb. Kala ko.
Like both these players are the real raw.
Kala ko wala eh. Kala ko bula na naman eh.
Dependable, really showing up when you need them to, and there's no higher stakes than today for them to be as solid as ever.
And RRQ and GenG have coaches we've come to know.
Shoutout sa'yo, Madam Angie Beatrice. Yan. Laging nandyan. Nakasuporta.
For these kind of moments.
Madam, any prediction, Madam?
Absolute legend of the TAC FPS scene.
Kayo, guys, kayo.
Side of GenG going up against an Ewok who has steadily been improving RRQ.
Yun, waiting sa champion skin. Miko, prediction mo, Miko.
I'm sure he's pretty much put
Nagbabalorant ka ba? Coach niya, mental coach niya eh. Ikaw naman.
Almost certainly that match finished so.
Hindi mo ba ako kilala, Miko?
Yeah. To prep 5 more maps from your opponents. I mean,
he said it
who
though.
knows?
He said he would be here. Ewok said it on the couch with you guys
He
here
did.
at the desk. He said it in the interviews. He's like, I'm gonna be here the next 2 days. He
Yeah.
said this on Friday, and here he is, true to his words. But he's facing GenG. It's the team that always knocks them out.
I mean, it's such a curse.
RRQ? RRQ, ano score?
Organization. It feels like They're different people against GenG. We saw this in the upper finals.
GenG ako 3-1 guys. GenG 3-1.
It felt like a crumble against the Tiger Nation, and it's as it almost always is. This is a curse that
Bro, ikaw ano bro? Bro, ikaw ano prediction mo bro, Wild Oreo?
Will they be well prepared enough?
3-0.
3-0? Kanino?
Sa GenG.
GenG din daw guys, GenG.
We saw our predictions earlier. RQ has momentum right now, and even then, we still
Mahirap
doubt
i-predict
them.
yung score. Madali lang yan. Gito,
I would say all of them.
makinig ka sa akin.
Two of them were biased votes. The SEA
Nakita ko na to
How
eh.
many times does RQ need to win for us to believe in them?
I don't know. I will definitely believe in them if they win this. I already believe that they're going to do damage in Toronto. I just think this is a very cursed matchup and a very cursed situation for them. And for GenG, they were disappointed by not getting to Masters, by getting a third place. Most teams would be happy with a third place in Pacific, but for GenG, their standard is excellent. So nothing short of smashing RRQ in this grand final will be acceptable for them.
Benji, share mo! Share niyo yung live namin. Naka-live din tayo dun sa mismong page ng TS.
I just think the deck is so stacked in their favor today. The double veto, the first map pick, the prep advantage.
Wala naman na yan, Miko eh. Baliktad ata utak mo.
As you say, I'm really rooting for RRQ. I would love to see them snatch a win here, but there's no doubt it's a
Shoutout sa'yo, Bel Beroka. Yan.
They have to jog up Everest to win today.
Yeah, we were talking about the scoreline, how everything is in the favor for GenG, and we say in Valorant anything can happen, but when it's a Korean team who has that advantage, like you were
Heart nyo
saying,
lang.
Korean teams strive for perfection and excellence.
Miguel, kahit isang suporta lang, baka naman. Huwag ka na maghanap ng i-reveal natin. Best of 5 to guys ha. Best of 5. Pero ang prediction ko dito 3-1. GenG guys, GenG. Si GenG ang lakas dito no.
Lakas ng GenG eh.
Now, both of these teams have had roster shuffles at the beginning of the season and mid-season. And I want to talk about Crazy Guy again. So it was so
Di ko alam, Miko eh.
that RQ really needed for this really wild
Tatanong ko muna na.
here. And that they were saying yesterday, there were times when the team starts to lose faith. You know, when you're really down on the
Tatanong ko
counter.
muna.
Crazy Guy apparently ended up taking over. He's like, guys,
Yan guys, lock in na sila, lock
just
in.
listen to my voice. Let me do this until
Nalito tayo sa mga Koreano.
You see it in the mid to late round. I've seen him get one beat 5 seconds into the round, and he is micromanaging the post plan. He's saying, smoke this, drone, you wait. He's micromanaging everything. He's making sure that he's getting the call correct to maximize RRQ's potential of success in these rounds. And he is such a loud voice in the arena. GenG will be roaring. These guys love to get riled out as well.
Mother's Day yan. Batayin mo nanay mo, pre!
RRQ gonna back themselves with the double duelist that we've seen them play before here to start out Haven.
Yung mismong nanay mo.
Running that Viper, this is exactly where they want to
Ba?
be. Now, RRQ, when they run this double duelist, I want to know your opinion, Pilski. Do you like Monya on the Yoru with Jemkin on the ISO? Or, for me personally,
Batayin mo nanay mo, wag ako.
I think Jemkin's Yoru is fantastic.
The thing, I don't necessarily like Jemkin on the ISO, but it does suit his style. He likes to play slow and measured. He likes to set up those aim duels. He likes to play very positionally, whereas Monya is definitely that entering force, and that's what you need to
Oh guys, yung mga nagbabala dyan, ano prediction nyo? GenG or RRQ kayo?
So that's what Monyet's skill set is, and we'll see
Oh,
how it
GenG
goes.
na kasi dinurog naman na ng ano to eh. Matik na yan.
Teams making adjustments.
Oh, the question is, can GenG complete their comeback and reclaim their throne, or will RRQ's momentum finally
Miko, okay na i-share na.
arc? And to take us through the
Wala ka bang kausap sa inyo?
other than Achilles and Paperthin.
Okay na i-share, pre.
Here we are once again, another grand final, this time to close out stage 1. GenG versus RRQ.
Anyways guys,
As old as time at this
so share nyo muna yung live natin, tapos samahan nyo kaming manood. Kasama ko nga pala si Wild Oreo guys. Na.
7-1. The scoreline in
Yo,
favor
yo.
of GenG. Today, RRQ
Ako nagturo
might
dyan.
earn that tie just a bit, but in
Si-
the biggest way
Ayan, coach
possible
namin eh.
by taking them
Para
down
sa stage
in a
2.
best of 5 and netting themselves their first trophy.
Huwag nyo ha-react, pre. Totoo yun.
RRQ team certainly going to feel like a bit of an underdog coming into this.
React na naman kayo.
GenG has trophies, not just here in Pacific, but internationally as well. So no doubt about it, for RRQ, a lot to prove. They got their first best-of-5 win in the partnership era yesterday. Can they take it another step further and get their first Pacific trophy? Or is it going to be another one in the case for GenG?
Nangyaka Miko. Okay, game na tayo. Ito na.
Barriers about to drop. RQ here on the attack to start. GenG coming into this obviously with the ban advantage.
GenG, pag narinig mo GenG, nakakatakot na eh. Maski sa kabilang ano, di ba?
They are going to be strong.
Yeah.
Munchkin is already able to find one just to the poison orb as Vonyet is going to be taken out.
That's kind of interesting. Some early spam there.
Okay, game bro. Lock in, lock in.
On the map right now. Something RRQ was doing a lot in their last matchup just a couple days ago was trying to sell fakes one way, bouncing to a different direction on these pistols. So GenG trying to be as reactive as they can. Drone here, gonna get the spot onto Foxy9. Paranoia to make sure he's clear. Texture up ahead.
Alone here in this position, peeks in, finds one, but really Bolt not able to come out fast enough to keep himself alive, so Jemkin is able to collect a kill. Foxy9 at the same time, however, finding another. Is she gone? Orb gonna be snatched up. Ash arriving here at Heaven. There's a couple shots out, but also does have Salvo.
Si Chobi, guys. Wala si Chobi.
3 players from GenG corralling in around the back. Salvos get flung out. Reposition here. Just
Ay, iba ba yan? Sorry.
Still got a little bit of util to work with. Still have the concuss. Still have a snake bite. So GenG can clear some space. Well, we could just get it done with the
4v2.
We'll just find a timing there, crazy guy. Ice.
Grabe GenG ah.
As Munchkin bounding around the corner, drawing the attention of the Russian Terminator. And Ash is there to throw him down into the magma. Defuse will come through, and that's going to be GenG taking the opening pistol.
Yeah, just really solid discipline stuff. Obviously getting the kill through the smoke there. Very nice to start, but you're expecting a lot of, contention for the orbs. Especially with
Yan na,
double
tatlo yan.
especially with the duelist being
Saka na lang, boy.
two of the most valuable.
Yan yung tawa ng tawa eh. Naalala ko yan eh.
You're really going to be expecting
Sino dyan?
to be trying
Si
to
Jemkin.
secure every single one of those that
Jemkin?
they can. And GenG already showing us that they have a little bit of a game plan early. A good counter strategy.
Nung kalaban nyo.
Make sure Foxy9 is safe.
Yun
They
lang.
get the kill over there. Texture gets hit.
Kalaban pala namin.
And it's pretty smooth sledding for GenG the rest of the way. Ooh, some damage done to Cushy there.
Yeah, Munchkin
Kit ka niya ni Jemkin
always
eh.
goes for this Guardian, always likes to spam through into window. Q seemingly getting caught a little bit off guard by that, but already a bit of a rush play coming through onto the side tap of the plant. Still in hand here for Vonyet. Munchkin on that peak, signs the back away.
Guys, predict na kayo dyan.
It's ready to come through. Once again, just gonna be
Comment nyo lang. Walang katuturan kasi yung pinagbababanggit nyo eh.
really dissuade, jumps around the corner, shield raised, but Jemkin's still going to fall. Munchkin able to collect it to the end.
Papaturo ka kumaldag, bugok ka.
Raise up the tap, see what they can bait out here, get that tilt out of the way. They only have to worry about the classics on the opposite side, but so much damage already suffered. Crazy guy able to find one. That will be a weapon left on the floor. Texture collecting 2. That's coming online. Turns his sights over to a Link. The Phoenix Sparrow and Cushy will fall. 2-0 start, 1 casualty here in the second round.
Yeah, just phenomenal patience being shown here by Munchkin. Getting forward a little bit, finding some info.
Nice one.
Fully committed to B. That was
Sangyup to guys, sangyup.
The rest of his team was able to kind of cover the other angles, cover the other sites. And then he kind of swarms in. He pays the price, but Texture picks up a 3K along the way. Texture, by the way, in terms of statistical performances so far in the Pacific playoffs for Stage 1, he is topping literally every category. Literally every.
2-0.
It is Texture ahead. Jemkin right behind.
Guys, ang mali kasi RRQ dito. Hindi sila Hindi sila nag-pick ng
so
Sage.
far, averaging a kill per round, which is crazy good.
Yung kasi pinakakailangan nila dyan eh. Counter.
His old self, his last year self. His last couple series. RQ though, looking to get themselves on the board. Munchkin does go ahead and reinforce
Happy Mother's Day.
slot with a stinger. Still a good amount of firepower in hand here for GenG. So we'll see how RQ looks to get themselves into.
Nico, wag kang maingay. Nanonood ako ng matiwasa eh.
We know what they're like with these Guardians. We know what they can do when they're on weaker buys. We saw it so much last year. Yes, a slightly different roster this year, but still almost just as dangerous with those one-tap weapons. So you have to be extremely cautious. Bit of an exploration. Let's see if this is going to be a commit or just a fish for some util. Drone out as well.
Right here down below, and that's going to be Texture spotted quickly, having to reposition as the shots come flying. Checked up a little bit as Foxy9 tries to hold the door here at Garage, but RRQ poking and prodding.
Yeah, ba't may react pa rin, pre? Seryoso, Grand Finals to.
That stinger off over to Ash's hands, has the Guardian here. He's going to look to try to hold the line versus the lion's share of RRQ players. Finds himself
kalma na sila lahat,
third,
guys.
can't quite make it happen. Crazy guy dancing around his texture, about to get timinged. Alert from Xpero. Managing to find one as the turret gets cleared out, and now it's going to be RQ trying to shift the spike across the map with 18 seconds remaining. Already, players have arrived at the C site.
You got the Tejo here, you've got the salvos that can play delay.
The sun's coming through. They have the salvos on the exit of Garage. They're going to have to disrespect it, try to run over this, and they're just going to get absolutely mauled as they exit out. Headshot found, but the time is already gone. The round is already over. This bonus is complete.
Sorry na.
Bam.
RRQ
Bam.
losing the plot, losing the clock.
3 sorry na sa'yo, bro.
GenG.
Sorry na.
Start.
Daligan na.
Great coordination there
Puta
from
Regs.
Ash and Foxy9.
Puta Regs. Guys, pinapaya tayo talaga ng PLDC.
Great job by Munchkin. This off angle he takes, catches his opponents just a bit off guard. Usually he's tucked in, or somebody's tucked in the far corner there, trying to make it.
Ay, oo, 3 sorry na, guys.
Instead, he gets just a little bit ahead of
Normal, ano yun, no? Hindi, ano yun.
They are deadly.
Normal lang na problema yun. Wi-Fi problem. Hindi human error.
Couple stingers, couple sheriffs otherwise.
3-0 GenG win. Ako prediction ko dito, Romel, ang 3-1 eh. Patatagalin nila to ng isang map.
You see texture, you see Foxy9, they were popping off early.
Sure.
I don't want to mess.
Lalo na kung pinasok si Chobi. 3-0.
It's a rose that has many thorns for GenG. Everybody on this team can frag out. So you have to be so careful, and that's something that's been haunting RRQ sometimes this year, where you just have to rely on Jemkin to get those kills. You need some of these other players to step up, and texture just shutting him down.
Puta guys.
Shield.
Parang ako lang yun, guys eh.
When the GenG players are fragging like that.
Hindi pa kayo naniniwala. Ba't tinatawanan nyo? Nangihirit ako. Wala kayong suporta. Walang iya kayo.
It's a gate crash across.
Nahuhuli lahat sila.
Lurk attempt here into mid, going to be shut down by Munchkin. Does suffer a good amount of damage, but ultimately does survive.
Piece of cake lang to sa GenG, guys eh.
Finding crazy guy now going to be taken down. Nano gets the pop here in Garage. And they're just going to storm their way out onto the side. Quick little turn there, but a quick
Sorry na sa akin.
Sabay lang tayo, bro.
Sabay na.
Bakit mong masyadong pahalata, bro? Baka sabihin, di ako nagbabayad ng ano, kaya delay.
Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, sumasabay na, guys. Sumasabay na, okay na.
As of late, really an improved part of his game that the GenG coaching staff has called upon him to do. And despite a minor setback for him temporarily being benched, he has bounced back incredibly well in a lot of different ways. And that's something I'm going to be keeping my eye on as this defender side rolls on. You have to think for Foxy9 how huge this win would be. Never able to find one before.
Kakarot pala akong tiwala sa video mo eh.
He would love to get that trophy.
Oh, Karan.
5 sorry na agad. Bilis na laban na.
5 sorry na nga kaagad na nip. Piece of cake, Samgyup.
Set up the call to go for a crunch. It's so damn fast, I barely had time to get the words out of my mouth.
Timeout.
We're going to have a timeout. We'll take a look at the replay here. Let's see what really happened.
They just walk out there. I mean, Karan just gets window for free.
Galing, no?
And he just keeps taking
Hanip
space.
na yun.
And RRQ there just struggling to recover. They've got 2 players trapped up on the
Lakas
guard.
talaga GenG, guys.
And even though Jemkin gets the shield and is able to get one, there's just overwhelming odds.
Pero di dala pa si Chobi niyan, saka sila, ano.
They cannot slow down their momentum, and this is already looking very scary for RRQ. And Ewok, of course, you know, he said one of the things that he felt like his team needed to improve on today was just they needed to shoot back. They just needed to shoot back, and we haven't seen it yet.
We have been seeing these soft starts for RRQ. Takes a little while to really get the adrenaline pumping. The
Batiin yung nanay nyo, guys. No, yung nanay nyo.
It's not something that when you're in a best of 5.
Bukod sa stream, ano po, extra
full reign when it comes down
income.
to the draft.
Hindi ko pwede sabihin sa illegal eh.
Something that you can really afford to have those weaker starts. We'll see after this timeout. they can go ahead and kick things into gear.
Mahirap na, mahuli tayo.
On this attacker side with this double duelist composition, that's where the bread should be buttered.
Absolutely. And especially
13-0. Eh, wag na. Sasabi, ibubulungan ko pa yan na pa-score rin.
Paranoia. You've got to find ways to get Monyet involved and get those flashes to connect to break into sites. You know, but like you said earlier, Kilios, they've been getting shut down before they can even use or pop some of their utilities, step ahead of them.
Nag-time purse na, time purse.
He's the sole player over at Long A right now.
Yun na natin kung nakapag-adjust.
Big C site hit. Well, I was giving Foxy9 a lot of flowers for the way he was playing this site anchoring. He's gonna have to step up or just get out in this case potentially if he's going in.
A lot of it going to be cleared, but
Amutot na.
by the kill contract will be dead even if
Ayun, huli.
Will get taken down. Texture able to find Monyet.
Gumana ang time out.
Oh, yun. Gumana. Ba talaga nagagawa ng time purse?
Ash, now revealed by the Nero, is asked to clutch this out. Some wild spray across, some damage dealt. GenG down to 51. Suppressed here for the moment.
Nakaabang lang, bro.
Pull off here for the team, swing out, nothing. Headshot there from GenG.
Kung alam lang niya yung mga tinuturo ko, kaya pa niyang may survive yung tatlo na yun. Hindi.
Because maybe there's a world where Foxy9 gets 1 or 2 in that kind of unusual position where he pushes forward into the smoke, but that opens all up.
Yan yung live natin, guys.
Allows Crazy Guy to TP farther forward. That allows them to just scale aggressively.
Fiona naman sunod.
Start knocking players down.
Ay, Marjorie.
For the end. Nice play call, nice timeout.
Nunod ako ng ano eh. Yaman nyo muna akong mag-chill.
Is the coaching staff, but now you've got Texture with the operator. Got a lockdown for Foxy. You do have the the dimensional drift for Monyet, so some things to consider.
Do you have any way to try to bail him out? The answer is realistically no. GenG finds a headshot there on a Foxy9. We'll end up falling right here at the front of the site. And RRQ more than happy to go ahead and take that away.
That's a huge first find.
Umagana na talaga, boys.
For GenG because they have to commit extra resources to the C side of the map.
And they should also know from where the fast lane came from that that's one of Texture's setups for the operator. So now they should know that he has that in play. For dimensional drift going to be called in. Charon unchecked, but wide swung on by GenG.
Lo, sayang.
He is going to get taken down. Two-player advantage now here for the side of RRQ. Ash alone on the site, waiting for some reinforcements, but going to be overwhelmed and surrounded very swiftly. Texture's bound his way across here towards this A site.
Kaya guys, ganun. Maganda talaga nagta-time freeze.
He's just going to exit as quickly as he arrived.
Yeah, I feel like this should absolutely be a save. There's just not much left you can do at this point. It would take just
Ayan. Yeah,
craziest plays you've ever seen. So wisely, Texture just going to peace out. Munchkin going to try to tuck into a corner. See if he can catch someone from RRQ going for their hunt. It will be X-Pharaoh out early, looking for that valuable piece of weaponry. Just a question of whether he'll get there or not, GenG.
The answer is what?
Bam.
Okay. The answer is no. Regarding Munchkin, but what a swing.
Ah, lupit naman nun.
Is nasty.
Guys, nabubuhay na yung alindog ng kabila.
That was crazy.
Kailangan putulin ng alindog.
That's unbelievable.
Okay, we'll have to see it back. Both of our jaws pretty much on the floor after that one.
God.
What a shot to hit.
Oh my God.
Okay, guys, listen.
And that's what we were talking about. When the timeout was called.
Marjorie, wala namang kumakausap sa'yo.
Coming out of GenG in particular, but from the rest of the team as well. And 2 rounds in a row here for the side of RRQ. See just how far they can take this.
Well, and now the bank accounts starting to dwindle. ISO ult. Missed.
Yeah.
Oh, yun.
Bit of a whiff there.
Wala.
Going to be spotted out. Nano pumps the clone, so Foxy doesn't even have to worry about it.
You can see Foxy tucked a little bit further back. Doesn't want to try to challenge that long C angle out in the open. Got bested previously. Probably learned that they need to tighten up a little bit. But Texture on the corner, what a timing.
Finds one.
Yun, this one.
Himself out, and yep, Fastlane will be there to cover the escape. One shot there to the back of the leg. Missed the Achilles heel. Looks like he is going to be able to get out.
Moonwalk.
Yeah, and
Valorant pinapanood ko, pre.
some of the game plan here.
Hinahanap mo sa akin si Michael Jackson.
If you see texture, don't go that way. But Foxy,
Bam.
his kill.
Trying to get back to his anchoring waves.
Hop. Nasa utot. Nice one.
Cannot find it, but Munchkin catching a glimpse. Is able to take him down.
No, lupit.
The Cypher Zone cage. Crazy guy. Now left to his own devices.
6-2.
Headshot. And then spray
6-2.
down.
Medyo malapit naman eh.
Monsters run
Malapit
back here from
naman.
the side of RRQ will at least guarantee themselves 6 of the half.
Naputol yung alindog, guys. Ganun dapat. Putulin nyo agad yung alindog para di magtuloy-tuloy.
Flexibility coming up. Yeah, I mean, I think almost every round that we've seen, once Texture's position has been revealed, RRQ has gone the other way. I think almost every time. And I don't blame them. Again, best player in Pacific right now. If you just look at the raw stats, and look what he does in game.
Marjorie, hindi eh.
Absolutely out of control.
Hindi.
It is definitely
Ang layo-layo eh.
season again for GenG, just like it was in 2024. They just hit this hot streak. And they're already quickly rotating over towards A. A little bit of util sent over that way. Has them thinking that maybe RRQ is going to try to dial up another fast hit. Over there. You know, like we saw after the timeout where they found success. Flash clear util. Foxy still in the window. Karan
Spotting out multiple players. Paranoia
Oops.
immediately going to be sent out. A little bit too shallow to catch, but RRQ aren't looking to scale off of this pressure.
It's a huge win for them. They get the paranoia, they clear a bunch of util, they do more damage than they take. Very nicely done.
Getting clustered up. Drone sent over towards A to try to
Take mo
sell
PM
a
ko.
presence there. Karan looking for a timing. Slides down the line to Forum. Collects 2. Xpero about to strike in from behind, but Karan now sights turned back over towards main. The drift out. Xpero able to find the 1. Foxy9 still here on the site. The spike now dropped outside of garage. Foxy swooping in from behind, and it's gonna be with City as Cushy turns back, finds a head but still eats an immense amount of damage. Overdrive now gonna be popped here from Texture.
Nag-whip si idol
Targets
ko.
they've been split up. The time, however, getting away from RRQ. Cushy pushes his way back in towards C. But
Kushi pala yun, no? Hindi pala Kushay.
around the corner. It's the last player you really want to face in toward.
Kushay ah.
Okay.
Round advantage
Kushay.
now.
Kushay ba tawag mo dun, bro?
Kushi.
Kushi din. Ako Kushay eh.
Good job. Thanks. Proud of you.
Kushay.
Kushay.
Good adjustment here from
Kushay.
Karan, though. Just loses that early battle up from Plat, and then just steps up closer, finds a
Raniel, hindi ako to.
from Foxy9.
Langya ka na, nanahimik ako nanonood dito.
The garage
Kung nagdungisan yun ako, no?
things up nicely, and hey, nice
Shout out
watch.
to the sponsors setting up some watch parties across Asia for us.
We love
Event
that.
2 na, boys.
Love to see that.
Sabi sa inyo eh. Sangyup eh.
There's that early spam. And I mean, I'm curious again if GenG's going to try to put some pressure towards window. With that early spam, trying to condition RRQ that they can't have that space. And that's why I assume Crazy Guy trying to hold that angle just in case that is what all that spam is for. Meanwhile, pushing out with the drone. Karan revealed, and he doesn't clear the drone, but it's not a
He
big
gets
deal.
respotted. And he'll reposition.
Natawag sa ano mo, Miho? Push.
Paranoia holding them back.
Tabs.
Paranoia now going to be.
Pre, pag ako na-ban yung page ko ah.
Foxy9 taken down. Here on the cross angle, Karan able to find
Wait.
Chamkin, breaks the shield, puts the spike on the floor.
Nako!
But Monyet quickly trades it back and maintains the
Yeah, kaya pa yan, boys.
for the side of RRQ. Looking for the stun there off the relay, but
Oh.
Monyet out wide, able to find one. Munchkin trades out another.
Yan.
Hit going to be invested right here in front.
Utot. Umutot na, boys.
Just a recon to work with on the side of RRQ. The fuse starting to be held.
Dali siya.
The recon full
Huli.
doing wonders. Ash going to be taking down the spike.
Naku,
Now
nadali.
up to half.
Nahuli sa
And with the
mga idol.
counter
Uy!
spray, they
Naku
will be able
po!
to fish him.
Sayang.
So Pit going to be lost. RRQ find themselves a third round win.
Now once again able to find some
Bro, tingin mo yung toxin ni Viper may amoy.
You get Jemkin.
Meron nata eh.
Yet breaking through. Foxy
Meron, bro, ah. Naka-face mask siya eh.
Place the lockdown safely.
Bagay.
Did do so, but at the cost of his life. But still enough time for RRQ to scale forward, and you can see that
Ano,
GenG wanted to
may
get
idea
ahead
ako, no,
of
may.
the end of that lockdown to see if they could catch RRQ.
Mabaho yun, naka-face
trying to
mask
retreat
eh.
outside
Diba?
of the danger zone.
May ano,
Monyet just stood his ground, got a kill.
double dead na daga. Ganun.
RRQ can keep it up, get a couple more, make it a 7-5. Teho util. Just keep him pinned.
Konti lang, kailang nagpaparami ng kamukha ko.
Cyber cage to block his entrance.
If he gets this orb, that's going to be Dimensional Drift online. So likely going to try to play for this one. Xfero, they're strafing.
Boom!
Forward. And Texture says, well, I can hear you, I can see you, I can shoot you. Clean opening kill here. As the rest of the team held at bay, Paranoia goes across, catching on to them. So Monyet has to put the mask on. Goes forward, shield broken, but Jemkin still firing. Does find Karan. As Monyet duking it out here with Munchkin, who tucks forward. Push out of the smoke though, and both of them getting carved
Grabe
up.
naman.
Pushy. Finds two,
Grabe.
and Jemkin just hits
Oh,
one
no.
smoke on the Texture. Right between the eyes and
Yes, yung alindog.
I want nothing to do with
Nabubuhay
this.
na ulit.
Up unsavable. We'll just be
Sana
able to hold
ma-cosplay
on
mo
to
si
this Phantom.
Charis.
Yeah, those are those explosive entries you're looking for with the double duelist. And it was as soon as Xfero got killed by Texture, that's when they pulled the trigger. They knew that Op wasn't there. They knew they had
Coste mo
that
si Beck
dimensional
na.
drive as well. And they could just storm their way through into sight.
Yung pagagastusin mo pa ako ng malala.
Few missteps in terms of their positioning. I think Ash might want to take back that swing out of the smoke, but
Both of them.
yeah, for both of them, Cushy was so ready for that. But regardless, RRQ doing a really nice job there. Combining their util. They should be able to get Jemkin's ult most likely. Coming into this final round.
Yan na guys, kailangan nila putulin yung alindog.
What he can do with it when he gets to the land.
Nahihirapan sila pag nabuhayan ng adrenaline rush yung mga yan eh.
But the buy
Sayang ang
also is gonna be
samgyup.
interesting for GenG. Going to be a little bit weak. Just disrespecting that snake bite as well. Whew, Cushy. That first one was quite good. And
Pushy nga sila bro.
you just assume they're there.
I mean, Jemkin
Ang cute
says,
nun no?
okay,
Ang cute
but
niya.
Neon, he's got an operator.
Ito Jemkin,
He's gonna
no?
fast rotate.
Mhm.
This is the angle that he's going to be lined up on. I can pre-fire that.
Might as well.
Well, Stinger and a Bulldog behind these Phantoms and a Vandal. Weapon advantage here for the side of RRQ. In this 7-5. Rescuing the half considering how things had started. Still not going to be the greatest feeling given the comp and starting on the attack side, but gives them an opportunity.
Mio, kamukha mo si Timo dyan. Timo na may...
Oh, got cleared. Did the
Miko,
draw.
manood ka na lang.
Reading this well.
Mapapahamak tayo eh.
Showing their hand. The Teho's been here literally every single time, so that drone doesn't mean much.
Oh, quad stack here. Texture trying to get out. Karan able to find one. Ash going to be taken out at the same time. Texture does manage to evacuate, but tagged down to 46. On HP, Munchkin still with just the Stinger. As that's going to be the grab of the orb. They're looking to try to spray him out. Texture finds
Ayun.
the ult now. A non-factor here in the round. Jemkin just slowly trying to crouch away. Pays the iron price.
Get the neural theft here. Maybe sell a fake. But that he needs smokes to do so.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't have it up.
Pakamot ng siko. Naku, huwag ka magkakamot pag naglalaro ka bro.
Seeing that it's clear, look at the reping here on Foxy.
Tama ba yan, Coach?
Masama yun.
Closest by.
Kahit sobrang katina, lalo yung ano mo. Wag.
Finds
Yung ano, Coach.
Oh, wala. Madali tayo.
the quick pivot. They're not gonna get the angles here. Xfero's not gonna be able to find him quite just yet, but as long as the rest of the team can try to hold on to the site,
Haran just got
he's
out.
gonna be able to find value as Monyet here in front of Plat.
Ulo.
Mo's down two. Karan finding that, but now the backstab gets ready to come in. Forward into the smoke. Xfero closer and closer. Finds the first, the shorty drawn out.
Uy.
Knows that he's going to be low on HP, but Karan dips in. Finds
Grabe
the
si
headshot.
Karan.
Grabe yun.
And takes down Crazy Guy.
Naririnig guys, sigawan na yun, hindi bro no.
Secures it.
Rinig yan sa mic.
Rinig yun?
Sa mic,
What a round.
mapipick up ng mic ng teammate mo yun eh, mga sigaw.
Di paano pag sumisigaw na, tapos ibig sabihin papalapit na sa'yo. Di maririnig yun.
Ah, rinig din yun.
Karan's had enough. Sets up the smoke. Oh, poor Xpharaoh. Expect him to be closer to the spike, maybe on the other side of the box. What a flick there from Karan. The swing to seal the deal. Woo-hoo.
Halftime.
This is a player that has been kicking his own ass.
Yes.
To not mince words. He has been.
Satoru, shoutout sa'yo bro. Thank you sa pag-notify.
Won a lovely Ace Predator laptop earlier.
Kriel Arpa, baban kita.
That's
Sige.
not true. I know that's not true. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
Sino nangyari?
But
he did win the laptop. So.
He did win
Sino
the laptop.
nangyari? Ano sino nangyari?
He's been kicking his own ass when it comes down to his performances so far here in kickoff, with him not being able to make it over to international competition, and at the start of stage 1, because he was not looking like the guy who has just such crisp, clean mechanics and aim. But these last couple series here in the playoffs, Karn has come alive. This guy has been resurrected, and maybe even
Ano bang sino nangyari?
before. And it's plays like that.
Timo hat to bro, hindi to diaper.
With regularity that impress us so very much.
Mahihain sila no, pagana ng camera.
It was relief. It wasn't, you know, that old Karan where he's screaming his head off and losing his mind after stuff like that. He just, you know, just a sigh. And,
Bro, tingin mo si Cypher nagkakakulite.
He was rookie of the year last year.
Nagkakakulite si Cypher.
Ano yung kulite?
Anak na. Rich kid ka bro.
Hindi bro. Ano yun?
Bro, kasi si Cypher pre, di ba silip ng silip yan? Oh, pag naninilip ka, magkakakuliti ka bro.
Di kasi
alam mo yung kulite.
Naninilip ka ata eh.
Hindi, common knowledge yun bro. Tawanan bro, nagbibigay tayo ng knowledge sa fans eh.
Okay, sorry.
Tinatanong nga kita eh. Hello guys, napag-aalataan si Waldorio. Rich kid. Hindi alam yung kulite. Nalulusaw ako sa'yo bro eh.
Now you gotta figure out a way to get back to that spike. RRQ is gonna opt
Full screen? Full screen naman yan ah.
Down, throw the paranoia. GenG.
Teka. Basta nakikita nyo, pwede na yun.
Long A.
Diba?
There's a smoke already set up. Granted, might expire by the time they get there, but there's only 33 seconds.
Yeah. Pwede na yan.
This round, it's gonna have to end in a scuffle rather than a plan. It feels like.
No, you're absolutely correct. It has to be kills. Maybe Munchkin just anticipating that they were just gonna hold the site since they had the angle from the ramp. They're gonna have to push down soon.
Shot to the shoulder. 12 seconds remaining. I mean, if you're Chepkin, you can just have him run away.
Bam.
Last kill comes in, and he runs out of bullets. Well, he got a little bit silly.
Nep. Kanti naman naman na malas.
As the gap now, 3 rounds separating the team.
Ball magalit sa Toronto kasi grand finals to eh. Nabangan natin dito yung sangyupsal.
I could have sworn Saw Monyet when he first ran.
I think he did, but then he panicked, slid into the wall, and couldn't get his gun out.
I think you're right, but it's just kind of an odd situation there. Not anticipating.
Naku, huwag ng tawanan, baka mabate.
After that one, Outlaw, couple Bulldog, Spectre, Ghost for Xpharaoh. Is now GenG just thinking about some kind of fast hit. Paranoia at the ready.
Trying to up the pace.
Timo hat to, Francie.
Backclat here from Crazy Guy.
Grabe si Karo, no?
Look!
Uy! Parang ako lang yun, bro.
What is this
Yan?
What is this grand
Baka magkakuliti.
Bro, iba yun. Bro, di mo pang alam yung meaning ng kuliti, bro eh. Baka ano tayo dyan, bro ha?
Hindi na, sabi mo naninilip eh.
Okay na yun, bro. Okay na yun.
Okay na yan?
Binigyan lang kita ng knowledge kasi di ka ata datapuan na araw eh.
Grabe ka naman. Lalabas naman ako.
Yun, mainam lumabas. Hawak-hawak din ang dam mo.
Ash will pick up the weapon. And I am...
Yeah.
I'm losing my damn mind.
Yep. Well, I mean, I know what happened with Karan.
Yep,
I don't know what happened with the Nanos.
Yeah. I mean, it had to be
Karan double TP'd.
snake bite combo on Nano. You can do a lot of damage, but how did he get 2 people?
Maganda guys.
Both of them
Maganda.
were over
Pero
on
wag
the right-hand
kampante
side
guys.
of the
Pag ganyan yung score, wag muna
Looking on the
kampante.
map.
Tumatawa kasi sila kanina eh.
See it again. Karan TP's first up on top and then in the back.
Oh yun, parang ako lang yan eh.
Not ready for him, and then
Huh?
two people just, oh, it's right at the entrance.
Common ko nang ginagawa yan eh.
Oh,
Lalo pagka ano, comment.
Poison. Oh my goodness. Well, from great
What
start,
the hari?
absolute
Pre, totoo nga.
tragedy here for the side of RRQ. GenG now 9 to 5 is cushy. Okay, solid start. The one weapon that they have in hand. It's put to good use as Munchkin gets taken down. Foxy is going to be juggling guns away, making sure they give nothing over.
Hindi react pre. Totoo yun.
And not really much damage done there to Cushy. So he's extremely happy with that result. He's the only one with any kind of firepower here. It's just classics otherwise for RRQ. So GenG.
React pa rin kayo. Bahala kayo. Yan yung kakausapin.
Now GenG playing very cautious. Just sitting back towards their spawn. Wondering where the heck is RRQ? Are they going to be barreling in behind us? But you've got that KJ util behind your back, so you're going to feel a little bit comfortable. The problem is, this is
A heavy stack.
Yeah.
Could just be similar scenes to the previous round here for RRQ. Especially if Cushy is able to come away with some value here.
Gege na.
Sprints forward, the flash, gets a headshot, but Textures.
Uy, bulag! Uy!
Sparrow swinging out. Does manage to go ahead, take him down. Weapon gonna be
Naglag
abandoned.
yun.
Inside the Bulldog as well can get scooped up. So a little bit more firepower here for the side of RRQ, and it's gonna be a very fast pivot for the side of GenG. Camera set up on B.
Ayun yung Cypher. Kakakuliti yan.
Turn out the back, trip gets cleared. Crazy guy gonna look to try to buy some time. Stunt, not gonna connect. The lineup though for Foxy 9.
GenG pa rin talaga.
Malakas bro eh.
And now, just Sparrow with that Phantom in hand. Crazy guy already forward committed here into the site, taken down by Ash.
Bomb.
Sparrow looking to be the hero, finds the first,
Look.
spots the second.
Oh no.
The transfer, but now up against
Ayun na.
Khan. Swings out of the cage and
Bam!
Khan is good for it
Puto
as
ragis.
ever.
Ala guys, parang ako talaga eh.
Five.
Walang kakakaba-kaba.
Solid effort from the side of RRQ to pull up a Thrifty. They cannot answer back in kind.
It's just a hell of
Mio, naalala may babaeng kamukha ni Malupiton. Kapatid mo ba siya? Hindi ba AI yun? Kamukha talaga ni Malupiton eh.
Walking right into the meat grinder of GenG. Foxy 9 there, able to find a perfect timing. And then X-Sparrow with that gun upgrade that he scooped off of Texture's body. Almost able to turn this round around, but again, it is Karan who comes up big. Finds a huge kill. Monyet with the op though. Crazy guy with just a bulldog.
Ikaw po ba gumanap na hanap?
See if they can start putting some of this heavy firepower down. Keep GenG from scaling forward. They do.
There you go. Baits him forward, up now confirmed. TP immediately across over to A Link. Monyet starting to poke and prod forward here on this B site, and Foxy is going to be another casualty. Monyet now dictating the pace and running the map.
This is what you needed for RRQ. Needed the map control. GenG scrambling now to figure out what the heck to do. This may just be one of those let Munchkin make some noise over at A.
Pumatagta rin ng haha-react bro. Pumapangit yung live eh.
Save, but money's okay. You don't
Seryoso to, grand final to eh.
So yeah, they're gonna try to press forward. Crazy guy right back here. Oh, Ash just shuts him down.
Swinging around the side. Cam gets the tap.
Gege.
Swing out punish.
Lapag mo, bam.
Falls to the wayside. Cam
Naninilip talaga, magkakakuliti ito.
Keep Karen revealed here at all times. Dimensional drift gonna be used. Monyet.
Basta bro, pagka di mo alam yung kulite, search mo na lang. No? Pero wag ka maninilip.
Sige.
Jet ka lang lagi, ganun.
Bakit ko naninilip ka rin eh.
Hindi. Jet user nga ako eh. Hindi ako gumagamit ng mga Cypher eh.
Down by 4 rounds.
But you're seeing some of the problems that RRQ was actually having in the first half, where
Jet menu pala.
peeking some of these
Mm-hmm.
and they're being held.
Ako nagturo kay ano bro eh. Kay Tense.
Ay, Dance.
May have been able to get something going, but
So bata pa siya nun.
Munchkin decided to not hold win.
Laro ka kaya sa amin. Ikaw na
Ha?
mag-jet. Ikaw na mag-jet para sa amin.
And
Alam mo bro kasi ayokong pakita sa ano eh, sa pro scene. Kasi wala nang bagong champion nun, laging tayo na lang kung sasali ko, kung ako lalaro, di ba? Ganun lang
Bagay.
yun.
Bait mo pala, no? Namimigay ka rin.
Baka sabihin lumalaki ulo ko eh. Kaya tamang coach lang muna.
Coach ka lang muna.
Huwag yung tawanan, seryosong usapan yun.
I think they can get Ash the gun. Yep.
Everyone with a rifle now. Smoke cycles forward here. Trying to beat texture, just pushing forward. Clear out the
Hindi, jet user nga ako, Billy Joe. Billy Joe pa nga lang, galing nga.
Crazy guy though, pre-firing, but distracted by the nano swarm. Takes his attention away as Texture now sprinting across, trying to dodge out this Hunter's Fury, but it's
Good afternoon sa'yo.
time. So Texture Ash both down to 45.
Cozy Amber.
Spike gets planted. They're gonna try to fight their way out as the vulnerable comes across here behind the box. Cushy popped in that shock dart, managing to find Texture, and Foxy9 gets taken down. Ash trying to find a timing, but gets revealed. Jemkin.
Uy! Nako.
Grabe si Jem King.
Cute kasi, kaya ganun talaga. Grabe talaga pag cute ka eh.
Ikaw, cute ka ba?
Bro, pinagsamang cute, gwapo ako. Dalawa ako.
Dalawa wala.
Kaya ayoko lumalaro sa pro scene.
Baka mag-artista ka pa bigla.
Mahirap na eh.
Shield to back him up as well. Yeah, does the timing there on the pop of the toxic screen. Yeah, that vulnerable really nicely positioned. And you can just keep resetting the double tap. That's where things get real scary.
Hindi bro eh. Hindi. Dito lang. Share nyo na lang muna. Ayan.
It's timeout. Timeout time for GenG.
Nakakakaba kasi ganyan. Kaya kailangan nyo mag-time first.
Really starting to kill you these last couple of rounds. You know, how are you going to win some of these angles? Are you going to be able to find the counter spams? Because a couple times you've just been red. You know, whether it be they give you that space for free and see garage, and Manyet's holding with the op, or they just wait for a timing through A long. So the home
Tulog yung isa ko. Gisingin nyo, hoy. Grand finals ka. Sayang yung ticket dyan, bro.
See what the adjustments look like. I mean, when it's skills like that, just taps through the smoke.
Shoutout natin yung matitino. Sige.
Difficult to really, come up with a clear solution. Jemkin's game sense clearly is not slipped up at all over these last.
Sana makasama ka sana, Leo Mio. Billy Joe, ayaw kita makita.
To try to push the positions where you're expecting the angle to be held, or just run by it quick as the neon and pray they don't.
Billy Joe, ano team mo? Prediction mo dito.
To make things a little more challenging, GenG content to keep trying to push towards B. It is weak.
Uwi ka na lang ng Pinas, dito malamig din.
So RRQ.
Bit of a correct call here as Crazy Guy shifting back over in position to try to go for the spray. Heard the TPs, knows that Karan is going to be in the site somewhere, but can't quite identify that position.
GenG yan, GenG ka, para sang gyupsal tayo.
Karan just lingering here for the moment. Sends it out, and he's going to TP to safety.
Lockdown.
Not wanting to really try his luck. Yep, lockdown is in play now. Xfero backpedaling Texture, scaling forward. Jemkin off screen, able to find one. Foxy9 going to be taken down, but Ash finds Jemkin. Texture gets Xfero. Lockdown ends up getting destroyed, but now the red carpet gets rolled out. Armageddon across the paranoia.
Defusing idol.
Nako.
Now held
Oy!
It's being stuck. They're just gonna stick it the
Nako, na-defuse gagi.
As GenG tries to reflood, but they are far too late. Monyet.
Napakagilas ni Monyet na yun. Sumasalis eh. 3-1 din, 3-1 prediction.
All undone by one guy sticking to the defuse.
That's brutal for GenG, but this Odin really annoying in this situation. Able to just hold it down. Karan assumes they had pulled off.
Na defuse eh.
They had not. Monyet happy to just get into there and
8-10, no?
Let fate decide.
Unbelievable.
Ooh, that was close.
No cigar on the spray.
Sino si Leng?
No, yep, still got this. We'll buy up another one.
Marjorie, shoutout sa'yo yan. Tumino ka.
Well. Does that round end up being
Kogi, 8-10.
the death sentence here for GenG?
Oh my god.
Nako.
As Texture
Bawas.
spam down to 17 health. That's Odin Gaming, baby!
Well, it's just
Fun and interactive!
That's right.
Great to watch!
Well, you know, the thing is, for GenG, it's a pretty similar start to the previous round, so you're kind of playing with fire there. Not really exploring the map like you would normally expect them to. Staying pretty grouped, and look at that tight angle being held by Cushy, but...
Backing away, the drone. About to tell all, Texture.
Boy!
Push forward, but
Nako.
Chimkin is there, swoops out behind the boxes.
Lugi talaga sa naninilip.
Finishes the job set up and started by Crazy Guy.
Timing, oh.
In the spot.
Yan.
C site now broken open. Bit of a hero lurk here from the side of Foxy 9. This Crazy Guy pushing forward down in towards mid turret. Believes in range. Yep, does get cleared out. As ISO ult set Jimkin trying to get a catch over towards Garage, but no one there to receive it. So it's going to be another
Ay, umutot na bro. Nako, pag naamoy nila yan.
Here on the site. Monyet traded out for Foxy 9.
Ayun o, narinig niya oh.
The top of Jemkin
Ayun!
down and Munchkin's right there, ready and waiting. The scale
Ayun!
Cushy blocked out by the one-way smoke.
Iba talaga yung utot.
Crazy Guy now forced to backpedal, and GenG able to recover after the tragedy of the previous round. They'll move up to 11. Still just 3 rounds separate.
Kaya guys, sino ano nyo? Best agent nyo guys.
On several of the players, still with an opportunity to turn this around.
That's just a massive lurk from Foxy 9. That kill right there might have caught X-Barrel right as he was toggling between the cameras.
Adrian, nanay mo, batiin mo bro. Dalawa na lang bro, dalawa na lang.
Sigh of relief for GenG and the GenG faithful, because that looked like it might be bad. I mean, Jemkin here, the timing's so good. But then on the other side of the map, you know, RRQ had leaned heavily back towards A off of Texture's attempted entry. They left quite a bit of space open on the other side, just kind of hoping that
Best agent, hindi player, Miko.
And instead it's going to be a timeout for RRQ. Last one here for Haven. So they try to see if they can start stringing some more rounds together. It looks so good on this defender side. It looked like they really had great reads. They had good ideas. You know, the Odin spam early to do some
Tatakip
damage.
sila ng mukha.
Jemkin's covering.
Dahil pag ganyan, pagkakataon mo na eh, dumila ka na sa camera eh.
Their initial stage is really good. Just getting beyond that.
Yun.
You know, can they keep following through?
Some problems converting.
Yeah.
Well, final timeout
Iisip si
call.
bro.
See what magic it can work. Able to win the follow-up 2 rounds were RRQ in the first half. Off the back of this, we'll see if that can paint a similar story, would put them within touching distance of tying this up. The pressure you have to imagine mounting for these players.
On both sides.
Yeah, I mean, for the core of GenG, somewhat familiar territory. Foxy, Ash, they're going to be dealing with similar situations.
Agent Miko!
Here we go again. 1, 2, 3. Cushy sends out the shots, and Texture is just not catching a break.
No comment ka titong Miko na to eh.
You have the salvos for Ash still in hand, so
Nadali tuloy, nalagasan tuloy kami.
this angle, they pay the price. You've got to find a way to clear that, whether it be smoke
Okay.
or util.
Ay, sayang.
Think quite connected onto Cushy. No, it absolutely did not. He's going to be able to find another one. Kara now taken down. Player advantage here for the side of RRQ. X-Barrel swooping around from behind.
Lagi huwag niyo nabuhayin alindog.
Gives the alert. But now GenG has to split their attention in so many different directions. Ash swooping forward, but now it's going to be Munchkin.
Okay.
Grabe yung GenG.
The pie as Ash comes away with the kill on Amon. Yet. And Munchkin will just spray down Crazy Guy.
May similarity talaga sa galaw namin.
Looking good for RRQ, GenG.
Sino dyan yung katulad mo sa GenG?
Halos lahat kasi yan.
Halos lahat?
I think that got a little bit awkward there.
Grabe nga, ikaw na lang ata talaga kulang sa team namin eh.
Hindi bro, bawal. Tamang
Bawal talaga.
mental coach lang ako bro kasi alam mo na.
Get the kill. Munchkin is watching that lurk. Beautifully done. And then the crossfires are fantastic between Ash and Foxy9 right on the site.
Grabe sigaw yun, galit na galit ah.
Sighing at the end of that first half. He's geared up now. Salvos are going to be sent, and Texture this time, the one that survives. Monyet left on the floor, frantically, desperately wanting that orb to try to get that dimensional drift online, but GenG know exactly what he's going to be trying to do.
That's exactly when they needed to dial up that use of the util right at that position. It's been a pain point for them, and they hit a great timing. So first kill, falling the way of GenG. Texture down to half health, has the overdrive. That's about the only ult that's going to come into play for them. Cushy one away from a Hunter's Fury though. So if he finds a kill, maybe able to get back off a site if there is an
Nakakakuliti yun bro, nanilip eh.
Found you.
Spots out Charon. Foxy for now still watching behind. Double pressure coming his way as Crazy Guy. It's a nice check. Goes in, finds 3. Foxy though pushing forward, turret spotting, and he continues to hold this line, but cannot find the shot. Still though, the call to pivot seemingly being made. There's 2 players have been noted on this side of the map, but it seems like, okay, Munchkin says, well, let's just split the difference, go right into the center of the map. Overdrive now going to be popped. Texture looking to try some space at Judge. Waiting over on this B-Link. So much damage. Jump around the plant. Being stuck, the double face push.
Yay! Nice one.
Chempkin, and he nearly finds it, but Munchkin survives, 75 health remaining. Realize that Cushy got in ahead of this. Crazy Guy gonna go swooping forward. Ash able to readjust. Cushy needing to try to rely on the act of surprise here, but just swooping around finds the headshot. Gets lost in the sauce for a brief little moment. The paranoia now expiring. A tap of the defuse. Munchkin around the back looking for the timing. Now has been noted. 4 bullets left here in the mag. And the pitch in from behind.
Okay. 2 to go, Sangyup.
Opening map here, the grand final of stage 1.
2 to go.
GenG. Their map pick will fall into their hands, but it at times didn't look great.
Asan si Jocelyn? Ba't ba inaanap mo si Jocelyn?
Clutches for them to come through. So certainly RRQ has come out swinging today. They look pretty well primed in my opinion. A rough early start, those first 5 rounds, wipe those off the board, and this is basically an even map.
Yeah. Right there with you. I think that overall promise from the side of RRQ. Hope that this is going to be a contentious series and one that they absolutely can win. As we go deeper into it, we're going to have their map pick of Ascent coming up. They've looked quite strong there. GenG have certainly had their ups and downs with their Yoru composition that they've been bringing out.
Share the live guys, share the live. Tapos ano?
RRQ should be favored moving forward into that one. See if they can give us tied up set right off the rip and guarantee us more than just 3 maps.
I think so. I really do. I mean, I think GenG looks a little bit off balance today. I don't feel like Munchkin has gotten into that groove with the IGLing. I feel like he was a little simplistic here on Haven. Maybe that's just part of their game plan. Maybe they feel like that's all they need to do, and they might have been right. But they're going to have to be much more creative on Ascent, because that's a map where we know that RRQ can do some real damage.
We're starting to see the ramp up.
Di mo bright cuteness eh.
RRQ, Cushy, Chempkin, as well as Monyet having some fantastic moments throughout. Need to see a bit more of that, and I think we shall on Ascent, but that's going to be...
Bro, manood na lang kayo, no? Para manood na lang din ako, no? Hindi namumunyeta pa kayo.
Back over to the analyst just to break down the action.
Tinaaway ka na ba sa chat mo?
Casters.
Lang yan yung chat, bro.
GenG wins Haven.
Tinuturuan mo ng knowledge sa laro eh.
As you guys called it.
Balahura pa.
This is what happens when you have that advantage in the best of 5. You go in, you ban both maps, you pick this first map. And when we saw these 2 teams play in the upper bracket, RRQ banned out Haven first so they didn't have to play it. GenG know what they're doing by picking this map first. They're trying to get RRQ off on a bad spot, and they get themselves this 1-0 up, which is massive.
Yeah, it's worked well for them. I thought they would go for Lotus first, but they have gone for the Haven despite the fact that RRQ has
Jaina,
shown
ikaw muna.
on this map.
Pag nauna ka, sige.
Of their comp, the fact that Jemkin can play the ISO, that's starting to grow on me a little bit. Cushy on the Sova has been such a staple. It's great to see him back on that agent because in the current meta, you don't get much of an opportunity to play it, and you can see exactly why you want him on it. 4 first bloods as well on the Sova, and that is just down to how strong his individual mechanics are. He is so good at with that first bullet accuracy, at being able to take some of those opening tools. But GenG, I tend to agree with Paperthin. I think that overall, macro-wise, I wasn't seeing anything I was wowed by, but the individuals are really what won this for GenG for me.
I mean, this is the way GenG have played Haven for a long time, right? We've been saying this about GenG all season, is you know what you're going to see, but can you stop it?
Yes.
Right? They have very, very rigid game plans, but they're very, very good.
Niya ka, Lance. Siyempre yung mga tutukan sa mga estratehiya.
They're gonna feel too worried. I get it. It wasn't the most creative of setups, but if it works, if it gets you across that line, that's what really matters.
Yeah, and we talk about timeouts, and last year we talked a lot about which coaches have called timeouts where they win the round after.
Yeah.
But there's so much more to timeouts than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have a little highlight about the timeouts here, and it's interesting there is a little bit of a difference between these two coaches' approaches in timeouts and how many they actually take.
Yeah, we see a big difference in the number of timeouts taken. GenG on 13, RRQ on 35. Which is a colossal difference. So different coaches will have different approaches, you know. GenG, that much more slower style, and if your players can already adapt, you might not need to take as many.
Yeah, and RRQ, they love to take, I mean, this timeout, you see it.
Jaina, alam mo kung ikaw nagdadalaga ka pa lang, sa nanay mo ikaw magtanong. Mother's Day ngayon eh. Kakausapin mo kasi nanay mo. Ano yung sasuggest ko sa'yo?
Attacking side strats off the back of that even though the other team has time to prepare for it, you aren't necessarily able to stop it. It starts with a really nice
secret
ult there. You're able to find the opening pick, and even only with a half buy, you can see RRQ crushing into that C site. That actually, in most of the rounds, GenG
si Wildorio na lang tanungin niyo yan.
I mean, those ults, you're able to brute force
ano ba tanong sa'yo?
wherever you want. So it's a smart
Wag na bro, na tayo bro. Wala ka kwenta-kwenta yung tanong bro.
But I can get us this round. This is how we play it, and you get your guys on the board, and you get that ball rolling.
Yeah, those rounds kind of play themselves with the ISO Yoriko.
Mariel, ikaw na lang yung maganda.
You can see why, you know, you throwing
Guapo ako.
onto the ISO. Similar skill set to that Meteor, on the ISO, and I said it in the pre-show as well. This guy loves to just take straight aim duels. He loves to play positionally. You add a shield to that, and the fact that he's able to just take a 1v1 aim duel versus you, you're not going to be winning that.
Yeah, and you guys have mentioned how the entire squad of GenG just completely stepped up, and they were just playing absolutely phenomenally here. Munchkin and Foxy9 and how they played and how they used their utility was a big part of this.
These two are the secret to their Haven, and
Diesel ba yan?
this defense is they don't give you space for free. They will fight you everywhere.
Di-charge lang. Gastos ka pa sa gasolina.
Foxy9, he's a killjoy. He could go play retake, but he's not gonna do it. They're in your face constantly, and they're battling you the whole way through.
Bam.
I think it's just such a unique comp that they're so good at executing, and you know, we don't see anyone else play the Viper quite like that.
You see them disrupting RRQ before they could really get rolling in a lot of these attacking sided rounds, and this is, you know, I'm sick of this narrative that
Shoutout kay Jocelyn de, shoutout mo magsama.
I love the fact that he gets aggressive, that he's confident to take the off angles. You see the util combos as well. That was absolutely disgusting with the nano inside of the toxic orb. They use the toxic orb and the decay so well, like you have to retake into a toxic orb, and this is
Magaling ka pa sa kanila, idol. Huwag mo namang sabihin yan, baka sabihin malaki ulo natin. Nagbibigay lang ako ng knowledge. Huh. Nice strategy. Disiplina, inner peace, ganun.
Now, RRQ, though, I have to say, they did have some really good ideas on Haven, and we're kind of wondering where they got some of these good ideas. I think you guys spotted something out.
Yeah, I think we have a tweet we can pull up.
Yeah.
Here. This is something I remember from the off-season. So when RRQ were looking for an assistant coach, they ran these open applications, and one part of these open applications was an anti-strat of GenG's Haven. So Ewokas had to look through hundreds and hundreds of anti-strats of this Viper composition. It's such a shame they couldn't get it over the line today, but I think it obviously highlights the strength of GenG of being able to play this same comp and mix some stuff up.
Yeah, they haven't really changed too
Turn
much.
yung leg natin, guys. Samahan nyo lang muna kami manood dito.
obviously whoever applied needs to be replaced, so I'm just making sure
Nilamig
that
si Madam.
I look good in the RRQ jacket.
It's the orange. Warbirds.
Yeah,
Wow.
sorry,
I
Evan.
thought he's done quite well.
Sorry, Warbirds.
That's crazy hate.
I mean,
He did pretty good, but he didn't secure it. It wasn't enough.
You
How do
were
I
the
look?
best.
Do I look RRQ?
you look great.
Very
you
RRQ.
won the build diff as
I
well. You are
did.
the best coach
I
on the
am the
desk
best
by
coach
far.
here.
So
That's how you get hired.
actually,
Assistant coach, right here, Chubby Ninja.
exactly.
Lawrence,
Well for them. You need
she
to
ka
get
lang, she.
downstairs quick though. They got another map starting.
But they
soon.
got Ascent. Ascent is the next map, and they already
Walang maganda sa hapon, AJ, lalo pag nagko-comment ka.
done brilliantly with this map. When it was the 5th map yesterday against Paper X, I kind of knew it was over. You know, their Ascent is just so good.
This is all about this first half for me. You see, recently, both of these teams having games on Ascent. You did see the last game of GenG, a 12-0 defense against Boom, and then the opening half, what you saw from RRQ was a 9-3 attack against Paper X, and that's going to be the opening half of this Ascent game. GenG have opted to start out on the defense, so both of these teams, despite the poor win rate for GenG and the great win rate for RRQ, they said it going into the 5th map of that series. We had Jemkin in the
Shoutout sa'yo, Lawrence Labiaga.
as the 5th map of the series. The rest of the series was actually a lot shakier than the 5th and final finishing map, so I can see why they've picked it as their first pick into this series against GenG here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I honestly feel like it's probably their best map, even before that lower final yesterday. As you say, when
Ang tagaan niyo talaga, ano?
they were feeling good.
Aga-aga na nag-live eh.
Come back to that Yoru. I feel like his Yoru is so good. I think his ISO is fine on the Haven, but it's not quite as prominent, I want to say.
I mean, it's just
I'm not scared of it.
He's spamming Yoru all the time. So, look, I think at the end of the day, you're seeing the old meta and the new meta of Ascent. I think RRQ have really defined this meta of running the Yoru as well as the Sova Teo. I really like their comp on this map. They played excellently on the attacking side against
Frances, thank you. Hindi mo na kailangan sabihin, halata naman.
They don't like change. They like to just play the meta comp. And hey, it worked very well for them against Boom the second time.
Bro, may secret weapon kasi dyan na hindi ginagamit ng kahit sinong team eh, napansin ko.
Now, we were talking about our predictions. I think,
Di sila
we
nagpipick
all
ng
predicted
Siege, bro.
GenG here. We had different score lines. I think if they're gonna win one map, I would assume this is probably...
Diba, ayan ang secret weapon eh, yung
How
wall.
are you guys feeling now? Morgan, we both went for a 3-0 prediction. I'm saying this is an RRQ thing on...
GenG o RRQ? GenG nga 3-1, pero baka ma-3-0 pa nila. Sana 3-0 na para ano, sangyup.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think as well they might have to kind of change up their approach a little bit because
Ikaw ba? Ikaw, ano? GenG RRQ?
They were set up to defend a lot of the kind of mid splits on
GenG o RRQ, bro?
Did a great job on the attack, slamming sites a lot more. They were a lot more focused in the mains, but that is now something that GenG has seen. They've seen that cage into B main and the A main contest and the way that RRQ like to pace their attacking side. So Solo will have seen that. He's going to be able to play around that, and playing this meta comp on Ascent, you're going to see texture get in their face, disrupt things. You're going to see the flash plays from
GenG ako, bro. GenG talaga. Lakas, no? Partida, bro. Di pa pinapasok si Shobi niya na. Ano bang nandiyan ba si Shobi?
Watch for Xfero on this cipher. This is what I'm waiting for, and not many changes here.
Yeah, over on the side of GenG, once again, you're going to see Foxy9 on the Killjoy. He was absolutely phenomenal on that agent just in the last map of Haven. Loved how aggressive he was, but GenG,
Ito na, map
this is
2
all
na,
these
map
players
2.
on signature agents.
Yeah. RRQ, exactly what we would expect. Look for the fight in B main. Xfero did such a good job
Let's G.
shutting that down. He has to do that again today.
All right, well, we are going to go into the second map of this grand finals here in VCT Pacific. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Here we go, map number 2. We got RRQ's first selection here in this best-of-5 grand final to see if they can tie up the scoreline. Guarantee us a bit more here in this series. Well, GenG, let's mind a little pivot here.
Mio, tingin mo babalik si Eddie Monson sa season pa? Hindi na, bro, ha? Si Human Torch na yun eh. Paano pa babalik?
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense for GenG. Just go back to what's comfortable.
Parang tanga nga yung pagka ano nun eh, no?
Wouldn't be surprised if they're just also kind of
Parang kulang pa sa diin yung ano niya eh, flat niya. Kung ba't siya na na-deads? Nako. Ayan na.
Ito na ang RRQ.
Shrugs off the suppress, the flashes, everything. Ash just sending out some shots here from Mark and Tripwire getting ready to get set up on yet on this top mid lurk.
May alindog ka agad.
And suddenly, GenG scratching their heads, wondering, well, how do we even try to get back into this pistol? Swing onto the corner, and Monyet wins the fight.
Ba, gigil na gigil ah.
Takes down Charon. Now it is all on Ash.
I think Monyet might have had something to say there after he won that too.
Looked like he was looking across the stage at him.
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe we'll hear some of it in a replay. See if Ash can get any kind of damage, any kind of charge.
Kung ako nandyan, ubos yan bro.
Swing on the corner though. Eventually finds the chest shot to go ahead and finish him off, but Crazy Guy out wide and switch.
Malinis,
Go ahead and
malinis.
strike him down, and that's going to be RRQ finding their second pistol win, taking the lead nice and early here on Ascent.
Yeah, and I mean, you almost feel like a broken record sometimes with RRQ. Oh, Jemkin gets
Galing eh, oh. Nabulag niya eh. Sakto eh.
And then the round just kind of snowballs in your favor. A few great shots from Monyet as well with the classic. Crazy dive.
Ganun yung mga ano ko eh, trademark ko eh, mga one tap.
And still
Mga
some good
one tap.
spirits on RRQ.
Trademark ko yun.
Another thing that they're going to have to keep up today. Already a map down, but great start. Couple
Mata-react na naman bro.
a couple pistols. So RRQ trying to get through this, keep 2 or 3 of those rifles over, and then have a really strong bonus on the follow-up. Meanwhile, GenG, once again,
Oh, react totoo yun.
RRQ doesn't care too much about that. They've got the trap wire, they got the camera, they got Xferal. They're completely ready for that. Instead, it's a switch over.
Ano yung drawing na yun, ang galing.
So it's just going to come down here for RRQ to just get through Munchkin cleanly. And then everything probably not going to be too difficult.
Backpedaling, here's the stealth drone, going to try to shut the door. But it's going to be quickly broken open, so no real chance of escape and no real chance to do too much damage. Jemkin just going to be tagged to 72 as after the plant comes out. Salvos will expire and GenG start rotating.
You've got a Sheriff on texture. It's the only buy-up to speak of, so are they going to try to commit that to go for some kills? Or is this just going to be a die to the spike for the side of GenG is the real question. Assumption is you
Tamahimik ka muna, Miko.
mostly die to the spike, but
Might send texture, try to get a couple one-taps here with the Sheriff.
why not? I'm about it.
As well. Could be noted there by Monyet. With the damage eaten, it seems like widely they will stay back. RQ looking like they're going to send a couple players forward. Granted, they do have 2 with just pistols, so may as well try to go for a bit of a fight here. But Charon, now over onto that flank angle, finds Jemkin, shuts him down. He's now going to be one away from having that ult online.
Lock in sila. Lock in.
Gigil ng RRQ.
May nag-aaway si Marco saka si Lawrence. Kanino ka bro?
One orb, they'll have a dimensional drift to try to get a bonus conversion.
Yep, and they're going to have pretty fearsome weaponry coming into this round as well. Able to get all those.
Guys, may nag-aaway si Lawrence saka si...
And the real question is,
Sino
how
isa?
much more do they want to invest behind that? Oh, great
Si Marco?
there for Cushy.
Si Marco. Kanino kayo guys? Ayan natin na comment section. Kung sino manalo, sige, may premyo.
Cushy just having a grand old time. And it is going to be
Ala, hindi nakasagot si Lawrence. Mukhang active si Marco. Game Marco, kaya mo yan. Lawrence, papayag ka ginaganon ka?
How much info off of that? There's a couple players over
Ala,
here.
mahina ka.
Dim door.
Okay. As the
Do you not play Dungeons and Dragons?
No, I do not.
Yeah.
Gising talaga ang RRQ ngayon
A little bit lost on me, but Crazy Guy finding texture who was lost in mid.
Nabuhay yung alindog, boss. Ayan, nabate.
Over here at Cat Fragment to try to buy a little bit of time. Actually, he will
Yan na.
Karn covering fire back here onto the A site. Kills off the kill as Foxy.
Okay, nabati mo bro.
Comes out of the smoke. Monyet
Nako!
scenes. Takes down 2, and already, even if Monyet does not win this round, the damage is dealt.
Hanapin mo si Pikachu, bro. Hanapin mo si Pikachu.
Spike still not picked up, and Monyet looking to do something relatively unexpected as he pushes up into heaven.
It's a nice 1v3 clutch for Monyet.
Does he peek down? He's going around the world here. But Ash still at risk, still stuck into the corner.
No.
Swinging out even wider.
Grabe si Monyet. Oh, tinayuan na.
Ay.
Yet with 3, gets the Red Bull clutch.
Bah.
Of course he's on his feet. Bonus conversion.
Tinayuan na nila.
Trash talk on na, bro.
Off to a roaring start.
Oh man, this is just insane. Great opener for Crazy Guy in mid. Outdueling Texture, that's huge. I mean, Munchkin knows they got to start coming for that spike, and a lot of pressure being applied by Jemkin, throwing out the clone.
3-0 na, boys.
Able to clear him, but man, oh man, Monyet, that is filthy. Just some clean.
Ba't di niya ginawa, bro, yung ginawa ni Inbi?
And that is a huge bonus for RRQ on this attacker.
Ay, iba ba yung lengguwahe nun?
Swing out, and Jemkin has got players behind him as well. It still is going to be good for the kill, so Foxy9 dead. Stinger not going to be able to find too much. Is thrown. Well, they've already been noted.
Naku, lock-in ata talaga, bro.
Texture now dead. Timing attack.
3-1 nga ito. Ito nata yung ano mo eh.
Ito ata yung prediction,
Ito
bro.
eh. Oo eh.
Flawlessly brush aside this thrifty attempt from GenG.
Yeah, they are in cruise control right now. Every little trick that GenG tries to throw their way is just shut down. Jemkin in particular on point. Just leading the charge. See if any damage can be done with these.
Ala, bakit ka iiyakan? Sikat ka ba? Oh, bars! Marco, ano sasabihin mo ron? Yari.
Nag-away pa rin sila?
Nag-away sila eh. Wala pang panalo eh. Pero ako hindi ako alis dyan. Hindi ako nananalo.
So flawless avoided.
Wala pala Marco eh. Sabihan ka ba namang kalbo? Masakit yun.
Cash cap. That's 6,000 credits. Munchkin will just go down to the spike here. Breaks the door to make sure that he can, but Xfero lingers long enough to go ahead and find the execution. And that is going to be a 4-0 start for the side of RRQ. Question is, do we get a timeout call from GenG?
Timeout, timeout.
Continues the tick.
Yeah, I think maybe they look a little bit off. They've been kind of falling for
Hindi, balik lang nila Alindog eh.
RR tricks. That clone that time kind of gave it away for Texture. He fired onto that first. Monyet 6-0 to start Ascent. They keep just hammering away at this B site. Extra reinforcements
Okay,
now.
kalma lang. Inner peace, inner peace.
Back off because that drone gets cleared. Turret helping out a little bit, but now another dimensional drift.
Sprinting forward, Texture trying to go for the flick, but they are far too close. Jemkin's still here on his heels, trying to guide them forward as Texture does manage to go ahead, get the shot out, push into the smoke, and Monyet
Dali na.
timing to pin. The same thing
Naka.
happens to Munchkin here in mid as Xfero comes lurking forward.
Inner peace, boys!
Just absolute chaos around this B site. As Karan pushing all the way towards top mid. Here's some of this movement here. I think he realizes he's not going to be able to swing that corner fast enough to try to find a punish, so instead has to pivot back into main.
This is tough for RRQ. They have not much info. By not much, I mean zero. For what was going on this side of the map. So took a bit of a gamble, able to find their way through. But Karan has that extra angle created. Just needs to find the right time. Seemingly RRQ kind of suspecting with those salvos sent towards Wine. Something might be amiss in that part of the map.
Scanning ahead. Uncleared, Paranoia.
Uy!
Catching on a crazy guy, Texture now though. Under pressure, dashing back and has the pincer maneuver from the side, does Xfero. Toggle on the cam. Karan desperately trying to chip away to get that headshot, cannot make it happen.
And
a little bit wide.
Grabe naman RRQ ngayon ah.
Hindi, grabe talaga. Lock-in talaga, bro.
Xfero stands tall, 5-0 now. RRQ will not have any survivors, but
5-0, bro!
and they have the exact
Favorite
same
series
start that we
ko.
saw from GenG on the previous map.
Breaking Bad sa Game of Thrones.
Gosh, again. The information utility so good for RRQ, getting the spots and making it easy for their players to shoot through walls. Karan, just not much he could do at that point. Just a great hold on the site. GenG here going to finally pull the trigger, and RRQ has just done to GenG. GenG did to them on Haven, a 5-0 start to force that timeout. Kind of figure out what exactly is going wrong. It's,
Ikaw ba?
I mean, these entries for RRQ are so
Isip
explosive.
ng marerebat, apektado pag nagsasabi ng bagay, mukhang bayag. Nako,
Because of Jemkin, that makes things very easy.
wala kang bawi dun, Lawrence ah.
So you
Sipin mo, sabihin mo lang siya ng kalbo, tas ikaw mukha ka doon. Talo ka kay Marco.
Wala talaga Marco.
Magaling si Marco. Nag-iisip si Lawrence eh.
But that Yoru is making it very, very difficult to do. They need to find a new
Sino po
answer
ba
to this.
nangyari? Ha?
I don't know. Good luck.
Well, here's the answer. A judge, 2 sheriffs, a vandal, and a
Ay,
stand.
hindi ba ikaw eh? Sino ba?
Actually, probably can help.
Only if they elect to push towards that angle, which at the moment they are not. RRQ continuing to favor this side of the map. At least to try to clear out some of that.
Nag-aaway mo yung di magkaaway na tao pala eh.
Munchkin.
Hindi, nagsasagutan sila eh.
Jemkin quickly trades it back
Hindi
out.
daw siya yung kaaway eh.
Ash with
Eh,
just
tingnan
that
natin
sheriff.
susunod na kabanata, bro.
Forced back into alley as the drone goes up and over the top. Texture. Tailwind here at the ready. As Karan now repositions, TP's into boats, has that judge in hand, but gets timing as Mod yet comes around from behind. Texture.
Gayet talaga
knocked out
RRQ
there and
ngayon.
Market dead. As the Nero
Naka-lock
deals
in,
off
bro, eh.
69.
Umano yung ano nila?
Ash
Yung
now trying to see
alindog.
if he can do
Oo, ang
anything
bilis,
else.
oh.
He cannot. And RRQ have done what GenG could not in that opening
Six
half.
sorry, no?
Now move up 6-0. The dominance continues.
Pero may mga himala kasing nangyayari sa game, bro eh.
I
Kaya,
think
Tayo natin yung
GenG is
himala.
rotating away from this when Munchkin starts to get
bro, mahilig ka ba sa Oreo?
another kind of point of contention here for
Sa tingin mo?
GenG right now is they're relying on
Mukha nga.
contact duels.
Paano bro
not on
pag ano?
utility, where
Pagkagising mo, almusal mo Oreo?
RRQ is able to either get info or, you know, if a player
Sige,
dies,
kung ganun ang
an
nasa isip
immediate
mo.
follow-up with util of their own.
Hindi, favorite, ano mo siya? Favorite na cookies mo siya?
Snack lang.
Salvos out to make sure they've
May
got
gatas, no?
crazy guy.
meron.
Ako din eh.
Hunter's Fury. Yeah, you've got the
Na-try mo na yung Oreo, tas sinawsaw sa gatas ng kalabaw?
I don't know.
Ang kalabaw?
Avoid it at
Oo.
every twist and turn.
Alin, fresh milk?
Oo.
oo,
Nga bro,
oo,
rich
sa-
kid ata bro eh. Hindi ka
eh.
sigurado bro eh.
Just been given.
Hindi bro, baka yung literal na fresh eh.
Force him back.
Oo nga, gatas ng kalabaw.
Not yet
Ah,
possible. Drone to try to lead it. Now he's getting
Tatry mo na yun?
and he's gonna be stuck in here.
Ah,
Flash turned away from shot goes right
Ako
over
hindi
Jemkin's
pa eh.
shoulder.
bakit?
A ping reveal from Ash. Lets him know. Oh yeah,
Ewan
there's plenty
ko.
of targets in here, but you're not getting the opportunity for any of them.
Di bro, tingin ko masarap pa rin yun kasi masarap ilagay sa kanin yun.
Usage causes GenG some big problems.
Ano lalagay sa kanin?
On yet,
Gatas ng kalabaw bro, tas bubudburan na asin. Kita mo, rich kid ka talaga eh.
Because of that, play it patiently. And then they
Lagi
fill
sa
it in.
paghahalataan, rich kid to.
Every single layer peeled back. Ash does manage to find one here on the flank. Sparrow maybe thinking that everyone had already corralled forward into that A site, but it seems like Munchkin was already calling to go for the save. They can rotate back into B main, grab this operator, but that is about it. GenG still going to be winless here in the half.
it's just so well thought out right now for RRQ. They're just beating them at every twist and turn.
Jemkin's about to have his, what, third dimensional drift in,
Yeah.
In the half?
Third, you're correct.
At round 7.
Could have 4, no problem. And I mean, and you didn't even have to use the Armageddon or the. Oh, okay.
Yan.
Kill Jemkin, but.
Nako, lock in talaga bro.
They know that Ash is going to be holding the operator. Cuts one down. Looks for a little bit more, but cannot get the shot on
Puta, di tata mangyayari ano ah.
Taken from GenG. 7-0. Now with the dimensional
Kung papipiliin ka maglaro sa Valorant Pro Scene, anong team at bakit? TS na ako eh.
Might not be.
Natural TS. Ikaw talaga, Nestoro.
This is just crazy.
Mental coach nga ako rito eh. Ayoko maglaro ng Pro Scene bro.
Still in the bank.
Delikado baka
Not
kasi
counting the dimensional drift that
sabihin cheater ako kasi lagi one tap.
He just deposited that.
Sinong nang-one tap? Ikaw yung kalaban?
Ako bro.
Extremely
Ikaw.
challenging.
Kaya nga ayoko maglaro sa Pro Scene.
Halo, kaya ayaw mo maglaro baka ma-one tap ka na ma-one tap eh.
Bro naman, parang
Forward.
iba na ata bro tono niyan bro.
Sorry bro, wala na ba?
Ako yung nang one tap bro.
First, dead to the second.
Gusto ko lang malinawan ba?
Okay.
Tapos na agad.
Grabe.
Next up na agad.
It is just absolutely gorgeously
Parang
read,
scripter lang eh.
prepped. And they are now looking at a flawless first half.
On the
I'm not trying to
attacker
jinx
side.
it. I'm gonna knock on wood. Because goddamn, what a reply that would be to the first map.
Yeah, this is something special right here. Chemkin gonna ping out for his Sova. The Hunter's Fury connects, clears it out. The salvos are perfectly placed.
Shoutout sa'yo, John Neal. Yan. John Neal, shoutout sa'yo.
Anybody can do on GenG. Texture shut down, Chemkin frying. They have no ability to control this orb because of the salvos. They have no response. And that just allows RRQ to keep cycling ults. This is actually
Jaina ano yun?
starting to be a glaring weakness with this comp for GenG is they can't control these orbs unless they throw bodies at the problem. And RRQ's happy with that because they can either just use the util to bully you away or just they're winning the fight. And everything's starting to snowball out of control. GenG, money starting to dwindle again, obviously.
Yeah.
Jaina ano ba yun?
Back and forth.
Round over round is the
Luther, shoutout sa'yo, Luther.
He's trying to get a lockdown online.
Would be nice.
Hasn't been able to get that.
No. I don't even know when Munchkin used his ult. No idea.
Marco, ingat, ingat. Share mo na lang yung live natin.
These rounds are so
I
fast.
think he tried to use it and just died immediately. Munchkin, speaking of which, trying to hold things down and Market re-swings, double face. Foxy does manage to find a kill, and that does give him now the lockdown. Has that available. RQ though, pivoting.
30 seconds left.
Start working across here towards A, and Foxy 9 dead. Xfero on that lurk, able to find one. Texture creeping back, gonna try to flush this out so they can keep their attention paid forward onto the site, and he will be able to do so.
Nula
Good shade,
talaga,
able to
bro.
find Charon, Ash dead, and now it's just Texture.
Bigay na to sa RRQ na to.
10 seconds left.
Bigay na bro, no?
There's an
Oo.
Armageddon on the other
Parang
side.
yan na yung ano eh, 3-1 eh.
Planted.
Cruz, ano pinagsasabi mo, Cruz?
Noise has been made. The drone
Haiko
reveals
Cruz.
the drop down, the swing.
Shoutout sa'yo, bro. Haiko.
9-0. Ult not even necessary. Jemkin, 2 away.
13-0? Pag na 13-0 yan, ako po.
I think he's getting it this
Ano
way.
mangyari pag na-13-0?
I mean, again though, Munchkin just trying to
Medyo
hold his
ano
ground.
yun, bro. Kailangan mo ng tissue
Sure, he
pag
might be
ano.
able to get some damage, but it's not really winning. He's not able to buy extra time using utility or anything. He's just taking these dry fights and losing.
Will Model C. Elmar.
At best, getting one and done. And then the coordination on that A execute was
Luther,
so
shoutout sa'yo,
good.
Luther.
Clearing the space at the front of A with the salvos, crunching together at the right time between short and A main. Extremely well drilled. And you do have a little bit of weaponry to speak of for GenG. A couple Guardians, Texture as a Phantom. Foxy with that Sheriff though.
Push in.
Again.
Dead.
Same thing.
Charon does manage to find one. Paranoia going to be sent out, repositions. This time Texture out in the mid, able to intercept the flanker, so Xfero ends up falling down. Ash trying to see what he could possibly get.
Yun na, meron
Finds
ng
nothing, but Texture finds Crazy
GenG.
Guy. Suddenly it seems like at least in this round, things have started to click for GenG. For the first time on Ascent, gun barrel spotted out. The white swinging, Charon trying to challenge him for the fight, but Jemkin on the other side stands tall.
Joke
Dribble
lang.
online, gets
Uy.
the headshot on the Texture, dinks through the corner.
Kami si Gem King.
Spike not yet planted.
Cute eh. Pag cute talaga, grabe.
You're trying to fight for some
Wala.
space, but Texture.
Nako.
Nabali
Meron na
mo,
nga,
idol.
meron na nga, meron na.
And now they can suspect where Monyet is repositioned.
Okay, meron na. Hindi na kailangan ng tissue.
Who wins it out
Kaya
in the end.
31.
GenG get themselves on the board in round number 10. But it feels like it's far too late.
It almost feels over already.
Share nyo live natin, boy. Share
I'm
nyo
not
live.
gonna count the GenG players out just yet, but they
Simula na himala, guys. Simula na
feel like
himala.
there's any hope. I mean, just
Even a 9-3.
I know it's not normally great, but I mean that round just, frankly, just gets broken open by Texture, able to find the timing into Courtyard. That's really what that boiled down to. Early knife. Just sees the tail.
Yan.
So it's still just going to be the B strong side hold. Texture again.
Tingin mo ba't hindi ko na ma-open LOL account ko huling laro ko 2020? Hindi mo na migrate yan, bro.
Cleared out.
Yep.
And we'll just go ahead and slide.
Hindi mo na ma-open yan. That minagrate mo.
Munchkin trying to hold the cat again. Once again, falls to the wayside. Dimensional drift now. Coming through from Jemkin. Window broken for him, just sprinting around. Here's the footsteps from Texture. Knows that he's going to be bounding up. And then the exit, the site completely held. No one to speak up.
Boom.
Reveal onto one.
Uy!
Down into hell. Texture does come away with that.
Ilaw ka, idol eh.
Equalizes the player count now into a 4v4.
Gotta hit a god tier paranoia here from Karan. Just hits back
Connect
Gen.
on the two, but yep, back Gen's gonna be good enough to get him into this one, and now Karan swings out from main.
Diba?
GenG.
Mga himala bro, andyan na.
Still late on that lurk. Trying to fight
Himala ng
his way
himala.
towards the site.
Mm-mm. Ayan na, oh, nabubuhay na yung alindog nila eh.
Another massive round from him. Another round win for GenG. Chance at a 9-3. But still,
round in the half.
plenty of money here for the side of RRQ.
Well, they're starting to do it. Munchkin's getting destroyed.
Yes.
No other way to put it, but again, great paranoia from Karan. Well timed. They're able to swing through, follow up off of that very nicely. Starting to get it together. Texture focused in.
And one more.
Yep, one more. Get the op. You got the blades. Anything's possible. Xpharaoh does have his ult. Probably be the only one that really comes into play unless Cushy goes nuclear.
Which is always a concern.
Very. But they're not playing for any orbs, so. Seems like they're trying to keep GenG a bit guessing. They just want to keep going after Munchkin, I think.
Slide back. Crazy guy getting a sense of it. In the meantime, for RRQ, they're wondering where Munchkin is.
Ba't mayari
I wonder.
Every round?
Where could he be? Here he is, and this time he's able to come away
Yan
with 2
na.
kills once again.
Nako.
That extra layer of Foxy9 there to trade out.
Naka-ulti na si
Add
Jep.
into the mix. 9-3, looking all but certain here for the moment. Spike now, stuck.
Nice little micro adjustment from GenG. Calling in Foxy9 to give Munchkin a little bit of help. He needed it. Even though in this round, much better results from Munchkin. 2 kills there, just holding the same spot. Sometimes that does work. You fool people.
Ayan na.
This means though, Xpharaoh, I mean, he's got the spike. He's going to be stuck into pizza. He doesn't want to give this angle over.
Nako bro, hindi niya na-adapt yung tinuro ko sa kanya.
A little bit of damage here.
Bigay yung patayo.
But now we
Oo.
2v2. There's Karan and Foxy. Have to try to clutch, otherwise RQ looking to pull off this 10-2. What a recovery of this round it would be. Paranoia still available. Split away from one another. Shadows traveling. No way to double up this blind. Throw behind the box.
Can spam it.
Will they lend credence to this at all? Do they go for that kind of spam? Smoking the boats. Foxy trying to push forward. Xpharaoh staying quiet.
Okay.
Looking for it.
Aba.
1v1. 30 HP on Karan. A clutch
Yun
got
lang.
previous map, but this time not to be. Crazy guy with
Napuputol
3K.
pa rin talaga.
RRQ
RRQ na talaga ito.
Mukhang ano eh, mukhang 3-1 nga.
Stuff from RRQ. I mean, the confidence, the way that they have so many of these plays dialed up. I mean, even little things like
Mark Cyrus, ayoko eh.
for Jemkin as he's going through in his dimensional drift. Like, the timing on that was flawless. Like, it was right as he was
Sayang
getting
yun.
there. Like, everything in lockstep for them here on Ascent. And GenG looks like they haven't played this comp in a while, and, well, they probably haven't.
Yeah.
Other than a few scrims, maybe.
Certainly is not looking good for them, but for RRQ looking damn near immaculate.
Damot pa pamurahin kita, ako pa nagkasala.
Right now, guess who's been having a real hard time? I think it'd be difficult to agree with the fans here in this map.
Bakit cute din naman si Jemkin ah?
Eh.
Oh, okay, let's see. Which is worse? What? Listening to HSK's compilation of life quotes for an hour?
Is that a thing, or is it just something that we fabricated?
I don't know. This must be some meme I don't know about.
Are we allowed to lie on the internet? I'm not sure about.
Yang ano ako, didila pa ako sa camera nun bro.
We've just become your average social
Paano
media.
hindi lang bro?
Huwag na dito, di pa naman dyan. Pag dun na.
Doon na.
Making things up.
Ikaw, try mo bro, gusto mo?
Something and then
Okay ako, bro.
somebody sitting on a
Ah,
bench
okay.
that, you know, watching
Tinatanong ko
this.
lang bro, baka.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's like, wow, really enjoying my vacation
Yeah.
when you're actually just in your basement.
Mili ka dumila, bro.
Well, GenG need to pull off a monstrous comeback if they want to get
Bro,
themselves up to match point.
Wala namang mahilig dumila, bro.
Take us over to Lotus for map number
Hindi.
3 and give us that
Ice cream,
bro.
ganun. Ice cream,
ice cream,
ganun. Pwede naman, pero mas gusto ko kinukutsara na lang. Ganun.
Until early.
Ay, naku, cha.
Ayoko yung nasa apa. Kasi, alam mo na.
Demkin instantaneous
Uy, puturugis!
with the first, finds the second with Monyet sandwiched in between.
Wala.
Lock in talaga guys, kanila talaga ata.
Texture alone at A. Needing to find the opening. Lixfero held back. Gate crash already being sent out as well for Jemkin to try to join in. Ash arriving, 22 health remaining here on the Sova. The lion's share of the weight being placed here on this Jet's back.
Ngayon, nakapag-plant pa.
Seen some crazy pistol stuff from Texture.
It's fighting up into heaven. Gets some damage on the Monyet. Does have that paranoia, but Texture out a little bit wider. Doesn't manage to find the kill, and now he has planted himself firmly in the dead center of the site.
Kanila talaga, naaamoy.
Crazy guy takes him down. RRQ.
Wala kasing Sage eh.
Pistols. And now 11-2 on the map.
Well, the early patience paying off here for RRQ. GenG started this round playing way back towards their spawn, expecting some kind of aggression. I mean, they have to be super careful. But then this happens.
Galing nun.
They just, they clear the, there's a clear of the turret, and they're like, okay, 3, 2, 1, we go. And Monyet and Jemkin are there to just shut them down.
But that play can't be a 3-2-1. It needs to be, okay, they're clearing the turret, now we go.
Yeah, no, I know.
Far too delayed.
You're right.
Things off kilter clearly here for GenG, and RRQ continuing to just be gorgeous on this map. 18-9-2 for Jemkin. Already over halfway towards another dimensional drift. See if he's going to be able to find a texture going.
Nagwawala na, kukunin na talaga nila.
Here, ready, waiting for him. Just every villain in a classic horror movie. No matter how many doors you run through, how many counties over you might drive through, the monster is right there, always at your heels.
It's like Freddy Krueger, man, just in your dreams.
I think Jemkin will be in their nightmares tonight, regardless of the outcome of this series. Munchkin fighting back for a headshot there on Monyet. Karan pushing forward, Jiggle peek out, swings, goes for the pre-fire, is able to find it. Cushy taken down, but it's only that Spectre upgrade. See though, GenG worked some magic at the start of that second half on Haven. Right.
Ay, ami, kaya nga ano. Walang niya yung mga yan eh.
So he's got that drone. Oh, Karan at the door though.
Finds another drops down, however, the salvo's right there waiting for him. Numbers the stealth drone cleared out. Foxy and Ash tucked here at the site. The head of one going to be spotted, but Ash plays on.
Ulo, 1v1.
But now Foxy
Yun.
love to close
Ayun.
the gap, but instead plants
Pupuso
his
pa.
feet.
May puso pa, may puso. May puso guys. Ganun lang kasi dapat, puso.
Here for the side of GenG. It's another forced attempt this time rather than a thrifty. As they deny away that momentum off the back of the pistol.
Hey, you just felt like it might be kind of done. Texture can't get in there. RRQ fully anticipating it, having 3 players on the B site. Not much you can do, but Karan, little run and gun, couple different kills that way. One with the Spectre, one with the picked up, or excuse me, one with the picked up Spectre, one with the Stinger. And, all right, well, you're gonna have weapon advantage for sure this round. Full save for RRQ. They're gonna go for an aggressive push out. Turret's there, but, okay.
Puso or
Yep.
William ah.
This time he'll find the catch. Boogeyman has been taken down.
And he'll only have his ult for next round. What could go wrong?
Being wary about some pressure potentially here from mid. Crazy guy, maybe with an opportunity to get the backstab maneuver going, but for now, entry over here on the A sites, which will get hit. This one yet. Lixfero on the opposite side, and they say, okay, well, we think that we have this Killjoy locked in position.
Wow.
Riley work
Grabe.
around. What in the hell? Just
Parang ako na yun ah. Sumasanib na ako dun bro. Nabati bro, ikaw kasi.
Ikaw kasi, sinaniban mo na eh. Matay
Hindi
tuloy.
bro, nawala lang ako.
Ano?
Triple kill eh. Hindi nagtuloy yung sanib. Parang baliktad sinasabi mo bre, parang kalaban kita eh.
Hindi, kapi tayo.
Ah, okay.
Kapi tayo.
Will not be able to turn this round on its head, you would suspect.
Okay.
There you go.
Umihinga pa.
GenG now up to 4-round wins, but RRQ still so far out in front.
Yeah, I mean, just some nice play here from Foxy9. You know, RRQ might have thought they had Foxy9 locked in, but little did they know, they're the ones who are actually locked in with him.
Kadiri, Kajep.
He just mows them down. But, again, huge weapon advantage, so it do be like that sometimes. And, you do have a Hunter's Fury for Ashe. Still, though, Dimensional Drift for Jemkin. It's going to be getting a little bit of info. Tejo, that Omen. Going to be super surprising, but you didn't see Jemkin over there. So that might lead you to believe this is the weak side for RRQ. Jemkin being really cautious with revealing his presence until he has
Kuya, sorry sa nasabi ko. Ba't ka nagsasabib? Salanan.
Might have been a minor spot out there on the crazy guy. Maybe elbow exposed either way. Texture now having the confirmation of his position. Meantime, though, double push up quietly in towards market. Cam, however, now cleared out. Hopes to try to escort them forward. Crazy guy. He's gonna slowly make his way down towards alley. Salvos at the ready, sending them to try to delay even further. Sparrow and Cushy both tucked here at boats. 0 point, scouting them out, telling the story. Now they need to try to win the fight. Fragment is able to find one. Shots across through the wall.
Nagigising na ang GenG.
Okay, nagigising na bro.
Medyo lit GenG ah.
He'll be forced to save.
Hindi, pinapasarap yung laban bro.
Pinapasarap ba
Hacker
bro?
side starting to look pretty nice for GenG. It's just it has to be so good. You know, you only have a couple rounds for air. And this time they're able to really figure this out pretty nicely. It looked like to me they might fall into RRQ's trap of trying to go A. And then they get crunched on instead. They just slide towards mid.
Bam.
No resistance. Texture finds
Nabubuhay boys.
Monyel, done and dusted.
He does Monyel from time to time.
He does Monyel.
Ay, Amige, pagtanggol mo nga ako. Kagalitan mo yung mga yan.
Less of that. As yeah, Fragment there, just final hit.
Day, ayaw yugi mo. Hapit na ni mo gawas. Ano yun?
Something that was not available for GenG on the defender's side.
Lian, shout out sa'yo bro.
But who knows? Who knows? I mean, they're still in good spirits. They're still having fun down there.
They're starting to believe.
They're beginning to believe. I just watched that movie the other night.
Well, they might. I'm not necessarily sold on it quite just yet. I think it's going to take a bit more. For now, forced onto a Thrifty here. Thrifty attempt, one should say, is RRQ. Bucky in the hand of Monyet, looking to do some damage.
Karan, way up there.
Not a position that everybody plays.
Oh, very rarely.
Crucially, shout out sa'yo, crucially.
For sure.
Fragment to check over towards Wine. No one flushed out into the open.
I mean, they're
Bro, yung inner piece bro, kailangan yung ma-adapt.
Clears. But this time, RRQ has once again kind of said, well, the tendency has been B for GenG. Let's double down on that. But no resistance at all on the A side has made GenG feel like they can start pushing through. Literally no contact at A main, a little bit here at short. And they're just going to try to march on. Here comes that Bucky.
Sabog.
Boom!
Dalawang sabog.
Gagi.
The door is shut, the spike behind it, now a weapon scooped up for Monyet.
Jump shot yun, jump shot.
Quick TP, cannot deny the grab of that spike, but Monyet, he is looking to secure them this Thrifty win. Good lord. The heroics from him Just bounce out from the shadows.
Good afternoon sa'yo, Jay. Shoutout, bro.
Tuck back away. As Foxy finds another collab with the Outlaw. This time, Crazy Guy, Monyet, both going to be taken down. Vandal, however, here in the hands of Jemkin. Because she will fall. Finding one.
Oh, hoy.
Naku po.
Steadies the aim.
Bam.
Finds the hit. And now it is all on Texture. Doesn't believe in the fake.
Oh.
Boy! Ba, parang ako talaga, bro.
Oo nga, bro eh. Parang naniniwala na ako sa iyo ah.
Sabi ko sa'yo eh.
Absolutely unbelievable. Deus Ex Machina for GenG.
Ito, nag-jump shot to, lupit. Boom. Boom.
I just love this from Monyet. Just finds the perfect timing.
Dulo eh.
Foxy feeling something special with those Outlaws. Texture though, knew there was X-Pharaoh coming out a window.
Guling.
Just lost a player there.
Parang ako talaga yun. Huwag niyo naman nasamahan ng react, bro. Seryoso naman tayo eh.
Nasarkata nila eh.
Yung mga humor kasi niyan, bro, iba eh. Hindi nila nagigets yung seryosong usapan sa pabiro.
Right now, RRQ.
Totoo yun.
You know, this
Tama, napa-time first.
It's the early map exploration that GenG's doing in particular. Like, they're being really diligent about, okay, are they A main? No. Let's check short. Okay, nobody's been at either of those. Let's try A. And even though there's a Bucky waiting for them and causes them problems, it's still, at the macro level, the right read. It's just, you done got Bucky. That happens.
Similar scoreline to the final timeout used in the series yesterday from RRQ, but a very different context. 12-6 is when they opted to go for that one versus Paper Rex. This time, certainly because they are feeling a lot more pressure. Still have a very healthy lead though. 5 rounds ahead. They just want to get this map over with so they can focus on Lotus.
Yeah, I was just about to say, using that 0 point to clear space for the lockdown. And, you know, RRQ knew it. They were already in a position where...
Bam.
No. Pushing forward, looking for a bit of a timing. Gate crashes back across over towards A. No one detained. Entry into the site. Coming through is still thrown. Tries to chase forward. Ground holding towards backstairs. Ping reveal comes through. Hunter's Fury from Ash here out from Bodes. Seeking target. No command popped. Texture trying to get forward. Sparrow. Just a bit snap here. Finds a headshot to shut him down. Foxy tucking back around the corner. As Neural Theft gets finds the timing. Picks off the enemy side with the flood. Gets
yun lang, nahilo.
Dad is Cushy, finds that kill. Off from Monyet, goes a little bit wide. Ash able to find
Cushy.
Going to be taken out, but Munchkin now finds Monyet. Defuse starting.
Nako!
As they're just looking to hold this one.
Tol! Tatarin mo, Tol! Anak ng... Okay.
Nabubuhay ang mga idol.
Nabubuhay, bro.
Round win. But somehow GenG continues to keep the ball rolling. They carry nothing forward. But they don't let RQ get this up to map point off the back of the timeout.
I mean, it's a great round for both sides.
Remuel, lalaking lalaki, Remuel.
GenG finds their opening for the lockdown. RRQ, aware of it ahead of time, playing retake the whole
way. Buhay na, bro. Sa kanila na yung adrenaline.
Kind of fighting tooth and nail for these different spots. Like the way Foxy is delaying, you know, shorty in hand, waiting for that smoke to go down.
Di pa rin naniniwala si Wild Oreo. Naniniwala yan. Bro, di ba naniniwala ka sa lahat ng sinasabi ko?
Naniniwala ako. Basta ikaw.
Oh. Billy Joe talagang...
Ano yan? Coach namin yan eh.
Diba?
Mental coach na?
Oo. Parang di ka sigurado dun ah.
Hindi. Sinasabi ko lang.
Okay. Nililinaw mo lang ba?
Nililinaw lang ba?
Man, if I'm GenG, I am so nervous about like a Hunter's Fury Armageddon combo into B main.
Yagi, kayang habulin yan.
I think they only saw the one.
Yeah, don't believe Texture was noted, but he'd already made noise, so they know that
there's 2 there.
Still gonna be, yeah, within the vicinity.
I think they got the spot on the car, and I just saw some pings, or at least they know, or highly suspect.
Do they read this, though? They're starting to move forward into his line of sight. Jemkin is able to find the readjust. Munchkin taken down. Clone set. Tries to snap there on to Foxy.
Okay, 1-1.
Drone cleared. That Vandal on the floor, but potentially recoverable for one of these RRQ players.
Look at this.
They
Texture.
try to route into that, but yeah,
Might have heard this.
Yeah, he's just calling for the pivot, but now the Tripwire is going to be telling them everything they need to know. As there's the Hunter's Fury, there's the reveal. Second shot going to be going wide. Third one splits the difference in between several players. The spike now being brought forward. You can see there the Armageddon at the ready. 8 seconds.
Oh, they dodged it, I think.
Ash is not in it. It's been a while. It's a shallow plant.
Aba!
And now Foxy forward and Lumber able to find Cushy. 2 Vandals.
Ako, yan na yung tinuruan kong Jet. Kailangan ma-adapt niya.
Experiment. Foxy holds down the flank. One more player on the angle. Moniette does manage to take him down to make it hurt a little bit more, make it a little bit more costly. But 3 players from GenG will survive. And it's going to be 3 rounds left separating these 2 teams.
This is madness. This is absolute madness. Texture?
They have the pitch.
Oh!
Hello?
That's the shots.
Okay.
TP's back over to Gelato. How badly do you want to try to go for it? Seems
Sigurado yon, Billy Joe. Makinig ka kasi, bro.
does narrowly survive. This judge, one would say.
Paano mong ano yan, bro?
Yeah.
Kitang-kita niyo naman eh, oh.
I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to enjoy this. What, just the narrowest of margins here.
Collection yun, Francis.
Able to plant it in a spot. I mean, I think understanding.
Time out
one
na
at a
ulit.
time. I'm sure Munchkin screaming, hey, they've got the Armageddon. Don't plant it backside. Plant it in the middle.
And now it's a very different
Miguel Obusan. Yan, shout out sa'yo, bro.
that final timeout.
Well, think back to round 14. Think back to an obvious buy-up.
Yes.
An obvious buy-up for GenG. That's where this all started.
Ba,
You know
bastos
it's
to,
gonna
ah.
come through as RRQ. You know that they're going to force buy there. You're not able to get the round. And since then, it's been all GenG. And, you know, a bunch of crazy clutches. Oh, a Heretics fan. Let's go. Congrats to Heretics.
Little drawing of Texture and Woot there, saying hey, they're going to be reunited.
Don Dave, wala akong pakialam sa'yo.
Boys back in Toronto. Back in the Masters, I should say.
Yeah.
Hindi nakakatuwang nakita pa kita eh.
But yeah, you're right. It all points back to that one critical moment. But now,
Ayan na.
a full buy.
Tingnan natin kung may improvement.
Forwarded here for RRQ, an operator in hand for
Yan
GenG.
na. Lose game na ulit. Kaya boring panoorin eh.
RRQ was able to avoid textures at pretty much every twist and turn.
Di, pag sumasanib na talaga ako sa ano nila,
Will they be able to do
yan,
the same
di na
thing?
boring.
Or will this be enough to finally get RRQ up to that map point?
Maboboring ka rin, bro, kung ako maglalaro eh. Kasi 13-0, mati.
Sa sanib ka rin ba sa amin?
Hindi na kailangan, bro. Kayang-kaya nyo naman eh.
Ah, sige, sige.
Lag lang kasi kayo eh. Kaya ano,
Munchkin needs
naglalag.
damage, yes, but still finds the kill. Moniette here at the site. Paranoia for Paranoia going to be exchanged across the 2 Omens. As ETP's in over towards Hell. Shots ringing out the shorty to try to have him.
Nako, yan na. Gigil na talaga. Lock in, bro.
Just a shallow little lob up. Buy some space and time. Tech Streets 4 more damage from his
I
teammate.
was gonna say, did he jump into that?
And he did, but already look at this. The call to save has been sounded. Jemkin is not going to get
is
that dimensional
close.
drift online in this round. They opt to back away. They don't want to wreck the economy any further and try to play
Ren, wag mo akong gawing ulam.
from GenG. Ash is going to go on the hunt, however, because he knows that every single kill that he can find here is worth its weight in gold.
You know, sometimes I love Pacific because not only do we get crazy.
Nako, humihikab ka. Matatalo kayo. Maling gawin yan sa Prosin, bro. Wag na wag kang hihikab.
Nantok to si Expero.
Camera spotted.
Go for the hunt. Go.
Recon destroyed. Clears the trip.
Nako.
Suspect this. Okay, well, Expero.
Partido eh, nantok eh, oh.
Push out.
Ulo.
Does even
Partido,
better
humikab po yun ah.
So weapons will be retained. Gets himself a couple more charges towards another Neuro theft.
Yeah, guys, close game na. Yari kayo.
Both timeouts have been used here from the side of RRQ. Neither resulting
Close game na.
in round victories. GenG now within touching distance.
And I mean, You know, even when they were down 10-2, the comms for GenG still sounded pretty positive. It sounded like they were just here to play and have fun. And that's certainly got to be part of the equation here. The mental game for them has been really strong. That's a couple huge spots in middle. You know where that operator is now.
0 point. Johnny on the spot there is Munchkin. Op revealed. Set up though on these trips to try to intercept the jet, but the jet's not on this side of the map. Texture slow walking, checking out around A main as Orb gets grabbed up. Munchkin one away from having that null command online.
Is the other orb available by Texture?
Quiet, guys, quiet, quiet.
I think it
I
is.
feel like he wouldn't have taken it just to try to get the knives.
This is it,
You
pansit.
get the null
Yeah.
command here. Yeah.
It'd just be the null command hit coming through.
Nako.
2 players to try to stave this off. Just now noticing as well, the crazy guy only has a stinger. So there's a follow-up 0
Ayan
point.
na.
Ayan na. Nako!
As
Mahuli po.
Di ba sabi ko sa'yo, bro eh. Jet eh. Parang ako lang eh.
just gonna look to take it for the plant here.
Parang ikaw ang alam, bro.
Ayan na.
Gusto
Nako.
mamatay siya, bro.
Naglag yun.
Hasn't popped it
Ay,
yet.
naglag.
Oh, look at Foxy.
In around the back, getting ready to come through the spawn. No command comes out in response to the drone. Karan forced away from the doorway. It's Foxy getting closer and closer.
Uy!
Cushy is dead. It's
Uh-huh.
out of the spawn.
Uy!
One, they shall fall.
Aha.
Just with the operator forced to quietly sneak out to try to escape and hold on to this weapon, but Ash is swooping around the side. He needs to hit this shot.
Uy. Bam! Boom! Jump shot!
Top the class.
Jump shot yun, bro! Partida labang Pikachu yan.
God, how are we here?
I am just completely
RRQ.
befuddled. RRQ looks so in control, but neither side knows how to play defense. I mean, to be fair, GenG is reading the map extremely well right now. And they are maximizing their advantages where they can. The way
Galing na one
that
tap,
info
bro,
that
no?
Texture's been gathering, that's something they've been doing in a
Galing
couple
ka dyan,
rounds
bro.
here that I've been noticing is that
Oo yun nga
to
trademark
see
ko.
what's going on,
Oh,
and
yun
then
na
it
eh.
rotates off the back of that.
No operator to be concerned about here, but Jemkin still present, still going to be a concern, going to be a threat. It's been neutralized for the most part during this run back. So that activation can come through at any critical moment. And he's got the dimensional drift to assist the rest of the team. What is the play call here from GenG?
Well, usually they've been flashing over this wall. Let's make the entry. There you go. Oh,
Sayang.
Down nearly finding the timing. Do get the stun out from Crazy Guy. Still has the stealth drone waiting on the timer for those salvos.
but this has gotten Jemkin to slide over here. And I don't see a TP on the map. Doesn't have one in hand, so he's committed to that site. It's just, is GenG gonna read this right? That's all they've seen really is the Tejo.
Monyet needs to be so impactful here for them. The paranoia will try to buy some time, but the fragment buys some space, forces him back, but G still delayed here as they try to scale forward the tripwire. Now going to be noted.
Uy!
So with the report, Foxy 9
Huli
trying
ang
to
lurk.
Nahuli ni Kishay.
but Jemkin activating, finds a headshot,
Hala.
mows down 3.
May comeback?
Nakakaba yan.
They finally
May comeback
had
ata eh.
Hindi, script yan, script.
to a
Script yan,
flawless
mag-overtime.
RRQ.
Mag-overtime pa yan, bro.
Last, get themselves up to map point. GenG now need 2 more to take this into
Billy Joe, wag mo kasi batiin.
This is just one of the few rounds we've seen us on this attacker side where GenG doesn't quite read the map right. They just don't have a lot of info, and they just try to make an execute scaling play off the back of it through short. But Jemkin just holding the line.
Match point na para sa
Easy
RRQ.
money for him. Has a dimensional drift.
The ult was not needed.
One away from a lockdown though.
Looks like they want to try to go for a pacey hit, but Jemkin is here. Flash connected, now going to be ping reveal. The texture
Galing.
takes him down, spamming through, but Monyet trying to hold the line.
Hello.
Falls to the
Oh
right side.
no!
Does it
Yan na, yan na!
The trade up is there. Cushy, Crazy Guy, quick to arrive. Now trying to play it out versus 3. Foxy still working his way forward through main. Munchkin tucked. He's going to be spotted there by the drone. Looks to try to delay. Even some minor spray through the floor might just be enough to take him down in health. Only 22 health remaining. They're looking for it.
Oh no, ayan.
Taking, dealing with the player
Yeah, Cushy.
here at Gen. Cushy now asked to do it all. Turret just a hair off.
Ay.
Recon cleared the tap. Foxy waiting.
No time.
Knowing
No
that
time
the
na
time
bro.
is just not going to be there. And now we'll swing forward. Gets
Hanep.
the ult for the follow-up round. I'm losing my mind and my words.
Sabi ko sa'yo bro, may script eh.
Are one
Script pala,
round
bro.
away.
Nasa'yo pala yung script eh.
This map to overtime.
Not in a million years.
Nababasa ko yan.
I think that was going to happen. What a timing play there for Texture Company.
Billy Joe, huwag kang mag-comment para di ma-jinx. Sayang ang samgyup eh.
Turret maybe not placed in the best spot, but that's okay. The nano was. So, small mistake, able to be covered. And one more round, and we might have an overtime. And you have a lockdown here for Foxy 9. Last time it was B that they used it at. GenG, quick scaling. Look like they just want to go right for it.
Yep.
Nothing that can be done.
It's going to have to back away. There's now TP forward from Karon in towards Tree. Paranoia going to be sent. Not sure if that gets a catch on X-Pharaoh. Seems like it does, but so Spray is able to find one.
Okay.
Karon here over onto the flank, however.
Okay, nako.
The tripwire, and Jemkin's able to collect. X-Pharaoh going to be taken down here on the site. Cushy finding Foxy 9. Ping reveal.
Pick comeback eh.
Munchkin is dead. It's all
Pick comeback nga bro. Pick comeback.
So damn close.
Binati kasi ni Billy Joe eh.
Damn cigar. 13-11 and
Gandang laban nun.
on this map. But there is no OT. And there is no match point for GenG.
That is one of
Next map guys, next map. Adrian Carl, shoutout sa'yo bro.
in the way that it's shaped up with both teams just having tremendous attacker side. And RRQ just has that one extra
Shoutout sa'yo.
in them.
Kasalanan mo lahat yun, Billy Joe.
But that is not reassuring for RRQ. You had to, your spirit
Imo
had to be
ato,
flying
Arkibor.
sky high after that first half of Ascent. You can see they felt okay after Haven. They said, you know what, if they're
Kasalanan mo yun, Billy Joe.
fine. Ascent's coming up, we got this. Halfway through it, oh, we're knocking this out of the park. We're going right over to Lotus. But then GenG comes roaring back. Let's see what the mental's going to look like. That's something Coach Ewok has been talking about, how good the mental is for his team. That was part of why they were able to beat Paper Rex yesterday, he said. Are they going to be able to recover?
We will have to just wait and see. Lotus is coming up. We're swinging back over onto one of the...
Ayan na kasi yung 3-1 guys. Yan na yung panalo ng RRQ.
Can just kind of take this near loss in stride and carry some momentum over, because I mean Jemkin, Cushy still.
Shoutout kay Jared Mark De Cruz. Puta, kulang yung ablido mo. Ibis na De La Cruz, De Cruz lang.
Going to be hit off the top. Well, GenG might still yet be at risk, but we're tied up 1-1. The series nowhere close to being done. We'll send it over to the analyst as to break down all of the wild action.
If you told me a year ago that Ascent was going to be the most exciting map in the map pool, I would not have believed you. I have to say, we saw an absolute masterclass of Ascent.
Wala ako dun. Wala.
Today, but definitely only from the attacker side.
Vincent lang yan. May tanungan mo, Vincent. Hanip ka bro. Kaya nababati yung ano ko eh, yung prediction ko eh.
RRQ could have closed that out much earlier than they did, but that is a calling masterclass on the attacking side of Ascent from both teams, but particularly from Munchkin from behind. That really shows his experience as an IGL.
Yeah, I mean, I think GenG did so well to even make this close. I think a 13-2 win for RRQ feels very, very different to this 13-11 incredibly scrappy, incredibly close win. But still, they did manage to get it over the line. And once again, look at Jemkin up there 27-17 with 9 first bloods. We can't stop this guy.
No one can. He's the Russian Terminator. He walks through the map at his own pace. He doesn't send it. He's not a send-it duelist, you know? He is coming after you no matter what, and you cannot stop him. If you peek him, he will crush you.
What's that horror film where the guy is like walking?
Ang init sa Pinas, pre!
Or something like that. Yeah, literally, that is what GenG is like. Like he doesn't rush any aim duel. He takes things at his own pace.
Hindi, naka-ready ako, bro.
He's definitely the send-it member of RRQ. But, you know,
That's what he
GenG
says. I think nothing. I think nothing before I go into a match. I just go kill.
only kill.
Yeah.
Only go kill. I mean, I wish I could turn my brain off.
Yeah.
Well, the Russian Terminator is probably the most appropriate name for him here. But we had...
Wala.
Man, this almost went into overtime in the most classic GenG RRQ fashion. I mean, let's rewind a bit to the first half there. We saw something
Sayang yan,
interesting
putik.
happening between both of these teams. And
Kala ko masusunod na yung script na makambak eh.
Yeah, 100%.
Binati kasi ni Billy Joe.
GenG's defense was very poor. I mean, both teams' defense was very poor on this.
Joe Gamjun! Shoutout sa'yo, Joe Gamjun.
I felt like GenG, it was a very disappointing.
Joe Gamjun, shoutout.
It's an approach that we've seen a million times, and the comp that RRQ uses with the double drone is so good at breaking these B main info lines that GenG was trying to set up.
Marjorie, Timo at nga yan kahit i-search mo pa.
Yeah, I mean, so, well, it's all about B main. I said this before the game, but you're so used to seeing the op on this B main line to lock info, but they can drone back with the Teo drone, which not only scans, stops him from dashing away.
Yeah, easy opening pick there for RRQ that they take advantage of. And it's
Joe Gamjun, shoutout sa'yo bro. Huwag ka na magalit. No, pinaulit-ulit ko na.
And victory from there. In the follow-up round though, I mean, we saw this
Tatad ka ng tatad, nabanggit ka na.
from RRQ with the dimensional drift that they use very nicely. But you could see off the back of that opening pick here.
Next map guys, dalawang sunod para sa GenG.
The whole site, and then Jemkin on the other side of the map is able to find another opening kill. He's everywhere.
Yeah, that's the key. You win that fight in B main and it forces them to have to rotate towards B, which unlocks A for you. That's clearly the plan. But now this dimensional drift, I mean, he was a monster on this attacking half. 6 and 2 on opening duels with 4
GenG.
Yorubles on the
Vincent,
attack.
Vincent.
I'll give him
Ikaw ba?
because he double entry in that last round, but you see the set play here from RRQ. This is so sick. The combination
3-1 yan, Billy Joe. Huwag ka na kasi nagko-comment. Minamalas eh.
Players from GenG are ready to flood the A site, and not a single player gets a kill. They get absolutely crushed.
Man, I was feeling so good for RRQ watching this first half. I feel like they had everything together. It was so organized. But then as we get across to the other half, I mean, this is where things really started to go wrong.
Kailangan na ata nila ipasok si Chobi.
But they should have closed this here.
Texture's just
No, bro.
dominated himself. He's feeling very charitable in this round. You had the whip on short. That should
Si
have been
Chobi,
a
bro.
5-3 for RRQ.
Sino yun?
But in classic
GenG yun.
fashion, they are able to
GenG Ben.
weasel their way through the map on attack. They creep through market. You see them do similar things on Lotus. I just saw them
Search mo.
win a bonus on Lotus doing this
Spell mo.
exact same thing. They're just able to find the gaps these individuals understand from man disadvantaged situations.
Yun ang ace player, di ba
Can
guys?
take risks and cut
Si
corners,
Chobi.
find the gaps on the map and make some plays, and that is the experience of these individual players on the side of GenG. They were able to win so many rounds after winning that force, and I really think the mental damage that's inflicted on RRQ, how much they've had to work for that game of Ascent going into Lotus is going to really change how this series plays out.
Yeah, that's actually incredible because at the first half, we were discussing exactly that. Like, okay, this is going to be great for RRQ's mental and for GenG to do what they just did. We are definitely going to break down Lotus after this, but definitely props to Jemkin one more time. What'd you call him? The Russian Terminator?
That's what he plays like.
He does. It's appropriate.
He just walks around the map. Like, he's not sending it. He's just waiting for you to peek him. I love it. He's just perfect crosshair placement. He never misses a shot.
Yeah. I think this is really interesting now. We were talking about...
Carl, imbis na bumati ka ng ganyan, share mo na ng live natin.
Even that drone comparison, using a Sova drone versus a Teho drone, and we thought that RRQ has this in back. This is the new way to play Ascent, and this is the right way to play Ascent. But like you said, for GenG to figure out how to make this quote-unquote old style work is like, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's all about that experience, right? I do feel like RRQ should have closed this game in a more dominant fashion. I did think, especially after that first half, they were the better team. But then it's just when you
Sayang yung comeback bots eh.
lose those ecos.
Ako nanonood
I
kayo.
feel the crumble, the way
Buti yan
they're using them on ecos.
Nakarami pa yan. Hindi, Vincent. Hindi kaya ng TikTok 100% na lakas ko, bro. Hindi nila kaya yun.
They're not as composed in these moments. So
Kaya ayokong mag-live dun.
certain mental fatigue in these long series where instead of
15% lang kaya nun, 5% nga lang.
really work for it, and now they have to go into Lotus, which GenG are going to be so happy about.
Absolutely, and you were breaking this down earlier, Pilsky. Both of you guys, how they will utilize this to their advantage on Lotus. Now, what is RRQ going to need to do to make sure that GenG doesn't do that?
For RRQ, I actually think this Lotus comp has been a bit of a success in the past. I like the way they played the Breach Teo earlier on in the split. Jemkin once again on the Yoru is phenomenal on this map. You saw them crush T1, but again, towards the later end of the season, T1 even lost very one-sidedly to pretty much everyone they were playing on Lotus. So I don't know if they just hadn't figured things out. For RRQ though, they have been inflicted a couple of L's on this map. And for GenG, they've been playing almost the same comp on Lotus, almost the same style on Lotus.
Hi sa'yo, Lord Murphy! Shoutout sa'yo, John Emmanuel!
The only thing that they've changed is the Vice in for the Killjoy, but they just make micro adjustments. They're so confident, they're so comfortable in their playbook that they are confident they can beat you with this style.
Yeah, it's very, very similar to Haven, right? Like, you should in theory know what they're going to do, but you can't stop it, and that's what their Lotus reminds.
Ito na guys, ito na.
That now, things get even trickier for RRQ.
Ito na yung script na 3-1. Sinasabi ko sa inyo, ito na yung script na 3-1.
Defense, they do not lose.
It's the same thing. You're going to see RRQ opted to start attack on Haven. Then you're running into Munch.
Hindi naman ako naka-live dun, Zaina. Bakit?
Agents, the same skill sets that GenG will use to stop you on Lotus, where RRQ will again start on the attacking side and run into Munchkin playing the Viper. Foxy9 was phenomenal when we saw him on the Vice on this map last time, and Karen on his signature Omen.
I just think it's absolutely insane that you can have GenG's entire playbook in front of you and you can't stop them.
Well,
There's too much of it. They played 30 plus officials of it. It's like, oh, what strat are we running this time? Hey, remember when we did that like 3 months ago? We ran this strat. Let's give that a go.
Yeah, it's so
okay. Ito na guys, ito na.
But it's not always the same things. It's these small changes, it's these little stylistic differences, and they run their own ante on you.
Ito na.
We're looking at GenG. It's exactly.
Ayan, may pick ulit sila na umuutot. Panalo na yan.
9 on the Vice, and of course Munchkin on his signature Viper. No changes there. No changes were expected. This is their home ground.
Yeah, RRQ, you're going to look to them to
Valorant to, Talia.
I think it's going to be a little bit more tough with the Breach Tower to be able to go for those front B re-clears and things like that. So we'll see what
Altea, wala akong pakialam sa'yo, no? Wala akong hinihinging opinion galing sa'yo.
Alright, well, I hope you guys have your snacks.
At nga, hindi ka manood eh.
My predictions going. I have zero chill as we go into map 3 of this crazy grand final series. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. What a hell of a second map here in this set. GenG fighting indeed, but falling shy of the mark there on Ascent to try to take us.
Luigi! Shoutout sa'yo, Luigi.
Now we go over to this.
Ito na guys, share the live. Ito na. Map 3 na, map 3.
Map 3 na, bilis ah.
Pero bro, kung ako lang talaga nakapasok dyan.
Sorry na no.
To get some long-awaited revenge.
Kaso, ayaw mo na mga ganun eh, boring, hindi ba? Ayaw mo na sa kanila. Ayan na.
Looking heads, finding one, spotting out the other as the paranoia connects. Xpero unable to find any punish, so it's going to be Cushy dead on the floor here with no real trade or damage found.
Bit of an interesting change-up compared to what we saw last time on this pistol. It was RRQ who just kind of held in spawn and waited to see GenG would get aggressive. This time both teams feeling out mid B. It's actually GenG who's going to profit early. Tap of the door, trying to pull some rotations so they can make their way over towards A where...
Anino ka, Joe Gamjon? Anong team ka?
Quad push out here at Mound. Nothing set behind to really try to alert this as Foxy9 tucks all the way back around the corner. Jimkin pushing it stairs, nothing going to be spotted. Here's the door, Thorn's going to be set. Jimkin now turning his sights back over towards the site here. Xpero tucked in behind the box. Big opportunity to get some damage done. Do they read this at all?
Spike planted.
Keeping it quiet, slow scale forward. Moniette on the jiggle peak. Let him know. Okay. Striking first, striking faster.
Ito na ulit ang GenG.
On the left side, Ghost now going to be snatched up. Players a little bit more spread out as Moniette going to be forced away back deeper in towards street by the paint shell. Foxy still Swinging, arriving, jumping,
Yikes.
and getting taken down. Jemkin able to find that kill immediately, right back here onto the site as the haunt gets cleared out in time. A lot of it already dwindling. Texture scraping forward.
Okay.
Final one. Now it's just down to crazy.
Okay.
Will get run down.
One sorry.
Player surviving GenG.
Sorry agad ah.
Second pistol here of the set.
Yeah, this is just really nice.
Lalaki, Charles!
Having some plans on the back of the map space they are giving.
Bro, sabihin mo nga bro, pagtanggol mo nga ako, i-confirm mo nga sa kanila, lalaking lalaki si Leo Miho.
Lalaking lalaki yan.
Oo.
Lalaki daw siya.
Say if they go A, okay.
Bro, parang may alinlangan dun sa dinagdag mong...
Alin dun?
That was massive for them.
Ano
Okay
sabi ko,
nun
bro?
eh.
Ay, okay na ba?
Sinabi mo, lalaki daw siya eh. Parang ako lang nagsasabi.
Hindi eh, kasi wala na yun.
This was 13-5 last time.
Biro lang, biro. Lalaki yan guys, lalaki yan guys.
Dre, malinaw bro, no? Baka kasi, alam mo na. Nangyayari na naman ako eh.
Hindi, lalaki yan guys, for sure.
Huwag mong papalasan yung utak mo sa mga yan.
He's got to tie to his own teammate Salvos.
Patay niya yung kampi nyo.
Pulling the trigger on the play as the damage was getting layered in. Cushy does manage to find one. Karan going to be put down here for the moment, but plenty of covering fire.
Nako, mabilis ah. Mukhang
The second weapon lost.
binabaliktad niyo yung kanina.
Got in off the lurk and does manage to catch them off guard.
He slipped the net. And he's just going to keep rotating through.
But can he find anything realistically? Main's being watched here by Foxy9.
Charles, hello.
Kill, then Xpero can go ahead and scoop up one of the weapons. Yeah, pings it out. Foxy's pulled off the angle. Just a Spectre, but still a chance. Door tapped.
Yikes.
Out.
Okay.
Tries to go for the
Too
fight.
sorry.
We'll just bank it off the door there as Munchkin collects it. So 2 casualties, 2-0 start.
Still, though, it's something to be kind of concerned about as GenG is normally their defense can be pretty good about keeping track of their opponents. Whoops, the daisies. Oh, well.
Altea, Nicole, ikaw, ano choice mo? Ha?
Holding the line here at this door. Nicely done by Foxy9. Munchkin there. Able to take it down, but still, you did lose a bit of your investment as GenG, but carrying over a couple Guardians and a Bulldog, not too bad. Again, my bigger concern is the fact that Xpero just finds a way into the back of the map and nobody's any idea.
Man.
Oh,
Yeah,
Ayun.
second final shot going right over top of the head. Cannot find it. 2 kills quickly scooped up here for the side of RRQ as they look to up the pace. Some damage dealt. Still 5 members strong. They work their way forward. Fault line not going to connect on anyone. Munchkin is trying to play this out quietly as Jemkin goes sliding in towards back sight. Munchkin will be able to collect that elimination. Sinkbite available to try to delay. Foxy at the same time able to find Crazy Guy. There's the spike still here on the floor. The scale forward. Cushy clears enough, but not before Monyet gets picked apart, and suddenly we're into a 2v2. Push into the smoke down, Karan. Ends up falling to the wayside. Now it's all down.
Sumalo dito.
Captain
Wait lang, bro, ah.
playing this out quietly, trying to see what maneuvers RRQ look to make, and it seems like it's going
Pero kasi tinuruan ko tong bata na to eh, si Karon.
Pick of the litter here.
Kaso wala na siya. So, isasangalang-alang muna natin kay Munchkin. Pagkakabahan bro, yung tinuro ko ah.
Cushy should be within one shot though.
Both players tucked. Wall is set up to obfuscate main from this angle.
Bro, ako papasukin ko lang yan.
So, Munchkin wanting to get a move on.
Nasaan liban mo ba yan, bro? Si Munchkin?
Bunch of different positions.
Titignan ko, baka hindi niya deserve eh.
Baka di niya deserve.
Taps it. Ball raised. Salvo's now flying through. Knows there's one at main. Does he suspect the second?
Ala.
There's the
Hindi kinaya yung Sanib bro. Hindi nag-full potential.
Sayang.
Yeah, that's really good for GenG. Quick reactions over towards the A site. RRQ doing a good job early, winning that positioning battle, but Munchkin quietly slipped down that rope ahead of the rest of his teammates. The other two are the first ones that are
Denver.
They start scaling into sight.
Pagtanggol mo ako dyan, Denver.
Therefore, gets underneath their noses, finds some big impactful kills. Foxy9 as well. coming in, doing some real damage with the Bulldog. And that's brutal for RRQ. Still able to mostly buy up other than one Bulldog of their own.
Well, Texture this time ready for that position on top of Boulder. Finds a shot.
Aba.
Ash similarly takes down Jepkin, making up for the sins of the previous round. They have been redeemed, and that is now a massive two-player advantage here for GenG. I'm just gonna say,
Aba.
talked back here. Now noted, they know where Xpharaoh is at.
Nako.
Crazy guy is dead. Munchkin
Linis,
one away
ah.
from a pit going into round 5. Showstopper online. Munchkin
Yun lang.
clearly wasn't satisfied with just having the ultimate, wants a little bit more, and Xpharaoh will thank him very much for the extra charge. Missing the timing of him sliding out of the smoke, but swings back in.
Boss na yan, oh.
Xpharaoh fighting.
Ba? Humihinga pa.
Up with the kill. There's the wall, locks him in position. The haunt not quite cleared. He finds this one though. Somehow he can make a go of it. 3 kills, the sprint over. Play would put him one away from having that pit online. This would be a
Nako.
hell of a turnaround. And a hell of a
Winnable
way
pa nga.
to get this map tied up.
Boom! Yun lang, bro. Binati mo kasi, bro.
And will
Ikaw kasi bro, binati mo.
Still, that's
Hindi, GenG
a
naman
ton
tayo.
of
Yaman
damage
lang.
done
Okay din,
di ba?
economically
GenG
to
tayo.
GenG. Yes, they're gonna have some big ults though. But you can look at the cash available. Not great for GenG. Still gonna be able to scrape something together, but that's painful to start losing those 1v1s like that. If I'm the coaches for GenG, I'm a little bit annoyed at the way the end of this round went. Would have preferred to see players kind of lock it down together a little bit better, especially once his spike is down. Get Texture some help over here while he's trying to hold off Xpharaoh, but
Muntik pa makahula, oh.
opportunities. Xpharaoh collects some big kills for RRQ, so anything is possible. It's going to be a weak buy. Jemkin does have a rifle. The judge for Munchkin.
Yeah, in the end,
Pakis sa may
just
Calvin, ah.
fastest
Behave.
what
Grand
RRQ
finals
try
to.
scrape together. So just the one hero here, Frenzy. They try to pull off a bit of a miracle, or we'll put Jemkin one away from having the dimensional drift. Question is, do they pull the trigger on Armageddon? Because she has it at the ready, but for now they have to work their way forward into the site. The wall going to be popped, the boombot going to be sent. Thorns finding a bit of damage as Monyet on the position is noted and heard, and Foxy swoops in to find that kill. Jemkin puts the rifle to good use, finding one, a showstopper now.
Boom!
Splash potential! As good as she gets taken down, but there's a fake out there on the clone. Jemkin still alive, still well, still with Vandal in hand. Trying to force it
What was
forward.
Jemkin talaga?
And it's the Cowrun's demise. He immediately snaps on, finding that headshot. Time to jump. Dimensional drift now at the ready, has the gate crash set up for the
Mutot na, bro.
Going to be invested here from the side of RRQ.
Isa
Looking
dun,
to
bro.
secure this, but it's going to be a counter pit.
Naku.
Sideshow's nightmare, it would seem. As they go sliding forward, trying to find some space, but Jemkin finds one. Ash dead. Texture waiting to try to see if he can find any kind of timing, but Jemkin is on top of it all. And with the judge in hand, Crazy Guy swings the corner. And that is a thrifty pickup.
Althea, tumahimik ka. Nawawala ako sa focus.
Well invested. As the gap now is just one round.
Yeah, this starts to get a little bit sloppy again. GenG has such a huge advantage. They just need to kind of hold the line. Karan gets caught slipping a little bit there. Jemkin, 3 kills, 3 big ones. And Crazy Guy so fast to understand that position. Who knows? Munchkin's got a judge there if he's able to pull the trigger a little bit faster, maybe.
He kills 2.
Yeah.
Probably just get the collat.
Probably.
Jemkin. Doesn't matter what you throw at this guy.
He's insane, dude.
You have to be fearful. Flash confirms some presence outside at Mound. Spike there for the moment. Of course, obviously, Jemkin didn't commit that dimensional drift here, so does still have it, and we'll clear out the wall now with the clone. There's going to be a lob of the thorns and a pop there as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jemkin's mechanics are just so smooth. He just is such a smart player. He reads situations incredibly well. Throws out the TP. Xfero is so ready for this.
Swing out, looking for the reset on the spray.
Uy, nakadalo to.
But doesn't suffer too much damage. Eventually finds it.
Walang baril sila eh.
And it seems like he is very much suspicious of there being a third player in this position. Foxy backpedaling frantically, shooting with the Sheriff, trying to see what he can get done. Karon
Lugi nga.
actually fault, and now it's
Walang baril eh.
Munchkin to see if he can get any kind of impact here in the round. Otherwise, RRQ well set to tie us up at 3-3.
And to make matters worse for GenG, you've got 3 huge ultimates that are going to be stored for RRQ. There's no way they're investing them here. And coming into your next buy
Ay,
round,
Leo Miho. Ano kita babatiin, pre? Tinan mo pangalan mo.
Foxy's ult, you're probably going to maybe get Ash's ult. But outside of that, RRQ is going to have a lot of ability to scale into sight for post plants.
Well read. Back around the corner.
Sasakin pa.
Knife him.
Oh, Xfero.
Ako sasaksakin ko yan, bro. Kung ako ah.
Ngayon, sasak na bro.
There you have it. Right between the shoulder blades, a 4K for Xfero. A thrifty denial and a top
Binastos, bro. Ako di na papahayag nun.
Boom up with the knife.
That's right. But GenG's looking a little bit sloppy here on Lotus compared to the last time we saw them. We're seeing some mistakes. Seeing a little bit overconfidence maybe at times. Going back to that round where Xfero got a bunch of kills he never should have.
Initig na, no? Naku, ako mabubulisit ako nun.
A hell of a grin on his face. He knows what he's done. He knows what he hath wrought. As a timeout will get called.
This is getting interesting. RRQ seems just a little bit cleaner here on Lotus. I think, you know, some of the early macro ideas are just a little bit stronger for GenG sometimes, but the follow-up for RRQ has been better. Post plants have been good. Some of the ideas, how to get through some of the defensive utility.
Mukha mo si Sandra.
Obviously, pretty stock standard, but still they're able to.
Wala ko tiwala sa komento nyo, boys.
For the Vice.
Gusto ko lang muna enjoy yung laban nila eh. Ba't naman kasi ganyan mga tanong nyo, bro?
Armageddon, Rolling Thunder, Dimensional Drift to deal with. You know, you got to be thinking retake, I assume. But that's even hard to do because one of those other 2 big ults that drags itself across the floor is going to probably still be there in their back pocket. So you got to spread the map here, I would think. I mean, you win rubble control. And then from there, you got to make quick flanks, quick rotations. I mean, Xfero was so ready for it last time. It's going to make things tough, no doubt about it. Foxy here has to be ready to just bail at a moment's notice, I would suspect. And look at RRQ. They're thinking the same thing. They're like, oh, if GenG wants to deal with our ults, they might want to try to take some space. Let's be ready for that.
Who's next? Dimensional Drift going to be sent as Spike starts working across in the opposite direction. So ultimately, Jemkin just trying to sell a little bit of a different story to start, but
no, GenG
are in the correct position. Nightfall goes out, tap of the door.
No, hindi alam.
Crazy guy has no idea what's coming his way. Gets shot down by Cushy.
Okay.
Texture Ash both going to be picked off, but the spike now dropped here at the entrance of main. Jemkin swinging back around, looking to bring this to bear here on the site. Still in a good position for RRQ, given that they have the site under their control for now. Just need to get that spike forward, and with the help of that smoke, they should be able to do so.
What a nullification of those ultimates, though, by GenG. The Nightfall with the door tap, and they can't hear it. So well thought out.
So she's still able to find those 2 kills.
Dedicates.
A bit of a rough spot.
Gigisahan.
Aaron getting tagged down to 70. Paranoia going to be used, but there's no real scaling off the back of that. So vision, audio regained. Xfero playing the close angle. Munchkin at 45. Karen at 70 to fight on a bit of a timing. Spying some more space.
RRQ to, boss.
Bro, wait lang, bro.
Karon now.
Sorry, bro.
Asked to try to clutch this out. Monyet just trading places, swooping.
Oo nga, bro. Tama ka nga, bro.
Attempt to try to get around that one way,
bro.
Xfero coming out on top, and RRQ now taking the lead.
The post plants continue to really be stellar here for RRQ. This door open looked like it was going to be a real disaster, but Cushy able to fight back with 2 big kills.
He's just using the door against them. He's able to go ahead and split apart the fights there.
Yeah.
Take the individual duels.
That was a really nice reaction from him, especially given that Nightfall.
Dikit ang laban, bro.
Still has his Armageddon.
Cute nga, bro.
You're back onto a weaker buy for GenG. So, very...
Wala. Joshua never.
Here. And both teams continue to have a bit of trouble on their defender sides across the last couple maps. Munchkin with a Guardian. A little bit of a trickery position set up.
Oh, well. Finds value from it. As a flash connecting.
Nahuli siya.
Nahuli.
Reposition, but the stealth drone comes out immediately, and Jemkin does
Uh-huh.
go ahead take him down. But
Parang ako talaga, bro.
yes, he can.
Grabe tayo si Karon.
A 4K sheriff.
Yun yung mga trademark na hinahanap nila eh. Ako lang kasi may kaya nun, pero kaya rin pala ni Karon.
4.
Oh, he's so back.
Oh, the call just rang out, and he has answered.
Galing.
Unbelievable shot.
Boom, nag-audition eh.
Oh my God.
hype na sila. Wala na, GG na. Go next.
Is a Charon classic. The sheriff just works differently for him.
Unbelievable. That's got to be a bit of a kick in the head there for RRQ. They were starting to really seize control here of the map. Momentum gets shifted. And economy starts getting a little bit more lopsided.
John Clark Ramos. Thank you, bro.
That one's enough to give you a bit of a concussion. That is tremendous stuff, and that could be one of the pivot points in this map, in this series. It's the hero play from Charon. This is not looking especially easy for RRQ.
Tuck back, texture swinging
No.
out. Good amount of damage.
Uh-huh.
Ash able to find Xpero, but Crazy Guy answering back in a major way, finds them both. Smoke now down, Charon calling here with the rotations as Munchkin sights in towards the connector. Jemkin able to find that kill, and suddenly RRQ seeming like they have not missed a beat, seeming like they're able to shrug that round off quite well. A tuck back from Foxy9. Charon now position absolutely no, but still able to find spray through the corner. Crazy Guy taken down. He brings us into a 2v2. Cover going out. Onyeti being forward. Foxy pushing. Charon trying to
Nice try.
but denied this time around. Monyet is the sole survivor. Will get RRQ back into a narrow lead.
Man, this looked like it had GenG written
Eugene Adriano, shout out.
A little bit further back, they hit a great paranoia, but Texture can't find the shots initially, and the counter spam from Crazy Guy is on point. Foxy9 doing what he can. Charon coming up with a couple big kills, but Monyet able to steady the aim right at the end. Charon had him in his sights, but couldn't pull the trigger fast enough.
Cutting through.
Damn close. RRQ though, back into a dimensional drift.
Judge.
Yeah.
Judge at the ready.
Bang.
Swing on the corner.
Sayang.
One dead. Monyet surviving. Knocked down to 34. 2 charges away from a rolling thunder. Here is Crazy Guy.
Now you got to eat that dimensional drift.
Tumahimik ka, Elton dyan.
Crowd check. A-made nothing spotted there as Thorns use proactively off the back of the wall getting tapped.
Yan yung mag-focus muna sa game.
So far forward, but it's being pinged out. RRQ. Great understanding of the negative space. They've given up, and he's all alone here.
That he is. Along on the fault line.
Oopsie.
Seems like they're just going to face in for, but
So-
a little bit of a misjudge there from Crazy Guy. As far as the exact position is concerned. TP back over. He's making a quick exit and arrival towards this side of the map. Meanwhile, Charon, it's a bit of a misread here, it would seem, from GenG. He plays back. They're fanned out for the most part. This means that Foxy9 He now needs to try to buy some time. The Thorns locked him in place for the moment. The peek up over the top.
Grabe naman
Absolutely
yun,
destroyed
boss.
their health bars. 24 seconds remaining. Cushy going to be on the flank, but Ash seemingly reading it. Had eyes on the angle, but Cushy does manage to find the headshot, but this round is just going to be a bridge too far. The time not going to be available here for him.
10 seconds left.
As if he could play for some eliminations, would still be
Dink po.
value. Finds a dink on
Di naman.
Foxy finds his way back out through the attacker spot.
Okay.
To stay alive.
Dikit guys, maganda, maganda.
Yeah, this is really
Hindi ko
nice
tatanong,
stuff
hindi ko
from Foxy.
sasagutin yan,
The setup
Elton.
there with the Razor Vines really nicely placed. Anti-TP. And then waits for the wall to go up before he makes his move to strike. Beautiful. Absolutely
Galing,
beautifully played by Foxy. The fadeaway at the end. That bails GenG out big time. And it's 5-5. Showstopper again for Texture. Jemkin lost the ult to the judge last time.
He's got it.
Well, I mean, he couldn't use it
Sayang.
in that sense.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
Namatay, boss.
Well, now he can. They avoid the showstopper. Damage not even taken. Texture.
Ang dami yan, bro.
Does he slide up
Dude.
ahead of this?
No, isa pa.
Yes, still though. A 1-for-1 as the dust settles. Mask will go on. Jemkin rushing forward. Prowler just finding the clone here. Jemkin notes Ash here at the site. Flash is now starting to fly. Makes his exit. Right here at the front as Paranoia is lobbed in from quite far away, and Karon, in the end, isn't able to catch anybody. Now they don't have that the exact retake.
Yun lang.
Flash into the corner. Jemkin goes
Okay.
back forward. Does trade his life as Karon claims it. Munchkin at the same time finding Crazy Guy. Player advantage, at least for the moment here, for GenG. No flanks, just both players here on the site looking to try to fight their way forward. But okay, Sparrow, he manages to get
Gusto pa
Munchkin.
yun, ah.
Karon, that micro little whiff
Spike planted.
could potentially cost him if Monyet can find the clutch.
Lulu.
The peak, a decent bit of damage found, goes back through.
Yikes.
Only tagged to 87, Foxy9 now has to finish the job. Swings around, and that allows for Monyet to get tucked back over here into tree. Spots him out. More damage exchanged, 3 health.
Oh?
Okay.
Foxy and somehow
Napakalupit mo talaga, bro.
gets the kill. He wins the round.
1 HP, oh.
Galing.
GenG
Alam balat sa pit yun, bro, kaya ganun.
to 6 here on the defending side.
That is ice cold from Foxy. He has no health. 1 bullet and he's dead, and he just says, well, gotta go for it. Might as well do it now. That right there, you're right. Just a little bit off. I love the way GenG plays that initially with just Ash on site being spotted by Jemkin. They wait. Ash just waits behind the wall, and they put
So,
one up
sige,
at
ma.
7, they put one at drop, and they wait.
Eh, narinig ka daw kasi nila, bro. Ayaw mo ng boring, kaya yan.
To throw that around the corner, and they're gonna
Bagay.
make
Maganda, ginagandahan.
Entertaining nga eh.
Oo.
Na-entertain ka ba?
Man advantage
Oh, syempre
early.
yan. Tutok na tutok eh.
Almost crumbles. Karan.
Just backing away. Foxy jiggling does go ahead and get the information for them. Seems like there's not going to be much ambiguity about this round here. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Paranoia going to be used in advance. Karon now tucking back, but does not get caught by this. He's playing the same position.
Boom.
As he finds the first. Looks for a
Uy,
little bit more.
shiwal.
Goes to readjust, but ends up getting
Okay.
taken down. Foxy9 backpedaling
Batot na.
frantically, trying to stay
Lo!
alive. Gets the weapon back out. After setting the steel garden. Pit now.
Ere.
Through. Munchkin frantically.
Wait,
running away.
wait.
Primary jam the spray. Just a hair off from connecting. A 2v2.
Putik piso.
I think they all missed everybody.
Seemed like a trail
Oh, there's one.
1-to-1, but unable to follow it here. Some spray exchanged. Crazy Guy sprinting. The spike never planted in all of this chaos.
Okay.
G winning this fight, but now about to realize that they're on the wrong side of the map. Crazy Guy has a Vandal, will have a fault line. There's a hell of a lot more than HP than Foxy9 did in the previous round to try to get this done.
Him and Munchkin about tied for HP.
Quiet guys, quiet, quiet.
This out.
Did you hear that footstep?
Ash about to
Ervin
be
Dave,
at risk.
shoutout bro.
Not turning back at all. Crazy guy.
Oh,
Slowly
ay!
encroaching, killing, finding it. Spike not planted for him. Munchkin at least able to hold this up to half.
Naku.
He's stuck back in the
Naku.
corner.
Bakit
He's
yung
just
plan?
gonna stick it. He's
Okay.
absolutely outdone him.
Sakit naman nun.
Switching sides.
The thievery from Munchkin.
This is where
He does this so many times where he just knows the timings and he knows that he's got you. He can find those checkmates better than most. And he's done it again. It looked like Crazy was gonna win this round. Oh my God.
Ang sakit nun.
That was
Ginagano ka lang.
Unbelievable.
Siyempre, that focus talaga. Alam mo naman. Grand finals, bro eh.
Oh boy. Well.
Kapag namatay ang uod, inuuod.
GenG in front with the defending side start. Go to belly fight.
tough choice there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's nodding. She seems very confident
Yeah.
in the selection, but good lord. And GenG often do find themselves advantaged, on these defending halves. RRQ still can be in with a shout. Again, coming down to these pistols. They lead by 1. GenG looking to make it 3-3.
But this is a tough side of the map for RRQ now. I mean, obviously it's Lotus, it's attacker side.
Mingay.
Things have been going today. Just kind of have this feeling that GenG is going to be coming out here swinging. So the pistol's so important for RRQ. See if they can get this done.
Snuff them out.
They're going for a bit of a rebel contest, it looks like. They got the Teo, they got the Yoru, they got the Omen. But no response at all, so they're just going to walk forward.
Bawas oh.
Bit of spam, but
Munchkin seeing if he gets any kind of contact there. Meanwhile, just some blind spray through the poison orb. Which you're just looking to basically make some noise.
got to be real careful in that position as Foxy. They have that Breach Tejo combo lined up in pillars. You can
stun salvo aftershock.
Yep. Go down real fast, but fortunately for him, that wasn't dialed up.
Crazy guy opts to go for the ghost purchase. So does just basically have the aftershock here after using some of the previous util.
Ay, ay, ay.
On the angle, spotting out
Pag
one.
nakuha nila yung round na to, tuloy-tuloy na.
Back away. Quick little super round though as the door gets
Yikes.
RRQ.
taking Ash's head off. Foxy 9 similarly going to be taking
Okay.
down Monyet. Now
Naku
gets onto the
po.
crossfire over across from Baby Door. As Karin is far too late. Munchkin needing
Sayang.
to fight back, but it's only going to be good for one. Karin this time.
Saniba mo na si
Have
Karon.
a sheriff. One fewer
Teka, ayan na, ayan na, sumasanib na bro eh. Nararamdaman ko na eh. Ayan na. Ano na yan, kailangan na lang niya i-adapt.
Ah, siya na yun. Siya na bahala, no?
Oh, pag di niya
Wala.
na-adapt kapangyarihan ko, wala eh.
Wala.
Oh, hindi niya na-adapt bro. Masyado malakas eh.
RRQ out in front now as far as the pistols are concerned. Take the much needed pistol round win here to close the gap to a single round. The question though has to be, what happens in the next round?
Oh, yeah.
Can it happen 3 times in a row? Does GenG do the funny thing?
Yeah.
Does RRQ do the right thing?
Good question. I'm looking at GenG's buy-up. That's like, is there a sheriff? No. So I have less confidence. That
Angelo,
but it is
pogi mo
GenG,
naman
and
pala.
No. Still though, great stuff from RRQ. That crunch into B main. Really nicely timed, really nicely set up, and GenG fell right into their trap. Snag of the orb, change of direction, looking for some part of the map that's open, but this is almost the exact same setup in terms of where the pieces are placed for RRQ as we saw in the previous round. Go B again, they're happy to play that game. Instead, looks like it's gonna be A.
Nothing noticed there, up and over the top. Little drop down from Munchkin and a back pedal from Monyet.
Kalma boys.
Clear the rows.
Huwag yun na i-all.
Still though, GenG maybe wants to get those Viper smokes back up before they make their move. Some response, a paranoia out.
Yeah. Yan na.
Ang dami, takbo.
A lot of work to do.
Player face forward through the connector.
Yun, nice one.
Munchkin gets on top.
Nakuha din.
The fine one there as Xpero does get taken down, but Cushy blinds the smoke, finds Ash at the same time. So in the end, it's going to be a trade still. Massive weapon advantage here in their favor as Foxy.
Okay.
Behind the box.
Galing mo talaga, Foxy.
Smoke now over on towards upper.
Pass the
Oh,
bulldog
low
over to
pa
Khan.
isa nila.
Full HP. Munchkin trying to scale forward, ends up getting taken down. Monyet able to find that kill. Hold line connecting. Texture unspotted now striking. Gets some good
Nip,
damage.
sayang yun.
Cannot get them over the line. 25.
All talaga, bro. Dikit talaga laban eh. Gusto talaga nila idikit.
GenG
Come on,
cannot
bro.
make it happen 3 times in a row. That's going to be RRQ closing out the anti-eco and now tying us up at 7-7.
Rap gel content lang yan, content.
Tremendous amount of damage done to the economy of RRQ. Munchkin here just running forward and right clicking. Foxy 9, 5 HP. Barely besting his opponent. Oof, Monyet. So fast.
Sayang yan.
Had some really impressive spray transfers. And so it's a couple Bulldogs, a Guardian for Jemkin. Ooh, a Judge for Xfero. He's gonna dig pretty deep into the wallet for that one. Out go the smokes. Haunt through. Some GenG knows Mound is theirs. 2 away from the showstopper for Texture. He's probably just gonna feed him this
Tatakbong senador lang yaka naman.
ton of space over at A. And RRQ
This should tell the story.
happy to claim it.
Pati aso nagchichira.
Position from Foxy.
Yeah.
He's using this on the approach over towards Mount.
That's gonna give it away here in a second.
Yep, is tripped and
Oh no.
is dead. Is Foxy. Jemkin scoping it, gets the headshot on the Texture.
Okay.
Looks for the finish. Texture just managed to put him down, but 22 health remaining here.
He's gonna be ready for them to.
Munchkin, I mean, he's suspicious, but he is not quite prepared.
Tigisahan lang.
Good
Sa low na si ano.
Yet, and already this
Dikit
is
na
set up
dikit
to be
eh.
a very good bonus for RRQ. Xfero still with that Judge, playing on elevation. So yeah, try to blast pack in here. Try to use that showstopper.
Yeah, you got 22 HP. Good luck.
30 seconds left.
Tabog.
Oh, heard it now. Still though, gonna
Yikes.
be attempted. You have to think that maybe they had not realized. Cushy now arriving.
1v1, 1v1.
Spike gonna be scooped up the door. Already shot.
Yikes! Sayang!
Up a phantom.
Mga tayo na, bro.
Delivers. Runs him down. Bonus converted. RRQ in the lead.
This is devastating for GenG. And a brilliant play here from RRQ, pressing their advantage early. And even with that wall confirming their presence, GenG doesn't have the right responses. They're not quite ready. And that...
Oh? Nako, makababaliktad yan, bro. Wag gumaganyan ka.
Because of the time that was left on the clock. Oh.
Nako.
I think you'd be hard pressed to judge Karn for that one.
No.
It's more about
just Xfero
setting the showstopper.
Yeah, that was not as advised.
Lugi sila sa baril.
Force buy on Stingers. As in the end, it's just 2 players dead. Outlaw value certainly being felt here for RRQ.
Yeah, this is so tricky now. Foxy again spotted, and Odin in play for Crazy. Make things very tricky.
Lo.
This is the aftershock to delay.
Should have heard 2 weapons fire is what I was gonna say.
Swerte naman nun.
Sinaniban mo ata yung RRQ eh.
Hindi. GenG ako. Yoko.
Just get rid of the silly guns, you know?
Yeah.
The Odin,
30
Stinger.
seconds left.
Well, yeah.
Stinger.
Stinger. I don't like the Stinger much, but Nothing against G2.
Judge.
The judge.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Ash dead. Munchkin is just completely piled into a
Kalock in
corner.
nga bro yung RRQ.
Damn thing and is
Hindi, malayo pa sa bituka yan.
as
Malayo pa sa bituka, guys.
dealing.
GenG pa din yan.
Now find themselves
Dumidikit
up
na
by
boss
2
eh.
rounds. Their own defending side here on Lotus starting to look damn
Ayun,
clean.
kaya pa yan.
I was kind of wondering about a timeout for GenG. I mean,
Buenas nun.
a bit concerned about their ability to sort of suss out the positions. It seems like they're just kind of going C-mound every time, trying to make rotations.
May kumakanta na sa kabila.
They're giving RRQ a lot of space on the map to sort of figure out what's going on, figure out how and when they want to trap the GenG players. You know, whether it just be an Odin holding the door, a full push out. Speaking of push outs,
Jemkin, yeah, does get haunted, however. Second looked like he was going to be devastated, but GenG does manage to go ahead and pump the brakes. There's now the one-way, a flash through. Jemkin just commanding this. Playing King of the Hill, and he is absolutely winning.
you got to take a long pause if you're going to rethink about Mound. It's just very tricky.
Kamado Tanjiro, mag-unfollow ka na.
Prowler cleared the swing, shut down.
Puta guys, pumipitas talaga.
Gets the hell out.
There's no util there to clear back Mound. You know he's there. The Prowler just identified it. Just try to dry swing it. Jemkin's going to punish you every time.
Colin holds him down. Munchkin, there's just no pressure that he can realistically create here. And without the team being able to breach the walls here of this C site, he's not going to be able to catch a flank. No need to rotate at the moment, but he will call the rest of the team across as he starts working his way forward towards this A site.
Seryoso lang guys, no? Maganda kasi laban. Huwag niyo nang i-jinx.
Pretty dialed in that direction, and then you're gonna have to worry about, or excuse me, Cushy, crazy guy as well. Plus, Jemkin, timing here.
They're going at the ready. Ash is going to be taken down as things are going to start getting chaotic. The time starting to dwindle. Shots flying out, looking for a bit of damage there, but ends up getting avoided. Pit in play here as the spike set up for GenG. 4v4. The Rushies just jumping on top of him, saying, aim right here, guiding their hands. Is Jemkin.
Grabe naman.
They know. They
know. Munchkin around the corner. Yep, they know exactly
Wala,
where he
boss.
is. The pit now drop. Foxy trying to.
Uy, muntik pa!
Nearly makes his way over for the third
Bye.
transfer, but falls shy of the mark at the end. RRQ
10-7 na boss ah. Paano na?
Wala boss. 3-1 yata boss. RRQ yata panalo.
In a row here on the half.
They are so well thought out. And the dimensional drift, such a good counter to a Viper's pit. These dry peaks have got to stop. Can't do that against Jemkin, and you're right, he's just calling him in. Just letting him know. And Foxy just can't quite get there in time. I mean, having a numbers disadvantage, trying to lurk against that.
Hindi, pinapasarap lang boss eh. Ayan na, nag-time out na eh. Ayan na guys. Ayan na yung the greatest script.
Confidence from RRQ really showing. Their adjustments from just 2 days ago against this GenG team, tremendous. Munchkin starting to get frustrated.
Ano yung auto-jump bro? Hindi ko alam yung auto-jump.
Hindi mo alam yun bro?
It's been a much rougher go of things, and
ano yun?
It just doesn't feel like they're working the map as much. It just doesn't feel like they're reading their situations as well as last time. You know, they were.
Yung ba yun sa ano? Yung parang Guitar Hero?
Between different areas, not overstepping. Not losing a lot of these first
Hero
bloods
ba yan?
Tama ba?
Parang gano'n nata eh.
That last one
Di ba yun yun? Hindi ako nagaganon.
Spot on Mound, and he still just walked out there.
Parang Guitar Hero.
Timeout call might sound surprising that.
Hindi eh.
First timeout call there from GenG on the map. As they look to try to get themselves back into a winning position. With Icebox on the horizon, given how RRQ has looked on that map. Granted, GenG themselves also have had strong performances.
Shout out Carlos Paz.
Going in with map point. Jemkin forward, looking for some damage, looking for some shots there. Doesn't have them connect and texture at the same time. Able to find Mon. Yeah, now Jemkin dead as Munchkin just plays off the tracers. And suddenly, The strategy for GenG has become kill them all through smokes.
Well, part of that was getting some good assists for Texture. We were able to use some of that util. Oh my god!
Grabe naman yun. Nakadalawa pa yun.
Foxy 9 both dead. And Xpharaoh, bit of a flight timing. Munchkin trying to force him back, but he cannot. Crazy Guy regains his weapon. Fault line only going to be connecting on to one, but one is good enough. Is Ash now?
Yun, B1.
Yan, ganyan.
Watch this.
Okay!
Narrowly winning 5-8.
Buhay pa.
Buhay pa, humihinga pa, humihinga pa, boss.
Pick up their first round victory here on the attacking side.
Joven Callones, shoutout.
Use some of this util. There you go. Get the spot with the fade. I think the paranoia hits as well, or maybe the smoke's just there, not sure which.
Mark, shoutout sa'yo, Mark.
Has him lined up. 2 in front of him, 3 in front of him, and he gets 2. Ash, oh my goodness.
Hear the relief, but they're far from out of the
Bro,
woods.
dalawa lang yan, bro. Kayang-kaya niya yan.
4 ultimates on the other side.
Yeah, it's scary.
Naku.
Not deep. That's going to give them a little bit of comfort in trying to scale forward. You know someone's door. Probably suspecting Baby Door, even though it hasn't been.
I mean, this could be Rolling Thunder into salvos. Would break the door down here for them.
Oh, you're right.
Or the Armageddon, either way. Devastation potentially awaiting GenG unless they can very quickly pivot off of this.
Oh, this is all a trap.
GenG, Jasmine, GenG.
Yet.
You got to confirm.
Looking for the spot out. Knows that there's at least one there. A little bit more noise made.
No, medyo late ata, boss. Andyan yung bomb.
Hits on the 2. Monyet
Yikes.
pushes off the back. TP's now, but he's going into the Armageddon, I do believe. As Texture finding one. Either way, cleanup is theirs. The shots connect. It's going to be Jemkin and Xpharaoh. Trying to get themselves back into this one.
Yikes!
Have a round loss here. But certainly RRQ. Give GenG a window back into the map. And from there, the series.
Tough position for Karan. He's got to worry about a couple different angles. He's got one coming behind him. He hasn't even looked that way.
Suspecting that the one way is going to be enough. Trying to buy that space. Five's going to be set.
Putaragis.
Find the first. The swing out, and Jemkin's got the
Grabe naman RRQ.
Grabe yun. Nice try talaga pag ganun.
RRQ not giving GenG.
Grabe.
Well, and the crazy part is
Binabati nyo kasi guys.
their way out of that trap reasonably well. A couple players get hit by the ultimates.
They come out with an advantage.
Yeah. That's better than you could hope for in some cases. Karan TPing out of it. Munchkin stuck in there, still finds the kill. Oh, as Manya was trying to TP.
Yeah, he was trying to jump forward. Gets caught in the middle of it all.
Yeah,
he right here.
That's painful. Just, again, kind of starting to lose their heads a bit. GenG just not being aware of where RRQ players can be.
And now you look at the buy.
Yeah.
Ripe Jester, shoutout sa'yo, bro. Sophia Salaman. Yan. Shoutout sa'yo.
The peak. And that's Karan dead.
Hindi talaga ako pumitas nun.
One of your biggest hopes when it comes down to a potential thrifty win. Taken away as
Look.
last pack forward. Xpharaoh up and over the top. Will get taken down. Showstopper now going to be used on the back end to try to create some further space. And Cushy nearly caught on
kasi
a
idol.
but Foxy 9 cannot get the punish. And Munchkin narrowly
Naku,
will be able to
takbo
get
ka,
away with it.
Munchkin.
Yan!
Run him down. Trying to push forward.
Patay.
A
Bam!
little bit more
Nako
space
po.
put in, but not going to be nearly fast enough with the shot.
3-1 RRQ ata sabi mo eh.
Texture with 5 HP.
Di bro, ano talaga to? Maggi-game 5 ata.
A single kill here.
Ano 5?
It'd be so damn impressive. Oh, and he cannot. Takes him to 24, but then the bullets run out. Ash, Vandal picked up. They only find the singular kill. RRQ.
Bro, ano na bro?
They are starting to really get into the groove, to really feel it. The defuse comes in. That's map point as they look.
3-1 yung RRQ.
Icebox is the series leader.
Bro, malayo pa yan. Kaya pa yan. May himala pang mangyayari. Panoorin mo muna kasi bro.
Sige, sorry.
They're just reading situations near flawlessly. I mean, that Little bit of a misstep, I suppose, but still couldn't get the conversion with the stinger. Good texture, but it's more about the way Jemkin's playing the beginning of that round.
Di ba sabi sa'yo, Miko, wala kang sinabi, no?
That texture was going to be close to his ultimate, and just playing fallback the whole time. GenG's trying to spread the map a bit more, but with just the weaker weaponry, couldn't do much with it. They had a few opportunities, couldn't convert with the mechanics. Everything starting to unravel. RRQ sending Jemkin out. Hasn't quite gone for the deep angle. Is he waiting for
portal closed?
Some kind of play, but it's pretty
Ma'am.
quiet. Oh,
Puta, register. Sakto talaga.
again.
Into a kill. Jemkin damn near win those 100% of the time. Probably connecting Monyet already TPing back, breaking the door. Pivot call now into the B site here for GenG. Things starting to feel a bit desperate. 4 in a row is what is needed. They got so very close in the previous map. Can they at all make it happen here and now? Caron TPing out the safety. It's all the way across over at C. As Ash tries to lock down Baby Door with that C's. Sphero sliding forward, eyes set towards it. Flash connecting, Foxy gonna be good for one, Caron gonna be taken down. Ash holding here. Finds another as the off shot goes wide. Texture fighting, but Jemkin! 2 pumps to the shorty, 2 kills found. Foxy 9.
Foxy.
Ask the clutch, finds the first 4 bullets remaining. The op on the opposite side. Swings in.
Boy pa.
Jemkin, but not the round win for RRQ. Not this map coming to an end. It's GenG getting their second attack round win with a Red Bull clutch from Foxy 9.
This is like by the slimmest of margins in a couple different ways. I mean, Caron out by
Bro, yan na bro. Sinasabi ko sa'yo na.
Ito na?
Oo, yan na.
Oh, dito bro.
Oo, yan na. OT yan.
Locking this down.
Huwag lang mag-FPS drop.
Unbelievable shorty connections for Jemkin there. A couple bullets hit the head on his second target. But Foxy 9 plays that beautifully. Still though, have an op, have an Odin, and a Bucky, and some classics.
Naku, patay agad si idol mo.
Oh,
Naglag yun, pre.
Naglag yun, no? Mahalas.
just, oh my goodness.
Yep.
Minus 2 na agad.
Caron's dead.
No
Foxy, I mean,
Wala, GG boss.
paranoia. Monyet finally
Naglalag sila bro eh.
GG bro. Ano ko yan na?
Hindi, naglag kasi bro. Ayan na sana, naglalag eh.
I just really hate this
Diba,
guy.
ayan na, panalo na ang RRQ.
And I
Oo.
know that if Mitch Van's watching, he's giggling at my dismay.
I mean, it starts to make you think. You know, GenG used to have a player who would spam the Odin around on this map. Maybe Ash should learn.
He's trying to be a better man. He's trying to get a catch here. Narrowly is able to do so, but he still takes so much damage. And Xpero
Oo, bro.
with his own
GG.
classic will put him
GG
down.
talaga.
Monyet back across the opposite side. Finds a lurk. RRQ
Yes, binabati nyo kasi.
in the lead. 2-1 here in the series. Their map pick of Icebox coming up next. What a bounce back from the last time we saw them versus GenG on this map of Lotus. This time victorious, and this time it does not look close.
Absolutely, they're looking to flip the script. These 2 maps, Lotus and Icebox, were the 2 that they played, the 2 that they lost against GenG in the upper finals. They've already got 1. Can they complete the second and end this at 3-1? No doubt about it, they are starting to look really good. The mechanics are there, the decisions are there. They're working the map much better than GenG overall right now. They are really doing a great job of corralling GenG into bad situations, forcing them to have to use good mechanics to get their way out.
Hindi, didikit pa nila yung laban na to mga bro eh.
Proposition for any team.
Good evening sa'yo, pusang gala.
Ugh. They're good, man.
They are on fire. Jemkin still.
Good evening, good evening.
Insane, but big performance from Xpero across this map. I mean, once he got that 9 kill, especially, I mean, he was already doing well from there, but it just felt like he could do no wrong. Insane performance. RRQ, their destiny in their
Naglag lang yun, naglag guys, naglag.
on Icebox. And they will be going over to Toronto as the #1 seed, as the Stage 1 champions of VCT Pacific. We'll see if that's going to happen, but for now, we'll send it back.
Dinadidikit lang yung laban kasi, huwag nyo kasing... Huwag nyo kasing batiin.
Worried about the mental
Binabatiin nyo kasi eh.
Lotus with GenG coming back so close on Ascent prior to this, but it looks like it didn't affect them at all. RRQ were fantastic on this map, and we were talking a bit about them choosing attacker or defender side. It's a little bit different than last time.
Yeah, that's what's changed up. I mean, they opted to start on attack this time. The last time they played GenG in the upper bracket, they started on defense and they went down 0-8.
Happy birthday ko ba?
This was a
Loko
very different
ka.
game though. This was the kind of scrappy slog game that you get when you get
Klinger.
best of 5 series. Both teams are starting to feel it.
Nathaniel Aaron Navarro, shoutout.
Individual performances, and for me, RRQ had some of the better individuals, but they also had some better.
Shout out.
In that second half, I felt like they really had GenG's number. They had a little bit better of a read, and GenG, I felt, were a little bit more reliant on clutches and individual plays.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Honestly, I've been so impressed by RRQ in this map. This was a map where I had GenG heavily favored. We talk all the time about how strong GenG's Lotus is, and last time they played 13-5 to GenG, utter domination, and now RRQ come out and done the exact opposite. I mean, I'm honestly gobsmacked.
Yeah.
You know, we spoke so much about how at the top of the show, the deck was stacked against RRQ. It was so hard for them, and now they're going to be one map away.
Yeah, that's crazy. We have Icebox and Split left, but this map, there were, as you mentioned,
Didikit talaga nila to, boys. Didikit talaga nila. Bakit kasi pagka tambak kalaban eh. Ganda talaga, ini-entertain nila yung fans.
Let's talk with Jemkin.
Pag nanalo RRQ, magpa-panty reveal ka, puta ragis ka naman bro.
Right now,
GenG nga ako eh.
How many impact rounds there were. You talk about going down 0-8 last time around. This time, I mean, early on, you had GenG get off to another good start. Texture invests the showstopper in this round, but it's a singular hero rifle on Jemkin and a pit invested on...
Tol, kababatiin nyo ng Mother's Day. Batiin nyo nanay nyo, hindi ako. Mukha ba ako nanay?
50 wins. They had so many yesterday against Paper Rex, but I really felt like RRQ had so many impact rounds where the individuals were able to come up clutch.
Yeah, I mean, these are the rounds that we talk about when we talk about momentum. Karen doing his best here to get them back. These shots were absolutely insane. I feel like there were so many rounds like this. This is what really makes it so back and forth, down to so many 1v1s and so many big clutches.
And this is what is going to give you that momentum in the best of 5. You get these sloppy, scrappy
Kamusta? Like kay Ronimo, shoutout sa'yo. Okay na okay pa naman. Ikaw, kamusta ka?
Pacific. These are the kind of
Kamusta ka bro?
to showcase, especially when you're playing teams from other regions. You're not always going to have the perfect read. You're not always going to know what to expect. Sometimes you have to make these huge individual
Ikaw bro, kamusta ka?
out on the fly.
Like, macro can only do so much. You can win
Init
Valorant
sa
on
Pilipinas,
paper,
no?
but still lose the round. It's, at the end of the day, it's the guys in the server that have to convert, and that's what makes this, you know, so exciting to me. It's not chess. It's not you just move that piece. There's an execution element, and all 10 players in this server are able to execute when it really matters. That's the
Ano boys?
making
Ano
of
ang
a
ano nyo?
fantastic series, but
Prediction.
definitely got the upper hand.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I'm pretty sure both of these
Ano
coaches
prediction
have
nyo?
their squads
Kaya bababulin.
these moments of improvisation here. And like, I love that comparison to chess here, because that's just not what Valorant is.
Yeah,
A lot more- There's a lot of dying happening too.
I'm glad you
Doesn't
brought that
happen
up as well, the coach point in particular, because this is where, like, you know, Ewok was saying, he doesn't mind the best of 5. He feels like it allowed them to recover, it allowed them to get some composure. I mean, talk about how close Ascent was. They almost threw that game in the bin. That definitely could have been GenG stealing a 2-11 deficit back to win Ascent after such a rocky start, and then come into Lotus looking completely different. But the composure from RRQ to recover after getting smashed 13-5 on Lotus in the upper bracket, to recover from conceding so many rounds on their defensive side on Ascent in a row, and then be able to actually put together a win here on Lotus is the kind of makings of a championship team, is the makings of a team that can win this grand final over a favorite in GenG.
Yeah, and we have to talk about Xfero this map. This man has been here from the start for RRQ.
Yep.
He's been on the come up the whole way. And this map, you know, we saw him in so many of those clips, managing to clutch those rounds.
He's actually the only player in all of the matchups that RRQ have played against a GenG organization. Xfero is the only player that remains since the first matchup in the server here, you know, so
that's right.
He's played his way through all of these matchups, and I really feel like you go back to that DRX series that you know, RRQ played against DRX. He was a big game player there. He's had some really, really big maps deep into the playoffs here for RRQ, definitely showing his experience, and he had a couple of big clutch rounds in that game as well.
Now, we noticed that the map pool is a little bit similar to 2 days ago on Friday during the upper finals. And this is going to be really interesting because, as we were talking about, this is a 5-mapper instead. So how, obviously it's going to be different. It's already, we're going to go to a 4th map.
Yeah, now we're through to these final three maps. It's Lotus, Icebox split, exactly what the veto was when they played in the upper bracket. We've already seen RRQ flip that script on map 1, and on map 2, GenG won 13-8. So it wasn't even as dominant as their Lotus was last time. So I think RRQ definitely have the momentum now.
They do, but they had a pretty shocking Icebox against Paper X yesterday. So
Dexter Horonimo, shoutout sa'yo, bro.
RRQ, they're going to need to play.
Shoutout.
You heard it from them in the interview, though. You know, Ewok was saying we played like absolute rookies on some of the maps. We did not.
Shoutout sa'yo, bro. Shoutout.
And Icebox was a perfect example of
Kaya pa ba?
they just didn't show up to.
Tingin nyo kaya pa?
GenG, they've had nothing but luck, and this is one of the maps where they've actually innovated their comp.
Namit pala tayo kanina.
On the Yoru, they're playing this Yoru KO comp that is a little bit of a different approach to what you see from GenG squad that so often just likes to run the same comps regardless of what the meta is.
Yeah, that's right. And we see them also run certain things like crosshairs. We're talking about the power of the
Are you really gonna
Ajin Cruz, shoutout sa'yo, bro. Ajin Cruz.
Little Cyan Cross. Gen can use
Di pala isa kong isa kong prodigy kasama nyo.
Exactly. We saw a lot of difference there in the dot versus the crosshair, versus the crosshair. But we also have a Pacific moment for you guys, and this submission is by someone.
Yeah.
By myself. Because I just wanted to remind you guys one more time.
I can't take
who
this.
the best coach on this analyst desk is.
Okay, next time.
Shut up.
Stage 2, we're teaming up. We cannot let her win again. I can't take another month and a half.
I'm not gonna lie.
Nakita din kitang nakalive. Ba't ka nagmumura? Nagmumura ba yun?
I cannot believe this. Like, this work environment is absolutely ludicrous.
Where's HR?
I cannot survive another day. You know what? I'm locking you up after this one. You cannot be allowed back on the desk after this. I'm sick of this treatment.
Well, we do have 2 more maps for me to gloat on. Possibly 2 more maps.
I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to start bribing the production to tell me what your team is. I'm going to start bribing the players that you picked. And there's no way you're winning next stage if we play this again.
We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, I'm just going to keep gloating here. Yeah, so we do have potentially 2 more maps. This is crazy. And again, remind you guys, we do have the draw show at the end of the day, and that was huge, finding out who was going to be in Group Alpha and Group Omega.
James C. Madera, shoutout sa'yo, bro.
With that, we're going to go on a very short break. When we come back, we're going to come to map 4. It's going to be Icebox. I don't know who's going to win, but we are all definitely cheering
Pagtanggol mo ako sa mga yan.
here in the grand final. So guys,
wala respeto yan.
When we come back, we're going to get back to it.
Ay, wala respeto yan sa streamer. Mark Fernandez, yan. Shoutout sa'yo, bro. Ayan, okay na. Masaya ka na. Kanina ko ba binabanggit pangalan mo, ah? Bro, okay ka pa ba dyan, bro?
Hindi na, bro. Nagugutom na ako, bro.
Kuha ka lang ng Oreo dyan.
Wala ka dito, bro. Nalimutan ko bumili, bro. Wala lang stock dito.
Sayang. Di, paano yan? Ano, makakaisa pa yung GenG. Di lalo ka magugutom.
Oo nga eh. Sige na. Kaya na.
Nakakaisa pa yan.
Pakisa pa pa yan.
Nakakaisa pa yan, bro.
Binabati
Narinig
mo
kasi,
ata, bro eh.
hindi narinig nga kasi ayaw niyang boring na laban. Kaya i-all yan.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Lawrence Apostol, yan. Happy birthday sa'yo. Ay ka na? Sandy. Coach. Hindi, ano yun? Cheerleader. Cheerleader namin yun. Lane, Caleb, La Porteza, ayan. Shoutout sa'yo, bro. Game na ulit, Billy Joe. Pinabati mo kasi kanina, Billy Joe. Hanip ka kasi. Kasalanan mo. Mike to, bro, Mike to. Shoutout sa'yo, Renar dyan, Barid. Yung ano-ano kasi inaano nyo, bro. Nawala ako sa focus eh. Ano yun? Ano yun? Ano yun? Kuya, pag bukas ko ng live mo, lumabas yung live ng church namin. Kailangan mo na raw kasi magsimba. Comment mo yan sa akin. Gutom na si Wild Oreo. Bigyan niya ng Oreo.
Oo, gutom na ako. Ikaw, di ka ba nagugutom?
Meron ako kinakain kanina rito eh.
Daya ka.
Bro, panindigan mo kasi pangalan mo. Kahit sa bulsa mo, meron kang Oreo eh. Mali ka eh. Pinapaganda nila yung laban eh. Gutom ka talaga na.
Okay, pinapaganda pa nila, no? Sige.
Wala tayong sangyup, bro ah.
Wala ka, bro eh.
Hindi, sana makakaisa pa yan, bro.
Huwag na, bro. Tapusin mo na, bro. RRQ na ako, sa blanco yan.
Sino mayari eh, no? Ayan na. Magsisimula na mga por. Gusto na mayari ni Wild Oreo. Nagugutom na eh. Kaso baka galingan ng GenG eh. Pektosan na lang natin. Pektosan natin.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. This is the grand finals and we've moved past map 3 and we are on Icebox. RRQ has done the unthinkable, have completely surprised all of us So what's up for Icebox?
Yeah, neither one of these teams changing up the comps at all. GenG going to play this Yoru KO. Texture was definitely the standout up there with Foxy9 the last time that they played.
Yep.
And GenG had a really good streak on defense after RRQ took the pistol.
Yeah, RRQ ended up going B a lot in Icebox, which is something we're not used to seeing, but Foxy9 managed to shut that down. Look to see how RRQ have changed and adapted, especially going into that B site.
I'm wondering how everyone's predictions are going. Laz is here from Zeta Division to watch the game, and he thought it was going to be a GenG game, but now he's rethinking it, and it might be RRQs. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Within. Tell us your
Ito na boys, ito na.
I think no matter what, this is a game for the people. Obviously, RRQ fans going to be
Siguro RRQ?
better, going to be feeling a bit happier at the
Bakit
moment.
bigla?
that they
Ba't
have
parang bumabaling ka, bro?
game if you don't care who
Hindi.
wins.
Gutom na talaga.
Hindi, RRQ
And you're
to.
enjoying the entertainment because
Nararamdaman
it
ko na.
has been that. Some
Gutom na
wild
talaga eh.
and I have no doubts that is not going to stop here as we get ready to go into Icebox.
Oh, it is off the rails. You know, yesterday RRQ derailed the Paper X train, and nobody's been able to really get back on track too well until RRQ, I think, started to really solidify their control on Lotus on their defender side. Let's see if they can keep it up, but they start on the attackers here on Icebox. A lot of players just slow creeping through A. That turret kind of in an off spot up top.
Top of 410, getting the spot out. Ash taking a shot with a Sheriff, unable to find him. Foxy.
Uy,
Grabe
yan
si
na.
Foxy.
Nag-audition na ulit.
Third on the quick peek. Immediately.
Foxy ah.
Uy!
Ayaw pa patapos.
Yun lang,
Tapos pa.
binahati. Paxi, huwag mo galingan. Nagugutom na kami.
Continuing here from GenG. Sparrow looks to try to pull off a clutch. Texture, Munchkin, both 100 health. The Sheriff needing to connect with Skulls. Puts out one, they look for the double face. Minor reposition, a slow up on the action, but Munchkin
I'm
able to
sorry.
collect it. GenG, once again, just down a single pistol round.
Bro, ano, ganun lang.
In this regard, take the first step towards a win, towards another tied-up scoreline here. The opening round of Icebox.
Well, they're just playing from the upper rafters the whole way. Ash there using that turret to try to find a quick
Nag-audition eh.
before he backed out behind screens. Foxy just up in nest, ruining the round. So GenG right back into the groove of things. Couple Guardians. There's a Sheriff buy up for Jemkin. Something to keep your eyes on for sure. It's RRQ onto the bone, or excuse me, onto the eco. Munchkin just holding W, wants that orb, wants to get that null command fast tracked, and it's a little bit of kind of a wait here from RRQ. They intentionally wait out that 0 point before they start making their way towards A, using the turret as a landing pad. This is adorable.
I mean, it keeps them quiet. It doesn't give the info away. It's actually
And they're going to try
very
to sell
creative.
It is.
There's the alarm bot. Munchkin starting to call for the rotate back, though. It's getting suspicious, given that there's no follow-up. As that alarm bot ends up getting cleared. Maybe a 0 point send from Cushy to try to further sell this here. And that is going to be the counter-rotate back. Texture starting to work his way back across towards the B site. He's got the Guardian. He's got the firepower. It's Munchkin with a Sheriff to try to hold the line. Slow creep forward.
Bam.
On a more aggressive angle, and
Pala,
Jemkin
nice
quickly
one,
strikes.
Nice one ka na bro sa GenG na.
Players is all
Siyempre.
get ready to converge back across towards
Gem
A.
King yan eh, Gem King.
Look at
It's
crazy
my king.
guy. He's going to look for any mid-rotation.
No, my king is dead.
This means that he's not in position at the moment here for the Salvos. Will start sprinting back as quickly as he can. Kill found, but you know, Ash down to 40. Still a good opportunity for RRQ to at least get more damage through, if not close out the round. Karan trying to scale forward, turns back, couple shots flying, still opportunity for RRQ to round. Flying still. Read that. Clears the turret now, registers it, swaps to the classic. Right.
Bro, ayaw ka pa kainin bro.
Whittling away out of the fadeaway Great shot is able to find it.
Naririnig ka kasi.
Crazy guy does manage to make
Hindi,
this
busog na ako.
costly. As Ash
Busog na sa tubig, no?
Guardian rescues as much as they
Hindi
can.
pa ako tutubig eh.
This was held all the while. GenG a 2-0 start, but still already on a rocky road.
It's a brilliant macro here from RRQ, waiting out both 0 points from Munchkin to confuse the heck out of him. They are really attacking him when he's on the KO. Saw it on Ascent, seeing it here early on Icebox. And it's a scream of relief there.
Maki, yun sa'yo ba ano? Anong brand ng iyo?
A little bit dicey for sure. Gotta be so careful there, Foxy Knight. Pushed out.
I mean, he really wants this orb. He's going to go for it. He is going
Ralix,
to
siya sa Ralix.
Ultimate now online, going into GenG's bonus. RRQ should be well aware of who was able to collect that. Why they would so fervently want to pick that up. Double push forward now.
It's like the pistol from last time they played.
Texture's going to go swinging, and oh my god, gets in, gets out. Scot-free.
Shades, wala akong pakialam sa'yo. Alis ka na lang. Malis ka na lang.
Juggling the guns.
Mapalis kaya ng viewer mo ah.
Carry onward.
They're gonna go.
30 seconds.
Nunod ako na maayos ng namumonyeta lang eh.
Corner here is Munchkin ready to ruin their day.
Lo!
Spots out one, swing.
Ano yun?
Gets the shot.
Yulo!
Played interrupted and oh, what in the hell?
Ano, sige na, mapwede na. Let's go, let's go.
The fadeaway
Yun,
on the
mabalik na
top
boss ah. GenG na ulit.
And widely,
GenG
the
na ulit,
only
boss.
consolation available for RRQ is that this lockdown
sorry na agad,
has
oh.
been used
Oh,
on you.
say!
Here is some revenge from the previous map, says Foxy9. Gets the knife kill across. GenG get the bonus converted.
Oh my god. So this, it's a very similar idea. You see this quite often from GenG on this map, where Texture will just walk out the front of B Garage if nobody's kind of...
That's unbelievable.
Well, better lucky than good. And but this time it's a very different result for Texture. That's kind of what's interesting to me, is he anticipated that they were going to be anticipating that, and he just went for the one shot and TP'd out, and he hit it. It's just how good he is. He needs to keep stepping up, because right now GenG is behind in the series. Outlaw for Texture. He's going to be holding down the angle as the forces of RRQ. Might have heard the alarm bot up at the top of tube, didn't see anything. Oxy actually over on the floor. He's starting to make his way around that corner. If they come through tube, he would be there to strike, but doesn't seem to be the choice they're making. Trying to dodge the stealth drone, cannot.
Yeah, has been spotted. Confirm the weapon in hand. Oh. Tailwind across.
Grabe ka naman, Kushi.
As he goes for the reload. Ash scaling forward. Xfero going to be noted here on that attempted flank in through mid. And Cushy picks the panel immediately. Shuts down Foxy9 with it. Pop flashes his way in. Trying to find the punish here on the Texture. Still does manage to come away with the kill.
Kushi for the ace. Ayun ang sinasabi ko.
It's a massive advantage.
Let's go, RRQ.
Turn of the tide here for RRQ.
Oh, RQ na ulit bro.
Oh, bro.
Parang ano bro ah. Isa lang bro.
Isa lang ba? Sorry.
Isa lang.
Ikaw, ano ka ba?
Ha? RR GenG.
RRG ka na?
Hindi, GenG pa rin.
GenG pa rin.
GenG pa rin.
And this right here is why, folks. So steady with the aim, reading the map incredibly well. Some well-timed utility. Keep his opponents from being able to punish him. Good flash there to back Texture into the corner. Folks, reading the map and flash. An ult available. Munchkin also has his.
Time will tell if the same
I don't think it applies to anybody.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, there's an alarm bot at the corner this time. Foxy has shifted his util over in front of B. Of course, that one way. Annoying as always, but pretty far forward. Has to be real careful here.
Oh, yeah, spotted, but it's a window to actually find the punish. Foxy does get some damage in, but ultimately has to back away. Swings around the backside, rotates over, gets himself tucked here at Snowman. No angle for a spray as Cloudburst was thrown just
GenG.
in distraction there by GenG. His flash not connecting on everyone. Monyet.
Didikit pa ata nila laban bro para mas matagal.
Cushy gonna be put down.
Oh, bro.
It's not resable at all. So in the end, the 2v not Monyet
Laban bro.
put down.
Boom!
RRQ na to.
Oh, naririnig na eh. Nakakaramdam din sila ng gutom.
Oo. Nagugutom na rin ng mga ata.
Ayun na, timeout na. Ala talaga, boss. Gusto talagang patagalin yung laban.
Sige.
Ayaw pa magpakain eh. Matthew, shoutout sa'yo, Matthew.
But sometimes it, yeah, okay, sometimes. Most of the time, I'll say. But I feel like oftentimes the timeouts aren't even necessarily for your IGL. They're to ice the other team a bit.
Ano yung pa-shutdown, tol?
You know, in the groove, and you need to find ways to get their mental out of that. Here we go again, Texture.
Ash holding close, and it's a hell of a
Isahan
headshot.
lang.
On the follow-up with the Cushy, but do they suspect Texture? Well, yes, they do. Monyet, great covering fire, catches him there on the corner. Keeps them in with the advantage. Foxy just sat here behind Yellow, not going to get scouted there by the stealth drone. Walk down mid. Munchkin taking a peek, trying to see if he can catch anybody here on the cross. Now he's put himself in a potentially bad spot, but does manage to make the hop back across. So safety found for the moment.
This is so weird from RRQ. They're just sitting in spawn. X-Vero over at A never even really went up on belt. He just set his util up to play anti-aggression.
And now it's a bit of a fake attempt.
Good evening sa'yo, Denrick.
One sticking around.
Shoutout sa'yo, bro.
Two Guardians reinforcing this position. And Munchkin actually wins out that fight. Snappy from Monyet, however.
RRQ.
Out of the corner. There's Karan, only able to go 1 for 1. Like that planted a vandal in hand for the side of Munchkin, needing to pull off the 1v2 clutches. Nano not quite going where you wanted it.
It's okay. You can pick him up. This is very tough for Munchkin.
There's the alarm bot. Top of the first. 0 point, not connecting.
Yun yun.
There's the
Inidikit talaga, bro. Pinatatagal yung laban, bro.
position for Munchkin, and it's very well piloted.
Nililipasan nito gutom eh.
Mag-CR lang.
3-3. They find themselves tied up as we go into the next buy for GenG.
Yeah, Belter from Ash to start, but again, Texter does that a lot. Likes to push around that corner at B. RRQ generally pretty ready for it. And that, yeah, for Munchkin, I don't know what you do there. That's just, you hit the craziest flick of your life, a 180.
What's up sa'yo, Jeronix? Jeronix, shoutout, bro.
Munyet. All right, there you go. He's got the gun. A few ults there, including Munyets and X-Pharaohs.
He wanted to land on pipes.
Yeah.
Either way. Drone chasing.
Hello?
A little bit of a standoff there. Now they're coming out on top. Slow creep up continuing. Lockdown at the ready. Munchkin setting the 0 point. So lockdown has to be used right before the surprise would have connected. It's going to be the Armageddon called in to go ahead and clear out this ultimate. RRQ scaling options with that in tow. Nullified. As Ash is so far forward. Flash connecting onto one. Heard the drop of another, but cannot get any punish.
Yeah, just a little bit off there for Ash. He was thinking a different direction the whole way. Ooh, Foxy challenging X-Pharaoh.
Peeking out, but
Gisahan talaga.
GenG finding Ash still in that forward spot here, the bottom of nest. Does get taken down. She's trying to flash his way in towards B, find any kind of weakness here. None found, and now clock dips under 30 seconds. RQ
Uy.
commit to the site, but not yet. Like a bat out of hell. Storms forward, riding the rope, finding that kill. Karan now needing to find some kind of breakthrough. As Texture joins in on this side. 3 players spread. Crazy Guy, the first to fall. GenG playing close. The mask goes in. The pit now going to be invested. Kushi finding Texture on the exit. It's a very quick use. Fragment flies. Push under the corner.
RRQ nga ata, bro.
Off kilter. Too much movement. Cannot find the shot.
Guys, ano na?
Themselves in the lead.
They're just being outrageously patient, our RRQ. Using GenG's tendencies against them in the early part of the game. This time X-Pharaoh, yeah, able to take a little bit of space and it gets punished, but in the early part of the round, RRQ just happy to let Ash keep trying to find ways to bully them on the other side of pipes.
Kuya, di ka na nila binabalawura. Eh, dapat matuwa ka.
So A has been a priority.
Nahanap mo pa. Di sana natutuwa ka na ngayon.
So RRQ, very different game plan.
Di ka naman, parang hinahanap mo pa eh.
Initiators, Munchkin, Ash, they need to step up if they're going to stop this from being an RRQ VCT Pacific trophy. They look really in control of the macro right now. They really seem to have a good read on what GenG wants to accomplish. This time though, a little bit more passive overall. Again, deep salvos just got used by Crazy Guy. He is...
Ala ko ba 3-0? Bro, pinagaganda nga yung laro.
One direction or another, and it's...
Ine-entertain nila yung fans. Pero ba 3-0? Hindi pangit nun.
It is.
Yeah.
GenG, they read it as one.
Yep.
Shift people across over towards A. Beltron now confirming heavy presence, so immediate gate crash back. Cut the distance here for Texture. Salvo's flying, spike about to be planted, couple shots flying here from Ash. It's himself a kill, but GenG collects too as Texture similarly hits the floor. Nano cleared out, now 3v4, 2 rifles in hand here for the side of GenG to try to make a go of this. But RRQ just so firmly in control. Flash at the ready, the fragment still behind here.
Binabati nyo ng Mother's Day.
As Nano goes out, he's further flying.
RRQ nga ata talaga.
Down, Munyet finds Foxy 9.
Lock in na sila, bro eh.
Not be allowed to escape. A 4K for GenG, a 5th round for RRQ.
Nyakabahan yung GenG.
I mean, it's crazy. GenG's 3 rounds are the first 3. They get the bonus. They haven't won one since. I mean, RRQ is just in cruise control. GenG is filthy good. this last one that he gets is pretty clean.
Lock in si Jemkin, bro.
He's like, I don't know. Let's keep spraying.
Very beautiful.
But they're reading the map really well. I mean, and it's hard to get a good idea sometimes.
Billy Joe kasi binati.
Because a crazy guy just throwing util all over the place. And
Manya ka, Billy.
sometimes it's real, sometimes it's not. You know, a lot of teams are using the salvos very intentionally to secure an objective or to secure space. He's using it to mess with your mind. Oh boy.
Flash to the corner, Karan still only going to be able to find one. Munchkin does get a bit of a follow-up, but it's so quickly traded back and shut down. Every advantage to GenG. Scrape for claw at. It's just ripped from their grasp moments after. Stun not connecting on to Foxy9. He'll swing out, looks for a little bit more. Similar scenes as the trades continue. Now, the one.
What the hell?
Guy wins.
Bro, lock in talaga.
So, lock in yung RRQ. Nice one.
Oo, bro, naririnig talaga. Nararamdaman niya si Kimura natin.
Okay, gugugot mo na rin sila eh.
6-3 in this map. Crazy guy is looking so damn good.
He's just having a ball now.
Siya lang ibig sabihin yan,
Really
guys.
starting to get comfortable.
Ganyan din mangyayari sa LoL.
Good cut. Very well done.
Excellently done.
There was somebody who got done dirty yesterday.
Batman.
It's okay. You know, they're out there having fun. And it just feels like it might be RRQ's time. Jemkin with the Blade Storm, just waiting for this smoke to go down.
Nagsasabi mo, Michael.
For the readjust, Ash finding one. Jemkin knives. Dude, come
Nako,
on
bro.
with the goods,
Narinig
but
ka, bro. Binati mo kasi.
Something
Yo,
about a
binati mo, bro.
in a good spot now. Xpero, however,
Hindi si Xpero pala eh.
try to turn the favor around. Outlaw still will find insta-gibbs on either of these targets. 25 armor for both. Likely wants to swap out the weapon, though.
It's got to clear a lot of angles. But GenG just playing contain. Just don't want to give up a rotation route.
He has full util. So Ken trying to lock off the back approach angle, set up the turret.
Yeah.
Create some, early alert systems for himself.
Got some real good options.
Taps the plant. Here's the footsteps. Foxy immediately sending the lockdown. This is a long way to go.
Can he get all the way through here in
He's
time?
gonna have to sprint. He can't just crouch walk it.
Yeah, that means Foxy hears it.
So yeah, Foxy hears this. Turned back towards the kitchen. A smattering of damage gonna be found, and now you've got Munchkin approaching from the opposite side. To try to
Nako,
beat
bro.
him out. Munchkin is there.
Ayaw pa magpakain.
Will be able to get it done.
Ayaw pa,
Lockdown
bro.
not gonna be a waste, and unfortunately they're for Xpero. Just a bit of a routing issue.
It's a creative use of the lockdown for sure, and it works a treat. It puts his opponent into a really bad position. He's going for it right off the tap. Knew that they could, again, it was all about contain. It was all
Yun
about
din ang
making sure
tutok parang si... Oo, parang ako talaga. Pag nananalo, parang ako yung tutok.
that they could keep him under their noses, so they knew exactly what he was going to do. He's got an opt-out.
I was gonna say, Xpero operator.
You don't see that every day. I mean, he's not bad with it. He's used it in the past.
I mean, RRQ taking something away from their match versus Paper Rex. They say, well, Divide does it from time to time.
Yeah. Why can't I?
You play Killjoy.
Same thing.
Slow creep forward, just trying to
Uy!
reduce the angles, but Munchkin
Mihinga pa talaga.
is having
Nako!
there as Ash, okay.
Let's go, GenG.
He's mowing down for 2. Texture looks for a little bit more. The crazy guy still has his number. It's his back kill, but it seems like GenG in a good spot.
Good evening sa'yo, Heal Francis.
Down his RRQ lead. Ash collapsed the pond, but Kushi dead. Snakebite at his feet, and crazy guy with 19 HP. Already wrapped around on. It's just gonna be a shot to the chest from Munchkin. 6-5, RQ out in front by 1.
6-5 guys lang, napakadikit ka.
The advantaged half. With
What the
GenG
finals?
tied this up 6-6.
Oh, man. Munchkin's just so good with the Guardian. Woo.
Nice transfer.
Ooh, yeah, that was quite nice from Ash.
Hindi ko...
Foxy.
Justin, ano ba yan?
And they're just starting to get some good reads. I mean, RRQ starting to turn up the tempo a little bit, and GenG's happy to play that game. Coming at him a little bit stronger. 2 ops here for GenG. They have another rifle sitting on the ground somewhere. Or is this just the plan? Munchkin was like, yeah, okay, you want to op? Let me show you how it's done.
Could be famous last words.
Yeah, well, it is Munchkin.
No. Bam!
Set, swing, through. Jemkin, the one to catch the bullet. Sink it down as Armageddon called in to try to clear out the back of Raptors as well as screens. Push forward there from Crazy Guy. Felled as Oxy9 finds it, traded out. Push to the back. Cushy having to get off the angle as they're just getting pressured every single angle on Moniette.
Umukulo na ba, bro?
Fighting back, 2 targets alive.
Hey bro, okay lang. Sige na. Nalipasan na eh. Okay, map 5 nyo na.
Hindi na eh. Map 5 na, ano? Hindi na. Pinahirapan pa tayo mag-isip eh.
Silent peek there on the rope, the spike.
Mutot na, yan na.
Still a ways away.
Kaya, patay, boss. Lumabas out.
6-6 na, guys. 6-6.
Nicely done from Ash, finding the shot. 6-6. GenG managed to rescue this. 3 in a row to start, 3 in a row to conclude the opening half.
Yeah, love that from Munchkin. Gets the op shot, has a rifle on the ground behind him, picks it up, puts it to great use. Not yet trying to shoot back, but just taking a lot of damage and
Halftime.
get tricky.
6-6.
6-6.
GenG wise to it.
Map 5 na.
Well,
Map 5?
is that good enough?
Map 5 na, tagal.
I don't know
Tagal.
anymore. I have no idea what any of these score lines mean.
Yeah.
Like, statistic norms are out the window. It is chaos.
Ash v Cushy.
Nas or Teras, syempre naman, bro. Basta share mo yung lab natin.
The RRQ fandom here, only one real way.
Like mo yung ano.
Both of them certainly
Bahala sa'yo.
deserving the respect and the accolades.
Yes.
May hiya yan, no?
They both really
See.
stepped up. Ash in particular, you know, obviously I think Cushy is so far been the better player overall, but Ash is really starting to come into his own. He's found some good impact, especially in the lead up to this grand finals. The grand finals has been a struggle for him, if I'm being honest so far, but still time to turn that around. Fan very happy just to show off their little teddy bear.
Yep. All right, well, a rallying cry from the GenG camp as we get ready to go into this. We were able to find that opening pistol as we mentioned previously.
Pampakalma ba yun, bo?
A bonus
Pampakalma.
conversion, and then a surrendering of 6 consecutive rounds. The pistol once again to start off this half as they look to push us to a 5th and final map of Split. Crazy Guy trying to stick around, clear out on that 0 point, but doesn't quite manage to find it.
You didn't see it on screen, but on the map, RRQ stacked 3 players of Boiler because of what happened last time on the pistol.
Oh, yeah. That's great. Well, Crazy Guy finding 1. Karan, however, finding 2. Cushy going to be taken down. So RRQ's Teo similarly falls. A 1-player advantage. Gate crash into the very back right corner of sight as Sheriff there on the Raptors. Jemkin just not quite able to confirm the kill. Sparrow will be able to put him down. So Karan now dead. Texture playing pretty peeks out wide, swings.
Karan.
Zeta nasty shot down to 45, but Moniette now noted, surrounded. Fights back for 1. Will need to try to isolate. Knows that he's a frenzy above.
Let's go, GenG! Yeah, GenG. Map 5! Map 5!
Find both pistols here on Icebox. They will tie it up 4-4 across the series, and now they will gain the lead for themselves.
GenG!
Let's see what they can do off the back of this. That's a pretty nice little flick up from Crazy.
Ganto aga, tutulog ka. Ulul, sa'yo na niloko mo.
Heat up a little bit here in the pistol. Hitting some pretty sick shots. Yeah, when you're just isolated behind the nest like that, you know, GenG, nobody over peeking there. Just taking their time, really nicely handled. Marshall for Foxy, a couple Guardians, a Bulldog.
And a gamble stack for RRQ.
Yep, it's all 5. Chilling towards A, but they're starting to fan out a bit.
Well, that 0 point, that certainly lets you know.
Yeah, it's not too confusing anymore. Plus Foxy is a marshal.
He does, and he's got the headshot. Nice readjustment. He gets that one, and everybody else says, well, yeah, we don't want to push that side anymore.
Adrian, lumayas ka na lang kasi rito.
We don't want to give him another highlight reel. Well, Primmy's already got one.
Ini-trigger mo eh.
Back away. Plant now coming through, and I think RRQ widely, they're just going to be content to chill back, try to close the distance here. Just not give over any additional eliminations and try to go down to the spike if at all possible. Texture, he wants, he's out for blood though. He wants a little bit more.
Bro, map 5 talaga.
How greedy does he want to get? He would love to be able to find these last couple kills. Have a dimensional drift online. Karen, however, the one who is now walking over towards the tube and will
Okay, game, map 5 nyo na. O, napatagal nyo pa eh.
flawless here. Close out the anti-eco and move forward into the bonus.
Yeah, this is really nice aggressive positioning in the post plant for GenG. Make sure that those ultimates aren't going to go for naught. Just get out there, get them. Far on.
Kapatid ba ni Chobi yan? Kamukhang ni Chobi ah.
They push around the corner.
Yeah.
You're doing well. You don't have to be hitting tab in the middle of the game.
No.
Yeah, and now you're starting to really get some ults almost into cycle, which is huge.
EJ apa, shoutout bro.
Back Jemkin off.
Shot whizzing over the top of Jemkin on the repeat. Instantaneous. Kills Ash and gets out.
God, that is filthy. It's unfair.
What a peak. Foxy now silently making his way forward here at the top of pipes. Cushy on the opposite side. Xpero in position for a counter swing.
They're going to see that B seemingly pretty empty, so it's going to get the rotations coming through to lean back in towards the A side. Jepkin's on his way. Cushy just waiting with the knife. Throw it right at the back of pipe.
0 point now, going to be sent out.
I think he had 3.
Foxy here. Top of 410, just tucked in behind the box. I mean, GenG trying to scale forward. One yet still not quite here is, risky business going across the rope there as Munchkin trying to pace forward, but now Spike going to be dropped. Foxy not able to find one crazy guy, take it down. Texture tries to exit, but Jemkin finds the headshot.
Mimidikit na naman. Di mo talaga alam eh. Sa GenG pa rin, GenG yun lamang.
Yeah, RRQ, let's go.
One round separating.
Yeah, it's just really good diligence, but obviously Jemkin hitting openers like this, that helps, no doubt about it. Man's just been outrageously good all day. He has.
Huwag mo nang tagin si Jocelyn Marjorie.
Seemingly, he just does not stop. Crazy guy's got noted. I bet you're real thrilled about that.
There's Jemkin if he meant to drift down off the top of yellow or if that was an accident. Either way, dimensional drift here for Texture. Spotting out a couple targets. Don't know if he necessarily made note of him. Yeah, okay, now has absolutely seen him. He's going to exit right here at the front of the side of Xpero. He's taken down first and foremost. Munchkin gone, spray through the overwhelm here on the side, but Mon yet.
Let's go, GenG!
At least 2 kills, but
GenG.
all alone. His teammates down on the floor.
If there's anybody who can do it.
Pop of the dash. Alarm bottle around the corner. Heron, narrow little reposition. Texture about to be the first challenger here, perhaps. Jemkin rides the rope, peeks in. Nothing spotted. Likely will just go for the exit.
Maya pa tayo kakain, bro.
Opts to go for the save. GenG not going to be allowing that tie up to come through. It's going to be 9-7 as this spike goes off.
Finding great value out of Texture's ultimate. Able to ping out 3 different players. Get the GenG players in position where they can take advantage of it. Get themselves up by 2 rounds again. RRQ. Seemed like maybe they might start to stabilize a little bit. I mean, it was 1 round, but this round right here, Munchkin just so ready there for that angle. Texture's just doing around the world near the nest. Not yet, trying his damnedest, but gets shut down, and Into the next round we go, into the breach once again. Karan's got the Viper's pit. Crazy Guy nearly to his ult. Couple things to consider. Let's come into this. Is RRQ going to make a play for that A orb? It's pretty deep salvos, yeah. Should be able to get the Armageddon. And hello, Monyet.
Gets the clear.
Yeah.
Back pedal. He's playing this site alongside Xfero. Both of them
Lang niya ka, Adrian.
here on
Di
the
mo labas ka kasi.
playing along that elevation.
Nick Seni. Shoutout sa'yo, madam.
It's a fun
Hey,
kill.
bro.
It's Monyet now
Shoutout sa'yo,
desperately
Nick
trying to
Sen.
escape. Barely manages to
Thank
do
you,
so.
thank you.
Salvo's chasing in as well. And now it's going to be Cushy just trying to show up the peel here for his teammates who ends up being casualty. Monyet finding one, Jimkin finding another, however. As now they get themselves in with the player advantage. The Armageddon, Munchkin just narrowly able to avoid it. And that should tell them the rotation has begun. The ping's starting to come down, but they don't know if somebody's put themselves further forward here, implanted on a lurk.
I mean, if GenG could get here cleanly, they've got so much post-plant util to delay. 2 nanos and a fragment. Knife goes out to check back sight.
Nakaabang sila.
Munchkin to dodge the util.
Salvos go out to prevent the plan.
Ayoy!
Running it forward. Munchkin narrowly coming away with a kill, but now the spike dropped here on the forward angle.
20 seconds.
Foxy riding that rope forward, dropping down, collecting it.
Gem King.
Commits
My
to
king.
the stick. A quick peek, the drop down goes up and over the top. Position noted, heads spotted. Rides back up, drops down once again. Just dancing.
Yun
around.
lang.
The nano caught in his hand, Monyet. Just fiercely runs
Di
him
bro,
down.
pinatatagal lang bro.
He cannot separate, he
Napatagal lang,
cannot
bro.
divide.
Hindi, bro. Panalo sila eh.
RRQ will go
RRQ pa to, bro.
and keep this so
GenG pa yan, bro.
tight-knit.
Wag.
It's just so tough for GenG there.
Kalakagutom, no?
Fight the way they want. I think Ash oversteps a bit.
Nila, nang talam,
Follow
lipas
behind
na eh.
Texture here. Maybe misreads the situation.
At sino na lang
Just
manalo
over the
dyan?
high-low there. Swinging out into that is not a high percentage play. And I think that's what cost GenG that round. I think if Ash just holds the line there, they might be able to get a B plant down and have a ton of great post-plant utility, but instead they're onto some stingers and a couple rifles. Bai going to be a bit weak. RRQ a chance here to tie it up. 0 point. Sees a couple. Seeing that Tejo though, that's quite valuable. Look at where they are on the map. They have all of the map.
They are just completely boxed in.
Yep, they're throwing on the pit.
Here contained, and yep, the pit immediately coming through here from Monyet. Looking to make this round nigh impossible. Flash out, Cushy swinging the corner, eats a full flash. No punish to be found quite just yet, though, as Foxy 9 able to find one texture. Karan, however, answering back. And Karan looking to counter pit,
Nakuntik
perhaps.
na mga idolo
Here
ko.
we go again. Seems like the answer is yes. As turn up the corner, Crazy Guy catching a huge glimpse, but the shots are just not connecting. Sparrow up and over the top, however.
Wala nang bala, Crazy Guy.
Going on a walkabout. Everyone now from GenG stuck here inside of the pit.
Ito pa mo.
Oh my.
HP bars all over the place, and Ash. Barrel stopping with the stinger.
Oh, my bad, it is.
Their own pit. Gone. Into the back, and Texture
Ito.
finds him for the 3K.
Mamaya pa makakain.
This round.
Oh my god. I mean, I thought this round had RRQ written all over it. They read
Guys, manood na lang kayo.
so well. They're just taking all this space. But then when the execute starts to develop, oh my god.
Just the feed spotted there for Texture.
Unbelievable.
Time out.
When the
Time out
execute
guys,
starts to
tapos
develop,
mag-o-all na naman yan. Dam.
RRQ kind of second guesses themselves. They pull everybody back towards the screens and towards the rafters, and that's where they try
Huwag
to
ka mananawagan. Nananawagan ka pa eh. Nagtatawag ka lang na may sungay.
Players around onto that flank. You know, Xfero there found some decent damage. If they could have gotten one more player through that backside, I think that could be a very different round. I think they just weren't 100% sure, confident. I don't know.
Tough to say. First time out calling here from the side of RRQ. It's been one use for each team, despite how neck and neck this entire map has been. We'll see though. A back and forth across the last 4 rounds. Does that continue? The round win off the back of this timeout call here for RRQ.
Ba't ka kinikilig? Hindi ako kinikilig, no. Mag-bro kami nito eh.
Gone to 5.
Muntik ka.
I think.
I want to say yeah.
Well, both
at
masters.
least this iteration.
Yep.
So across the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Seems about right, I guess.
They're like big numbers.
Oh, no, wait. They beat DRX 3-1.
Aha.
But a lot of them have gone to 5.
It feels like they've gone to 5.
They seem to drag a bit.
Let's see if that is going to happen again, or if RRQ can find their bearings.
Kumalma na.
GenG just 3 round wins away from sending this to split. Knives in hand for Jemkin.
Look at
here at the top of screen.
Karan.
Out wide here at spawn. Anticipating that pressure, but Xferro ends up pulling away from the angle. Suppress not connecting.
Grabe ka, Gem King.
He immediately finds value. Repeats, looks for the shot on the Foxy 9, cannot find it, but now the lockdown is going to come into play. Could clear it out with the Armageddon, but seems like the call to pivot across to the B site is going to be made here for GenG.
Yeah, I like the change from GenG round to round, leaving Karan over in the spawn, recognizing that their flanks were weak.
Spotted one, nothing else going to be seen here by Texture. Sends out the gate crash. Exits back into this realm of reality. Backside of yellow. Pushing forward time, starting to twin. Crazy guy finding a timing as Foxy 9 is going to be taken down there. Trade out, but Jemkin now another reset, another kill. Ash dead, that's the Armageddon gone for the post plant. Now it's just a snake bite that they have to work with here as far as the mollies are concerned. And Xferro once again is on a lurk. The gate crash right here next to him. It's around the back. A coup de grace to Karan. Looking for a little bit more, but Texture now completely, utterly surrounded.
Jemkin talaga.
Yeah, bro. Dinidikit talaga, bro eh. Hindi mo masasabi kung kakain ka na o hindi pa.
Oo eh. Ayoko na kumain, bro eh.
Wari ka pa eh.
Ayaw. Nalipasan na, bro.
He is so dialed in. He is dragging RRQ, kicking its
Pagka binabate, maiiba eh.
I mean, just a huge thrifty. There are a few better in the world right now than Jemkin at this duelist role. This is why. Outrageous. And he's always just cool. It's like, yeah, guys, I'm happy. We're doing good. You know, in his post-match interview, he's like, yeah, I'm happy. And I'm like, are you? It's hard to tell.
Ayokong alalahanin yan, Kamado Tanjiro.
Pressure towards A. Using the drone. You get a little bit of info that Jemkin's there, but that's scary. But I think, you know, for GenG, oh, Karan just gone. Got out-dueled.
Out-dueled, or was it a timing hard that they couldn't quite tell if the wall was up? It sounded like it had just dropped. Maybe that was a poison orb.
Yeah, that could be.
Either way, it's a huge advantage here for RRQ as they look to break the back and forth streak.
They're doing a crazy 2-2 split here, our GenG.
Nako.
This is
on the corner. Shots avoided. Texture repositions.
Munchkin's going,
slowly starting to work their way back, but Xferro now entrenched here at mid. Like you said, a stinger in hand. Here's the rotation. Hasn't been spotted. If you can get a catch on the Texture, no. Just not quite there.
I think he might have saw Texture's shoulder.
I think he saw both of them, but they haven't seen him.
Yeah, that's
come down.
Look.
Salvo's now flying
Ano
by
yun?
yet.
Matakbo yun ah.
Hitting the fadeaways, Foxy 9 hits the floor. Texture and Munchkin with everything to do. Basically no real way to
Let's
do
go,
it.
RRQ.
Digit na, boss. Digit ang laban.
10-10 na lang ya, ano ba?
Flawless fashion, and they tie us up at 10-10.
Hindi one-sided eh.
Map awareness. And all it takes is one little spot onto Jemkin, and GenG changes ideas. You lose Karan early. And we don't really know how, but GenG tries to do a little bit tricky with a 2-2
Ayan na,
split.
timeout ulit. Mag-iiba ulit yan.
And it gets punished. Nice positioning from Xferro to get the read on the round. And Ewok was saying, surely this time. Surely this time.
Like I said, does this cut the lead down? Not really. It'd be 7-2. GenG, they have always been able to dominate RRQ. But even though the numbers don't look good on paper, the feeling that RRQ gets, the feeling that they give to GenG,
Ayan, puso.
a lot more than a scoreline written down.
Oh, beating them right here on this stage, getting the #1 seed out of Pacific to go to Masters Toronto, that wipes all of those other losses off the board.
Yep.
Cleans the slate.
See if they can continue this timeout call for GenG. Their last one here on the map. RRQ still one more timeout able to be dispensed. Coach Solo sending Munchkin and the team
Ibang
out.
tao yun, Raven. Hindi ako yun. Ibang
They
katauhan.
come back. They say, hey, we're going to split. The series isn't over.
Jemkin opping, but there will be no GenG players falling under those crosshairs just yet. Couple ults though for GenG.
Flash into a TP forward. Crazy guy. Full shots out and some damage onto Ash. Some being a bit of an understatement. 24 health now finished off by Monyet. Texture continuing the chase. Doesn't manage to go ahead and find that punish. A 1-for-1 on the Tejas as both get taken down. Still no Armageddon able to be used here for the side of GenG. Lockdown, however, from Foxy9. He's going to look to try to make this maybe a bit more complicated, but maybe even not necessary.
Grabe naman sa texture bigla.
Grabe talaga. Nagwawala si texture.
Pinatay lang nagwawala.
Ayan, binati mo kasi eh.
Bati lahat ng ano eh, GenG eh.
Comes away with the kill. Now it's a 2v3. Fragment the clear, yellow, Jemkin. The chase forward, the 0 point to try to reveal all. Goes up and over the top.
Anti
Hunting
boss.
heads as they cannot get on for the defuse. Jemkin now alone to try to at least make it costly and costly.
GenG! Mapa!
GenG na to, GenG.
Back into the lead.
Mapa
The
dito.
timeout works the treat for them.
Let's go.
2 rounds away from taking this to map 5.
Yeah, just creeping up a little bit towards B, and once they're given enough space to get set up for the flash TP to take control of yellow, Texter's on the hunt. Once he seemingly gets past the B site, that's when Texter just becomes an absolute nightmare. He's so good in those long-range battles, even with a Phantom.
Op still in though. Heavy investments here from the side of RRQ. Cash is going to be in a rough position if they drop this round.
I don't think that GenG even knew there was an op in that previous round.
Nako, nako.
You certainly know now. Kauron going to be taken down.
Nako, iba talaga. Digit talaga.
Dead and all momentum gained from the previous round victory. Snuffed out. Jemkin will get timing. Foxy doing well to come away with that kill, but now needs to try to get himself out of this spot. Flush forward here at yellow. That flash, trying to bail him out. The headshot found on him again, but cannot confirm the kill. Crazy guy swinging, finding it.
Dinidelay talaga.
11-11.
11 to 11.
Mega wish na boss.
RRQ.
Okay, sana makakain na.
Not letting this team run away to run towards it.
Kakain na. Hindi ka naman natagutom, niloko mo lang ako eh.
Hindi tayo gutom. Gusto ko lang na-entertain.
Jemkin over there with the op to make sure that it's locked down, and you have a follow-up for that flash TP behind yellow. You have a deep positioned Monyet, who has now tied Jemkin in the kill count for this map. Monyet, the player
Yung makakuha ng round na to, panalo.
who's seen the deepest runs in tournaments, now showing his value when he's needed most. 2 more to go. Can they get it done?
0 point. Clears the stealth drone, stops Ash from getting further information.
Okay, this is something I wanted to see here from GenG. Oh, Foxy.
Rechallenge it, takes damage, takes the headshot. Xfero holds the line, damage not suffered. Nano here in front, crazy guy, just swinging out, making noise and still winning the fight. Texture eliminated now. His weapon will get scooped up. A Phantom, a Vandal, a Sheriff. versus 5 of the best players here in Pacific. RRQ looking to get up to match point. The wall in his face, a flash as well. Ash scales forward, is able to find one, but Mon yet shuts him down. The repeat from GenG is on point.
30 seconds left.
It's Karan now with the Sheriff. Still needing to wrangle 3 outlaws on the opposite side.
Isa na lang, kaibigan.
Isa na lang, match point na.
And Jemkin
Sayang, ganda sana may map 5 eh.
RRQ 12-11, match point in their
Sayang.
hands.
Hindi pa tapos, kaibigan.
Ay, hindi ba? Hindi ba? May map 5.
Mahan mo.
Pwede pa.
Pwede pa mag-OT.
Prediction ko yan eh. Kaya nga naririnig ng GenG yan.
Prediction mo 3-1 eh. Niloloko mo ako eh.
Hindi, narinig nga tayo. Ayaw nga ng boring na series. Tama, overtime yan. Sana mag-overtime.
Across the last few days, we could say, especially though in this series. GenG's still in a very rough position. 3 half armors, a Spectre in hand for Munchkin. Same strategy set up as Texture gets his way over. Back yellow, stealth drone spot.
-1.
Some shots out of
Ba, may nice one na bro ah.
Finding him through the wall, Texture.
Sabi ko -1, hindi -1.
-1.
-1 na yung GenG eh.
RRQ's got the read on it. So you got to try something different, and this time they are. They're going to rewrap. They're going to rotate. Foxy over towards the belt, but they're going to be at a man disadvantage, and they're going to be potentially facing Jemkin's operator.
And they can't even try to recover the weapon. It is too far gone. They're piling in to the weaker setup as far as numbers are concerned, but like you said, that operator is in hand for Jemkin.
Takbo, Jemkin.
Man can be absolutely deadly with it for now. Position gonna be forced away.
Bro, pinapatakbo mo na bro ah.
Hindi bro, ano lang bro.
Dropping down the salvos to be waited out. The spike.
Ano ba, gusto ko lang siya mag-ingat ba?
Concern ka lang na.
Kasi baka mamatay siya agad eh.
Nice.
GG.
Nice.
GG.
Yun.
RRQ1.
Yun!
RRQ1
guys! Panalo RRQ!
It's RRQ! Their first ever trophy in VCT Pacific history! The King of Kings! Long may they reign!
Sayang guys, walang map 5.
Stage 1 champions!
Predict mo kasi 3-1 eh.
Surely this time. And there is no doubt about
Hindi na. 3-1 naman ah.
will be the score.
Oo nga, predict mo 3-1. Eh gusto mo pa map 5, that's mo 3-2.
3-1 na guys, 3-1.
Finally, so many close calls.
Sabi ko sa inyo eh, tama yung mga prediction ko eh.
By this team on the other side of the stage, from getting to bigger and bigger moments, and now it's their turn. Now they have claimed the stage 1 VCT
Champion guys.
And anytime they come to face GenG in the future, GenG might try to say 7-2. All that RRQ need reply with is 3-1. The trophy is theirs, that #1 seed.
Nice game pa rin guys. Ang ganda laban.
What a stage for this squad. Long awaited, much doubted, yet so well deserved. RRQ, crazy guys tell him to pump the brakes. Wait a moment. I say hell no. I say you just get ready to go for it. Take that trophy into your own hands. But guys, it has been a hell of a stage. For myself and Paper Thin, always a pleasure to bring you these matches as they will lift this into the air. Group effort.
Ayun, congrats guys, congrats.
Gotta be
Nice one, RRQ.
as all hell. But that about does it for myself and Paper Thin here on the stage. I'm sure we'll see you guys soon. And we're gonna send it down to the stage and hear from our stage 1 champions.
바로한테 챔피언스 투어 퍼시픽 스테이지 1의 우승팀 바로 RRQ입니다. 박수 부탁드립니다.
Last.
Taas na. Sayang.
Saan hindi map 5?
자, 선수들과 함께 인터뷰를 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Hey guys, congratulations! Tonight we crowned the new champions of Pacific. If I can have you guys in a single file.
자, 정말 팀 창단 역사상 처음으로 우승을 차지했습니다. 다시 한번 RRQ 선수들을 축하해 볼까 하는데요.
Ba't tinispam niyo number ko dyan? Tira ulo kayo ah.
팀 창단 후 국제대회 진출과 결승 진출 그리고 끝내 우승을 차지했습니다. 퍼시픽의 새로운 시대가 열렸습니다. 스테이지 1 챔피언 팀 RRQ! 네, RRQ의 선수들과 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 엑스페로 선수에게
Lagi, kung ba't papansinin kita, Marjorie?
팀 사상 첫 트로피를 들어올렸습니다.
At least na na-predict no, 3-1. Tama naman eh, sa 3-1.
소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
Xero, the first question goes to you. I mean,
Yeah.
what a historic moment for the org. First trophy ever since the franchise league. I mean, you know, you've been there since day one with the org. What does this moment mean to you?
For me, it feels amazing. Actually, I'm grateful with my teammates. We lost against GenG like 2 days ago, and we mentally come back.
Sarap nun. Pag ganun.
지금 기분이 너무 좋고요. 팀원들에게도 정말 고마울 따름입니다. 그리고 불과 이틀 전만 해도 젠지에게 졌었는데 그래도 멘탈 관리도 잘하고 다시 더 단단하게 돌아올 수 있어서 이렇게 우승이 가능했던 것 같다고 하네요.
자, 몬예 선수에게도 질문을 하겠습니다. 몬예 선수 드디어 트로피를 들어올렸고요. 퍼시픽 다른 팀들의 유니폼도 입었었지만 RRQ와 가장 잘 어울리는 것 같은데요. RRQ와 함께 우승을 이뤄낸 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
Monyet, we're gonna come to you with this question. Trophy for you at last. I mean, you've been sort of a Pacific's journeyman, been here and there, but we feel like this RRQ jersey is the best to look on you. How do you feel about the trophy?
I don't know, feels nice. But still, we still have more to do, you know. I mean, it's nice to celebrate we win the stage 1, but we still need to be focused on more to Toronto.
잘 모르겠는데 기분은 좋은데 아직 할 게 남아 있잖아요. 일단 뭐 트로피를 들어 올려서 기분은 좋지만 그래도 마스터즈에 가서 또 좋은 모습을 보여드려야 하기 때문에 그 부분에 있어서 더 열심히
Guys, panalo RRQ ah. Sino RRQ dyan?
이어서 젠킨 선수에게 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. 매 시즌 본인을 증명하면서
RRQ, let's go!
Yun, RRQ! Nice game!
Viva, viva
세계
RRQ.
무대에서 본인의 엔트리 역할을 또 보여줄 자신이 있는지 그리고 마스터스에서 만나보고 싶은 선수가 누가 있을지 궁금합니다.
Jemkin, match after match, you prove yourself to be the best duelist in Pacific, and now you're heading over to Toronto to compete with the world's best. Are you ready to surprise the world with what you can do?
I think I'm always ready.
Okay. Is there a player? Is there a player you would like to face?
Raga, of course. He's my fan. Ixodri. Raga, from China.
Raga. 항상 뭐 세상을 놀래켜줄 준비는 돼 있었고 그리고 더크 선수 만나보고 싶다고.
Di niya kasi ako kilala bro eh. Kung kilala niya ako sa akin, matatakot yun.
크레이지 가이 선수에게
Okay.
물어보도록 하겠습니다.
Kung sana pipiliin niya, no?
트로피를 들어올렸는데요. 아이즈로서
Di
팀을
pa eh.
훌륭하게 이끌었다는 게 증명됐습니다. 첫 시즌부터 이렇게 훌륭한 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있었는지 그 비결이 궁금합니다.
Crazy guy, I mean, you stepped in as the IGL, leading the team to victory. You're very much part of the success that this org had so far. What allowed you to be this great IGL, and what allowed you to perform this well?
Like I know my team are very good, so I just focus on like reading the map, leading the guy how to play, where to go, and they just do the shooting job. And yeah, this one feel amazing because last night I can't even sleep. I slept 1 hour only last night, and I'm very happy that I still can win today.
워낙 또 팀원들이 출중하니까요. 그냥 팀원들을 믿고 그냥 맵 리딩하고 상대를 파악해서 콜만 해주면 총 쏘는 건 알아서 팀원들이 해주더라고요. 그래서 편하게 좀 경기에 임할 수 있었고 그리고 사실 지금 어제 너무 떨려서 1시간밖에 잠을 못 잤는데 그래도 너무 좋은 모습 보여주면서 이렇게 우승까지 할 수 있어서 정말 다행이라고 얘기를 했습니다.
네. 그리고 아까 잼킨 선수의 대답 중에서는 엑셀제 엔트리를 만나고 싶어 했던 것 같습니다. 아까 대답 중에서.
네네, 죄송합니다.
네. 자, 이어서 쿠시 선수에게 질문을 하겠습니다. RRQ 상승세는 쿠시의 합류 이후에 또 돋보였던 것 같은데요. 팬들의 응원 덕분에 이런 퍼포먼스가 나오지 않았나 싶은데요. 우승까지 아낌없이 응원을 해준 팬들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Kushi, and ever since you joined the team had so much momentum going
MJL,
on. I mean, you guys all
alis
showed
ka na
up
lang.
today as well. And we also had fans, you know, riding with you guys. So is there anything you would like to say to the fans?
For everyone who's supporting us from, you know, before me and before Crazy Guy and until now, thank you very much. I hope we showed a very fun game that we played and keep supporting us in Toronto. Thank you.
쿠시 선수 그리고 또 크레이지 가이 선수가 합류하기 이전부터 또 RRQ를 응원해주신 골수 팬분들도 계신데 모든 팬분들에게 항상 응원에 감사하다고 얘기를 하면서 오늘 경기 많이 즐기셨으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 했네요.
네, 자 이어서 코치 이워 감독에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 퍼시픽 시작부터 우승 트로피를 들어올리기까지 RRQ의 모든 시간을 함께 하셨는데요. 첫 마스터스, 첫 결승, 첫 우승 계속 더 나은 기록을 만들어가고 있는 RRQ이기 때문에 얼마 남지 않은 토론토의 활약이 더 기대됩니다. 우승 소감과 토론토 각오도 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Ewok, and you are the guy that made everything possible for the team, you know, working for the team 24/7. Now, first win, first Masters qualifications, first champion title. So, how does it feel for you to be able to lift the trophy all together, and also, you know, how confident do you feel heading into Masters Toronto?
It's been a really long journey. So especially for me and Xvero, we've been on the
Hinihingi ko pa opinion mo, Marjorie.
we've always promised this is what we can do, and so it really feels good to be able to achieve that. And then one other thing, of course, just wanted to win today for Mother's Day, for all the mothers out there, for my mom back in South Africa. Thank you.
Yun.
사실 엑스페로 선수도 그렇고 이웍 감독님도 RRQ에 정말 긴 시간 함께하면서 길고 힘든 여정이었는데 항상 우리가 정말 할 수 있다는 걸 믿고 있었기 때문에 오늘 그 믿음이 좀 그 결실을 맺은 것 같고요. 그리고 또 하나는 그 어머니를 위해서 또 가정의 달이잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 꼭 우승을 하고 싶었는데 그 약속을 지킬 수 있어서 너무 좋다고 얘기를 하시네요.
네, 마지막으로 워버즈 코치에게도
Ayan mga bro, no?
빛나는 무대지만
Congrats sa RRQ.
누구보다 힘썼던 게 코칭 스태프.
Thank you rin sa mga nanood.
고생했던 결과를
Kita-kits sa next live, no? Thank you sa pagtambay. Nice game, nice game.
Warbirds,
Thank you, boys.
Thank you, guys.
It's a group effort
Okay.
from the coaching staff.